Hello and welcome to Circuito of Estoril. We are about to begin the 2021 Estoril Classics. We are in the middle of the paddock. Finally, after almost 2 years without public, we have public in the paddock. We have all this that can be found throughout the weekend, all the t-shirts and souvenirs, memorabilia also around this fantastic event. There are more than 200 cars racing throughout this weekend here. We are in the middle of what we can call the food court, so that everyone that is around the paddock can have something to eat, something to drink. This is a fantastic moment for everyone, for all the fans of car racing, of course. We have an excellent day. There was a little bit windy at the beginning of the morning, but now the wind just slowed down a little bit, not as fast as the cars. The cars are still turning around the circuit. We will have in a few moments the slalom to finish the 2021 edition of the Portugal historic rally car. They were at north of Portugal. They came back here to Estoril last night to the fantastic Sintra stages to end all the event here at Estoril with the slalom, with fantastic cars, fantastic drivers. Also we'll have Bernardo Souza, which is one of our best car drivers, rally drivers. He also raced at the WRC Championship a few years ago, so he will be able to have a great show and to promote a great show to all the fantastic audience that they are on the stands. The stands are open, tickets can be found here throughout the weekend, so it's a great pleasure for each and every one of us to have once more Estoril Classics here, and mainly the public. As we can see, a lot of action. For now you can have all the memorabilia around fantastic brands like Ferrari, Porsche. All this can be found and can be bought here at the paddock. We also have equipment, racing gear, t-shirts, and even the Caterhams are here with the Morgans and the UKTMs. You can find a lot of things that are being promoted here. It's welcome back to the public, also to the paddock, and also, of course, welcome back to the Circuito of Estoril. I remember you, it's the first event in the past 2 years with public, also a few restrictions, of course. We are not still free to do everything that we want, but we can slowly begin to feel our passion again. We can hear the cars in the racetrack. We have fantastic cars in the pit boxes, fantastic drivers also. They are experienced drivers. Martin Brundle, Zach Brown, for instance, they are here with a very, very special Jaguar from Group C, a Jaguar that won in the American Championship in his days, but still a fantastic car. But also a lot of our other cars, Porsches, you name it. We have a lot of cars here. This is one of the most benefic points, of course, the food court. We also have a lot of cars in the tents being assisted, being repaired, being prepared to go out on the racetrack. We'll show them throughout this day and the day of tomorrow. We also have fantastic races throughout the weekend that for sure will bring you back to this passion. And this is the Estoril Classics 2021. It's the first event with the public. As you can see, there are a lot of things to do here. We still have tickets for sale. You can find tickets in the stands. Beneath the stands there's a shop where you can buy also some merchandise, and you can buy mainly the tickets to access the race. And of course, at the end of the day, you will feel very passionate about all these cars that are here. This is the food court area. We'll show you throughout the day all the other areas. We'll have the slalom in a few minutes. They will start around 12:15 here Portuguese time, and for sure that will be a lot of action with the racing drivers, also very special cars. We have an Audi Quattro, also 4 Escort cars that were fantastic ones to see here and in the Sintra, in the stages of Sintra, Lagoa Azul, also in the north of Portugal, Arganil, Lausanne. So a lot of things can be done here throughout the weekend. We'll still have a lot of hours. We'll finish today at 8 o'clock. It will be the last moment for today's races. We'll have a lot of reports to show you for sure. For those who can't be here, you can find the best way to be here at Estoril throughout our transmission. We'll have broadcast Saturday and Sunday, and of course a lot of things to show you. The cars are cruising down the paddock, going to the pit lane, going to the starting grids. A lot of tasty things to have, food, drinks. There are quite a few hundreds in the paddock already, not completely full paddock like 3 years ago, before the pandemic scene, before the COVID-19, but we are getting back. It's really a special day to have public around us. I'll try to speak to someone. Do you speak English?
Yes, a little bit.
Yes, a little bit. Perfect. Are you enjoying?
Yes, very much.
What was the interest for you to be here today?
I like Formula One, so I like fast cars.
Which was your favorite driver in Formula One back in those days?
Oh, back in those days. Well, I'm not that so much. Schumacher, Senna, of course.
Today, which one is your favorite?
Max Verstappen, eh? I'm Dutch, so.
Oh, you're Dutch, you're Dutch. You have to be orange. You have to be Max Verstappen fan. Okay, thank you very much. Enjoy. So a lot of fans, Dutch fans also, not only Portuguese, but from very different countries came here to enjoy this fantastic weather. A little bit windy at the moment, but the temperature is quite nice. Perhaps we'll have a little less wind throughout the weekend, but this is Estoril and the paddock is completely full, as you can see. Max Verstappen fans also trying to enjoy the Formula One classic racing. We'll have 18 cars with a lot of history. Those cars, a lot of young kids also. They are feeling the taste of being in a race weekend also. So it's a very, very, very special moment for each and every one of us that are here throughout this weekend. Fantastic things. We'll have in a few minutes the slalom racing, so the race is ready, and we'll have everything here at Estoril for you guys to commentate on the booth, and so also for us to show here around this weekend.
Sim. É agora. Muito obrigado.
Yeah, that's me. Can you hear me? 2021 event. Welcome, bon dia. And we have a great afternoon of racing ahead of us, a great weekend of competition here in Portugal. It's the climax of the Peter Auto season. The French organizer have been involved in historic racing for many, many years and doing a great job with their grids here at the end of what has been another quite tricky season. We have some fantastic cars lined up. We've got classic Grand Prix cars, we've got Group C cars, we've got the CER 1 and 2 grids, the classic endurance racing, we've got classic endurance racing legends, we have 60s Endurance and the Greatest Trophy, among others, and that brings together a whole host of wonderful cars from the 1960s. We have further to that, we have the Heritage Touring cars, we have the 2-litre Cup, the very quick Porsche 911s, and not least we have the Iberian Historic Endurance races, which have been such a feature of the peninsula of Portugal and Spain in recent years. Those events put together by our friend Diogo Ferral, a super historic racing driver himself and a previous winner of the Spa 6 Hours event in a Ford GT40. So lots of heritage, lots of passion, lots of fantastic cars here on what is an interesting set of conditions. It's pretty brisk, the wind down there in the pit lane. It's a sunny day. We've heard from Rui Belmonte. We've had a drizzle earlier on, but things looking good for a strong weekend of motorsport. The season has shown signs of picking up after last year's very difficult situation with the COVID pandemic. We have action on this great Grand Prix track coming up very shortly. The Estoril circuit, of course, which continued a long tradition of motorsport in Portugal, hosting the World Championship Formula One circus and the Portuguese Grand Prix, staged here from 1984. The winner on that occasion, Alain Prost, but of course many people will remember the 85 race, that wet race in which Ayrton Senna scored his first victory. Senna, through his Portuguese-Brazilian heritage, a great favourite and hero at Estoril, driving the Lotus Renault 97T on that occasion. Over the years, the likes of Prost and Nigel Mansell scored 3 wins apiece in the Portuguese Grand Prix here. Mansell, interestingly, won in Williams and Ferrari cars over the years. And unfortunate that the circuit no longer are on the calendar, although it was one that brought a lot of interest from this part of the world and throughout the globe, and really put Portugal on the racing map. Portugal with some great historic events going way back to virtually 100 years, sort of to the birthplace of motorsport in the peninsula. But you've got a safety car, circuit car out, just making sure everything is safe for us to move on with the program. There's the circuit map. You see that long straight from the Parabolica Ayrton Senna down to the very tight turn 1, and then the infield section. You can see down there in the pits 1 or 2 cars just being prepared in the garages, and underneath the awnings on top, some hospitality areas, so that the enthusiasts and sponsors of the event, some of the teams and their supporters, can view the action in comfort. You can see that the flags are bustling. It's very strong blustery wind coming in. You can see the clouds over the top of the wooded hillside there. The Estoril track, no stranger to historic motorsport, and super that it's been selected for the finale of the Peter Auto season. Patrick Peters, the organisation that Patrick Peters started all those years ago, and it brings together a really fine group of cars for single-seater and principally sports car racing, some touring cars in there as well. Just one or two preparations to go. That's one of the Sixties Endurance vans there, just dropping off some, looks like some grid placement bollards and markers for the first of our afternoon's events. We spoke earlier with Rui. We heard from Rui Belmonte down in the paddock, and he was giving us some rundown on the Rally of Portugal Heritage Exhibition. As a slalom, I know, due to go on. And before we get into the racing, there is the circuit, 4.1 kilometers long, and you can see that dominated by the very, very long straight, which takes us past the finish line. I believe these are the cars that are coming out for the Rally of Portugal demo, and look like a Group 4 Escort, an RS 1800 type Escort with the 2-litre Cosworth engine in it, and there's an Audi Quattro there as well. There's the Quattro. There's a Alfa Romeo GTV behind it as well. Quattro absolutely rewrote the rules in world rallying, with the likes of Valterol driving back then in the colours of HB. 5-cylinder turbocharged engines, fiercely powerful, 4-wheel drive, of course, the Quattro systems, and cars which really won everywhere they competed. Busy scene in the pits. There's the Alfa Romeo GTV behind it, then a Ford RS 2000 behind. Alfa Standing Racing. I guess the bollards are now out for the slalom. There's the Ford RS 2000 of the Grosso Renti, and it's the driver's own company which supports it, Jose Grosso. And here's the first car on the exhibition demo, the Group 4 Ford Escort. The likes of which Ari Vatanen and Bjorn Valdegaard and Britain's own Roger Clark had such success in World Championship events. Just a little warm up for the day. Lots of spin turns, lots of tyre squeal. Call it drifting these days, don't they? But this is just a demonstration of the agility of rally cars. Spectators burst into applause, waggling the tail. Actually, it's a BDG type engine, putting out probably about 275 horsepower, something like that. Won't be the ultimate power spec in rallying, or the torque that the drivers appreciate, but certainly a potent machine in the right hands. Certainly they were major winners and very, very popular cars in historic rallying. Now here comes the Quattro. Hear that very distinctive off-kilter 5-cylinder engine. This one in the factory colours. You can hear the turbo and the wastegate crackling as well. Fiercely accelerative with the four-wheel drive, but does tend to understeer a bit when it comes to arriving quickly at the bollards. So there we go, back on course. All set up on the straight here. Valterol, who drove these cars very, very successfully. Won championships in 1982, World Championships. Also a successful racer of Audi cars on occasions. The cars from Ingolstadt, Germany. Here's the Alpha, going back to an earlier era. Alfa Romeo's competition history in this era, kind of the 60s and 70s era, inextricably linked with that of Auto Delta, which started out as an independent company but became absorbed into Alfa Romeo, the factory taking it on as its competition department. Also Delta developed cars like the wonderful TTs for racing, the GTAs, GTAMs, and it's a successor to that era of car. But Alfa Romeo, of course, also very successful with World Championship victories in sports prototypes. So the driver of the Alpha giving it plenty, and using up plenty of rubber, doing the loops of the bollards. Rally of Portugal was often known as the Tap Rally, after the sponsors of it. Oh, very neatly done, sir. Bit of handbrake action and lots of right foot. We can safely say that our Alpha driver is thoroughly enjoying the experience here at Circuito Estoril. Hangs the tail out there, checking the flag. And a huge spin turn at that point to finish. Now we've got the big winged kind of X-Pack Ford RS 2000. This is José Grosso. Portuguese flag lifted off the bonnet, and away goes the Grosso Rent car. Here's the driver working overtime on his throttle and steering, but into slip differential, getting plenty of activity as well. Big waggle, they got well out of line, and yes, Escort certainly an entertaining run. This, not quite sure whether the course was predetermined or whether it's a freestyle activity for the drivers. That's hard acceleration, hang on the brakes, Scandinavian flick to get it going. Maybe it's an Iberian flick if you're competing in Portugal or Spain. And that result is the same. It's like a spirograph step, isn't it? The result of the spin turns, plenty of rubber down, and the Escort comes back towards us. Little waggle on the steering as again, and very nice looking droop snoot Escort. Shoots down hard right up through the gearbox. It's the Group 4 Escort out again. This is Bernardo Sousa, champion driver from Portugal. Long-standing competitor. And certainly giving it plenty. Great to hear that that engine. 2-litre 16-valve engine. Really nicely controlled. Lots of throttle once the tail is on the move. Tail end came pretty close to the pit wall there. Oh, and the cone has bitten the dust. It'll get up, it'll live. And the checkered flag is given for Bernardo Sousa. His exhibition run. Quattro's back. Practice acclimatization has been done, and now let's have a proper go at it. This is Lorenzo, the Portuguese competitor. Quattro has a notably longer wheelbase than the other cars in the quartet. Not ideally suited to the the really tight confines of the this racetrack course. You can see again it understeers. The front pushes on at the hairpin spin round the bollards. And that's where the 5-cylinder engine really comes into play, and the acceleration, putting it down through that fantastic four-wheel drive system that was proven in rallying and then racing with the cars that raced in the Trans Am and IMSA contests in the United States principally. Back up towards the checkered flag, it's at the ready, and there it goes. Big wave out of the window, and another happy participant in the Estoril Classics 2021 event. And away goes the Alfa Romeo. I tend to think of Alfa Romeos more as race cars than rally cars. Well, they did rally, of course, extensively, particularly in Italy, but race cars, the GTA, which preceded this model, the Allegrita lightweights, very well spec'd with superb 5-speed gearboxes and very good weight benefits. Won 3 successive European touring car championship back in the 1960s. This is the type of car that we see regularly running in 70s type historic events.
Marcos, stop. We're going to interview the pilot.
Yeah, first of all, thank you for the invitation. I'm not part of the Rally Portugal historical cars, but it's always a pleasure to be on the slalom and of course enjoy and give some farewell welcome to our spectators. And again, with this little car, I always try to give my best and to have some proper fun.
I know this is one of your babies. What takes you to drive these cars after WRC and all those fantastic cars you drove in the recent years?
Well, this is my first ever rally car, where I did my first ever rally in my life. So I try to keep it and not to sell it. But it's true, after so many cars that I drove, WRCs, S2000s, new R5s, but these cars are still very enjoyable. Pure 2-liter engines with the carburetors, no electronics, no power steering, just proper rally car as ever built.
Okay, thank you, Bernardo. Have fun.
You're welcome.
Bernardo Souza, after this exhibition with his little Ford Escort, as he says, it was his first rally car. It all started with this Ford Escort for Bernardo Souza. He drove WRCs, R5s, S2000, so he knows what it takes to be fast on a racetrack, on a rally special stage also. It is what it is. We have a lot of good moments throughout the weekend, and I'll give you back the transmission, of course, after this fantastic moment with the rally cars that just finished their slalom.
Speaking Marcos.
So here we are back with the RS2000, and good to hear from our driver there and from Rui down in the paddock. This is getting much more exciting than the first run for Jose Grosso. Yep, he's getting his money's worth there and using his tyres well. Yeah, big round of applause from the from those on the pit wall. That was a nice run. He's got a co-driver in there enjoying the ride as well. So that's the 4 cars have had their 2 runs, a sighting run and then a further one. So now the bollards are coming in. The Alpha's shot off round the circuit. And the track will be prepared for racing. Waving out of the window of the Alfa Romeo. There's a reward for a couple of runs, a lap of the Grand Prix circuit here at Estoril. Here's the Rosso RS 2000, the last of the rally cars, filtering back to the paddock. Running with the big X-Pack wheel arches. RS 2000 originally powered by the Ford Pinto engine, which we saw a lot in racing as well, with Formula Ford and Formula Ford 2000 and Sports 2000 principally. But we still see some RS 2000s in classic car racing, not particularly the historic classes, but they're a little bit too new for that, but certainly in the classics. Another hot Escort down there, got a Formula 1 Lotus too, which will be out later in the day. Pick up on those when they come out. There's a Surtees TS16 I see as well lurking in the pits, and a good looking big winged Escort there as well, from the European Touring Car Championship days of the early 1970s. John Player Special Lotus, just being warmed up down in the pit lane. Some highlights now of the rally demonstration. Later on, when we see the Grand Prix cars come out, we'll see that Lotus 91, which is Steve Brooks's car, in the field. Expect to see 12 or 13 cars competing 386 Grand Prix car grid, but meanwhile this is Bernardo Souza with that Group 4 Escort at the Estoril Classics. Here we go. Yes, there's Steve Brooks's Lotus 91. It's a 91 that in Elio De Angelis's hands won that Austrian Grand Prix. The last Grand Prix that Lotus founder Colin Chapman actually witnessed, last victory for Lotus.
His name is Paul. Can you introduce him?
And I'm hoping to be joined by my colleague Paul Tarsi, who will be co-commentating through the weekend. Paul, good afternoon, bon dia.
Okay, Paul, start talking, please.
Good afternoon, Marcus, and what a treat it is to be able to be looking at some of these fabulous cars. I mean, seeing a John Player special in the black and gold in the pit box at Estoril, it doesn't get better, doesn't it?
It's pretty special, isn't it? And that's Martin O'Connell tending it, twice a British Formula 3 national champion, also a winner of many historic races, including a Formula 1 race at Monaco, and that's one of his lads there. I think that's his lads helping out there. They're just servicing the Steve Brooks Lotus, just sort of dipping the oil tank in the bell housing there between the Cosworth DFE engine and the Hewland gearbox. But yes, a dozen or so Formula 1 cars to enjoy later in the day, Paul.
Yeah, and they're always good, and I think we've got used to seeing very full grids over the last few years, and that clearly with all the problems that have gone on across Europe and across the world over the last year and a half, grids are probably down a bit on where they were then, but nonetheless it is quality, not quantity, and that Formula 1 grid, it's fabulous. And we've got cars from Surtees and Arrows and McLaren, even got a Trojan, which is an unusual one, and Philippe Bonny will be bringing that car out. But you get the Williams and all sorts of different cars. And Marcus, I think one of the things that I love about all of this is you look in that pit garage there, and there's this hodgepodge of different cars which are absolutely amazing. Just see the nose of the Surtees sticking out there as well, and they're all sort of cheek by jowl, and they're all together, and that's part of one of the things that we love about historic racing.
Very much so. There's a beautiful little chevron there, a little chevron racer behind it. Looked like the Cosworth powered McLaren Can-Am car that we don't see out very often. Looks like the M8 is an M8C, isn't it, by the looks of things? But there's a fantastic mix here at Estoril during the weekend, and so we're going to see the best of an era of motorsport in which all the cars were different. Very, very different world now, because of course so many categories outside Formula 1, of course, which remains resolutely a multi-mark series. Many of the categories on the way up to Formula 1 are one-make categories. Everyone drives the same thing, and it's not as exciting as the days when we watched people like Jim Clark and Jackie Stewart win in Formula 1. They had fought their way up through multi-mark racing. That's how it was. We've got the cars coming out now for the greatest trophy, which is a new one on me. But what is fascinating is that right up at the front, we have no fewer than 3 Bizzarinis. And we see Bizzarinis in 1s and 2s in European historic racing, but very, very rarely 3 on the Southern Grid, Ball.
Absolutely, and it's one of those things, isn't it, where Bizzarinis have kind of suddenly come good in terms of the cars that are there. They weren't absolute top of the tree. Let's just look at the grid that we can see that in front of us there.
It's a great grid, and we've got the right at the front of it, we've got the Ebling and Ebling Bizzarini, Bourrier's Bizzarini, Hipólito Pires, Portuguese driver with the Porsche 904.6. We've got Charles Villecourt with the Lister Jaguar Nobly. And others. There's the Porsche 904 GTS just going round. Beautiful little car, that.
Yeah, it is. It's probably coming into its own now. I'm of an age that I can remember those cars racing in period, and they were always the tiddlers. They were always at the back of the grid, and you didn't pay them a huge amount of attention. But they are a glorious looking car.
They're cracking little cars, aren't they? And of course, you'll remember, because you're just a little tad older than I am, when Eugen Boehringer excelled on the Monte Carlo Rally in the snow in one of these. Two things come to mind. One, he was a phenomenal driver in Mercedes-Benzes and Porsches. He was a man from Stuttgart and a great enthusiast. But also, you can see, looking at the Porsche 904, where Derek Bennett got the inspiration for the Chevron GT cars that came on from 1966 following the early Clubman's cars. Alfa Romeo TZ there, the pale green car, one of the first efforts of Alfa Romeo in conjunction with Alto Delta. But there is the Bizzarini, and the Bizzarinis are fabulous. 5.3 litre Chevrolet engines mounted a long way back in the chassis. They're quite wide, they're quite long, very stable platforms, and of course they're designed by Giotto Bizzarini, who was the man responsible for the Ferrari GTO before he fell out in league with numerous other Ferrari engineers, with the boss himself, with the Commendatore, and went off to do his own thing. These cars did compete at Le Mans, among other places in endurance races, but not as well known as the Ferrari GT Berlinettas and GTOs, but certainly a worthy successor. And there are more in build currently for historic racing as well, because of course the Chevrolet V8 engine is more accessible. It's more, I suppose, it's more enduring than the V12 Ferraris. There's a Lister Jaguar on the next row, the Lister Jags from the back end of the 1950s. Number 22 there. That's Charles de Villecourt with the Nobly-bodied car, and there were two distinct shapes of Lister, the Nobly and the Costin, and Frank Costin, the aerodynamicist, made his version much smoother. Big air scoop there in the back over the driver's shoulder, feeding the rear brakes. I'm sure that was not something you used to see too often in period. But there is the 49, Hipólito Pires, Mr. Fires with his 904 6 Carrera GTS Porsche. On the front, though, it's the Ebelings, Dirk and Leon Ebeling, with the number 68 car on the left of your screen, and 46 alongside, which is Christian Bourrier with the similar car. Further back, the next to the Bizzarinis, the red Bizzarinis, is Malte From. Then we've got the first of several Vöglers. This is Yves Vögler with the Alfa Romeo TZ. Safety car setting off. The four Vöglers in the field. Yves Vögler with the white Alfa Romeo Giulia TZ from 64. Then we can just see Carlo Vögler with the Ferrari 250 GT Berlinetta, Peter Vögler with the 718 RS Porsche, and Christian Dumoulin with his Ferrari ahead of Alain Vögler with another Alfa Romeo. That's the green TZ. It's an embarrassment of riches, isn't it? Also among them, you'll have noticed, I'll wait for it to come into shot, we should see the very different looking Morgan SLR of John Emberson, the British driver, in the pack. Did you see it?
I didn't see it, and I have been looking for it, but I didn't see it there. And
it's highly polished silver bodywork, aluminium bodywork on it. Let's hope it is there. It is. It is there. Yep. John Emberson there in the car run from Stockbridge in the south of England by the Foxcraft team, and one of 3 SLRs, Sprinzel, Lawrence.
Yeah, only 3 in the world, aren't there? And there's one other one with a TR4 underneath it.
That's right,
but,
which we'll see at Goodwood next week. But the SLR Morgans are interesting cars because they're very, very different, underpinned similarly to the traditional Morgans, but with this aluminium Aerodyne body on it. Triumph engine, like the others. This is the car that Pip Arnold raced in period. Keith Arlers tends to drive his ex-Works Chris Lawrence car, and we also see that of Simon Aribigan, the ex-Gordon Spice car. Gordon Spice, who sadly left us last month. Tremendous driver in everything from these Morgans in the 60s right through to Formula 5000 Lolas he won in, and of course the touring cars and Spice Sports Racers, which he and Ray Bell won the World Championship with in the C2 classes. But a lovely field of cars and some priceless prices. Oh dear, a problem there for one.
And that's one of the Bizzarinis, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
That's the number 53 car.
That's the car of Carlos de Miguel. It's that's pulled off.
Yeah, and that's not going anywhere. It doesn't look like. I'm going to get my first anorak moment of the day in, though, Marcus. SLR stands for Sprinzel Lawrence Tune Racing, which
that's absolutely right.
Won't be my last my last anorak moment, but it will be my first.
That's right. John Sprinzel was a racer and rallier, and of course Chris Lawrence, who drove that class-winning Morgan, the regular-shaped car at Le Mans in the early 60s with Richard Shepherd Barron, went to the fringes of Formula One, didn't he? With a Cooper Ferrari, an interesting concoction.
As you could in those days, that you could buy a car that was a year old, 2 years old, 3 years old, and probably update it a bit, maybe, as he did, bolt something incongruous in the back of it, and suddenly you had a Formula One car and you could go racing. Are we going to get a start?
We are in a second, and here they come then down for the start of this race, which is due to run over 40 minutes. Beautiful little Porsche RS in the middle of it, and we've got the Bizzarinis at the front, 3 scarlet Bizzarinis, and popping out from behind the poleman, which is the Ebeling car, is the Porsche, and that's Hipólito Pires, on whom local hopes are pinned. He's going to get eaten up in a straight line. Round turn 1 they go, the tight turn 1, the lift has gone wide over the curbing. Ferrari and Alfa Romeo and Porsche in the middle of the pack, but we've got the lead car, which is 68. We don't know which of the Ebelings is driving first, but we'll go with Dirk, who's our first on our timing sheets. One of the Alphas, that's the white Vogler Alpha TZs, moving up strongly as well. But through they go. Look at this. Oh, the smoky. That looks pretty bad. The third of the Bizzarinis is smoking nastily, which
it was doing
concerning.
that as they came out of the corner, wasn't it, Marcus? That,
yeah, it was.
It was, whether it's oil surge or something, I don't know. But you were saying earlier on about that everything these days is single make or single spec Formula racing. Look at that Porsche up there in third place. That's going to be really quick through the twisty bits of this circuit, but then the big Bizzarinis are going to pull away on the faster bit. That's what makes this kind of racing so exciting.
That's right, and the Alpha and the Morgan in the mix there, and the coming down to the hairpin, the Porsche very nimble through there, and we'll see whether the third Bizzarini starts to smoke again. That's Malte From's car, but there's the second of the 3. The first one's quite distinctive. It's got that pale blue marking on the back, which is almost a Cambridge blue, of Maranello Concessionaires, Colonel Ronnie Hawes' famous racing team that ran from pretty much from 61 to 67 running Ferraris, because he'd established the UK agency for them. But there's the Porsche 6-cylinder engine. This one, they also made them with 4-cylinder engines and 8-cylinder engines. So the flat engine in those really also helps the balance of the car, keeps the centre of gravity really low as well. But the White Alpha going very strongly. Emberson's up ahead of the Lister, so Emberson in the polished aluminium-bodied Morgan going well. But you can see the White Alpha with that beautiful body on it, the Telaio Tubulare chassis, the tubular frame chassis, really well packaged with the cam tail, and again the smoke coming out of the Malta from Bizzarini is very worrying.
Yeah, it is, but it seems to be only on the exit of corners, and maybe even only on the exit of left-hand corners, and that tends to indicate that it might be overfilled with oil rather than anything else.
Maybe popping out of the catch tank onto an exhaust.
Yeah, but whatever it is, you don't want oil smoke coming out of the back of a car, and that will probably be making the driver of the Alpha behind him a bit wary, because if it's oil smoke now, it could be oil itself fairly shortly, and you don't want to be caught out on somebody else's oil. Round the hairpin there, and there doesn't. Oh yes, there is lots of smoke there, and that was a right-hand bend.
It's interesting, isn't it?
I'm beginning to come in with you, Marcus, that it could be a bad sign.
You can see that bit serene. Also, it leans in the corners. It really kind of transfers its weight, and you can see the Alpha now coming up alongside. It's going to go through, and I wonder whether that's going to be the beginning of the end for that particular bit serene. Oh, he's got all the grunt in the world. I think I'm going to trump you in a straight line. You've only got 1,570 cc's of 4-cylinder twin cam power. I've got 5.3 litres under my bonnet, and in a straight line it doesn't smoke. Malta from showing who's boss in a straight line. But the white Alfa Romeo there, that's Yves Vogler, is also... he fancies his chances of picking the bits off over the remaining 35 minutes. It's early days.
It is, and I think, again, what we were saying, that this is the Alpha getting closer and closer. The smoke is getting stronger and stronger. Now, if that was an overfill, it would be burning off, and it isn't. So disregard all my previous comments about the fact that it might just be overfilled with oil. I don't think it is. I think this is now a problem somewhere with that car, although nobody has actually told the driver yet, because he's pressing on at great speed. But we're now coming into the part of the track where the Alpha gets closer and closer, and there is going to come a time where he can A, get past, and B, where he can stay ahead across that long start-finish straight, and then perhaps pull away. But a long way to go yet, and we've still got 34 minutes of this race left to run.
Yes, indeed, and there is the Alpha, and he's certainly enjoying himself and making hay in the corners. They're not that far behind the Porsche of Hipólito Pires, and there's the smoke again. It's getting worse, if anything. And you'd have thought that the driver might be able to smell it, but of course it could just be leaking out of the differential onto the back exhaust, in which case it won't filter through the cockpit first. It'll certainly be filtering through the cockpit of the Alfa Romeo, and behind the Alfa you can see the Lister, which is Charles de Villencourt. He's moved ahead of his rivals as a Ferrari and the Epperson Morgan in there.
Slightly incongruous with that Lister Jaguar. It doesn't quite fit with the rest of these GT cars, but nonetheless a fabulous motor car. It was built up in Cambridge in the UK by Brian Lister, who used his father's engineering company as the basis for being able to build these cars with mainly Jaguar engines, although we saw all sorts of different engines, particularly in the early days, didn't we?
Yeah, the American Chevrolet Corvette engine was very popular as well. Most of them were made with the Jag XK straight six engine. First built in 1948, some decade before the Listers really hit their problems. They were great cars for shorter races, and they certainly gave the Jaguars a run for their money in sprint type events. The Knobbly, which is this one here, has a sort of a rather bumpy looking body on it, hence the Knobbly, was described famously by Sterling Moss as pugnacious. That's a rather nice term for it. It's not kind of svelte and all the rest of it and really pretty. It's kind of workmanlike, pugnacious, like a boxer.
Yeah, and then the Costin version, which came out shortly afterwards, long and pointy and curvaceous, but so I've heard say, much more difficult to drive because you couldn't see the corners anywhere near as well. But nonetheless, a quick one.
And you also, you had more of an overhang at each end of the car as well. And here comes the 88 Malta From, who's closing in now on the Porsche of Hipólito Pires.
Which might explain why he's pressing on so hard, that he's probably not looking in his mirrors at the white Alfa behind him, but much more at the silver Porsche in front of him, because
this is a nice battle brewing, this, isn't it, Paul?
It is, because I think you're going to see two tiddlers and a big one. That you're going to see cars with probably half the horsepower of that big Bizzarini, and nonetheless it was they're not smoking like that Bizzarini is. And with half an hour of this race left to run, does that Chevrolet have half an hour left in it? I really don't know. It takes a very
it's run very wide there. Yeah, it ran very wide going into the corner, and I don't know that was by design. I think it just kind of understeered a bit, but it did enable him to get his clog down pretty pronto and get a good exit from the corner. He doesn't have to worry too much about the cornering speeds when he's got all that grunt to spare in a straight line. But the Alfa's coming up again. You don't want to scratch that shapely nose. Oh, get a little bit out of shape there. The 45 car, which is Yves Vogler, one of our Swiss competitors from a famous racing family.
And we've now very much got a three-way battle here, and this is in turn going to change things, because we know that the Porsche isn't going to roll over and have his legs in the air saying come on, come past, but with the grunt of that Bizzarini just screams past the Porsche as if it's tied to a gatepost. Now, is he going to come back? Oh no, because look, the Alfa is coming down the inside of the Porsche, doesn't quite make it stick this time, pulls over to his left to get the line properly. So now we have Bizzarini and then the Porsche and then the Alfa in that battle for third place.
What it gives us now, of course, is 3 Bizzarinis running 1, 2 and 3, the surviving 3 Bizzarinis. And here we got the replay because, yes, it was, let's kick sand in somebody's face going past and rub that salt in, and through goes the Bizzarini. Now we've got this tussle between the 6-cylinder Porsche and the 4-cylinder Alfa Romeo. It's 8 leads 6 leads 4 in terms of cylinders, and not far behind it's the 2.1 litre Triumph powered Morgan of John Emberson, the British driver, in the pack. And it's a foreshortened angle, but I reckon Emberson's made a little bit of ground over the last lap or two towards these 3. I think we'll
Well,
see.
up until now, those three have been kind of holding each other up, and that's going to make a difference. Yes, I think without doubt that the Morgan is closing in. There's no doubt about that. You can see it.
That's right,
The
and he's
Bizzarini is
John
beginning to
Emberson
pull
also
away.
with some some other cars to drive this weekend. He'll be out in one or other of his chevrons later in the day, and here comes the Bitzer hopping the curb. Malta From in 88 ahead of Hippolyta Pires in 49 the Porsche, and then 45 Yves Vogler, but then John Emberson with that very highly polished aerodynamic bodied Morgan with the white stripe over it.
And the third place car is beginning to pull away from the two smaller cars behind him. Now that's obviously comes down again as they get to the much more twisty part of the circuit out on the back stretch, but nonetheless he's beginning to pull away, and the battle perhaps is going to be between the Alfa Romeo and the Porsche for bragging rights behind the big engine Bizzarinis.
Now we've got sports racing cars running together, because the number 60 Porsche, another of the Vöglers, that's Peter Vögler with that Swiss flagged helmet, has got past the Ferrari, and I think that was Carlo Vögler, so it's a family tussle. There's the 22, the Lister pressing on. Of course, the history of Lister intertwined with that great little sports car racer Archie Scott Brown, and see the Lister up ahead with the open tail stretching out now.
Isn't that a lovely sight? Just seeing those
Certainly
cars
is.
being used properly the way they were intended. And there's the 250 short wheelbase car, the number 5 car, and those were made in all sorts of different formats. Basically, they were either race cars or road cars. But then some of the road cars were built with aluminium bodies, some of them were built with steel bodies, some of the race cars, road cars, they're all a hodgepodge of different things, as we see the number 53 sadly going back to the paddock, and that we're certainly not going to see this again, so no, Carlos Miguel and Luis Delso are not going to get a race today.
No, perhaps they consider painting the car red. The red ones seem to be quite reliable. The Ferrari in the interim comes round.
Brave statement. That's
the
a very
Ferrari
brave statement,
round,
looking at that smoke.
and the glorious-looking Ferrari, redolent of the cars. Oh, we've got the Porsche coming past the Lister Jag now, but the Ferrari redolent of the cars in which the great Sterling Moss. Oh, a spin! That's the Alfa. That's Yves Vogler, who's gone off into the gravel, and will he be able to get it out of that on his own? He's certainly going to try. Yes, don't back off now. He's got it back going again, which is fine. But yes, the Porsche, the Ferrari, as I was saying, was redolent to the cars in which the great Sterling Moss won the 1960 and 61 RAC Tourist trophies at Goodwood. And the colours of Rob Walker and Dick Wilkins, two separate cars, and we saw them both recently at the Revival, Paul, didn't we?
We did, and it's not very often that you see both those cars together. One, of course, belongs now to Ross Brawn, who's actually owned it for over a decade, but nonetheless, those two cars absolutely beautiful. They are slightly different in that and here we have a quick replay of the end of that Alfa accident. Just overcooked it one way or another. Whether he was involved in a tussle with the Porsche at that particular moment, who knows? But there's the number 88 car.
He might have just touched a slippery bit out there somewhere, a bit of residue of either marbles from tyres or a bit of oil. But the Malta From's Bizzarrini is still smoking quite profusely. It hasn't put off Pires in the Porsche.
No, is it my imagination, or is that smoking getting worse?
I think it's getting a little bit worse.
Yeah, it's now tending to do it on the straights as well as on the tightest of corners. We have our first pit stop caller, I think.
Yep, there is a mandatory stop in here because there's some cars with two drivers. So that's and they've been running now for 15 minutes, so that will be the beginning of the pit window. Yeah, and that's Christian Bourrier, who was running in second place behind Dirk Ebeling. There goes Bourrier, back out.
Oh, listen to that.
It's mighty, isn't
Fabulous
it? 5.3 Chevy V8.
And as you say, Marcus, that's the whole thing of that engine. I can remember the first time I ever saw a Bizzarini with the bonnet open, and it sounded just as if, or it looked as if there wasn't an engine in there. It's so far back and so low that it's really sitting almost next to the driver, isn't it?
It is. So you can always, the driver, if there wasn't a firewall there, the driver could probably change the back two plugs without leaving his seat. Little drink there for the Lister driver, Charles de Villecourt, in the 22 car, and they've got a fan on the radio, just trying to suck some air. Trying to suck some hot air away from the engine bay, and from the brake duct as well.
I suppose. I mean, this is something you would never have seen in period, but it makes perfect sense.
They didn't sell them in B&Q back then. It's fine.
Other DIY stalls are available.
Well, indeed. But still working on that. They pop the door now on its little wire support. They're going to pop the bonnet up now, so it's got a bit hot under there, a bit hot under the bonnet, and they're going to pop it up, and we shall see the Jaguar XK engine, straight six twin engine. Meanwhile, with 20 minutes to go, we're pretty much halfway through this race now. There's the Morgan still going well, and another car comes into the pits.
Yeah.
We'll probably pick that one up in a moment.
Pit lane getting quite busy now.
Yeah, the Green Alpha's going in as well. Two TZs in one family. That's nice, isn't it? And there's the.
No, that's greedy. That's just greedy.
46. That's Bourrier. 22 is the Jag going to get underway again. They're just trying to fasten the bonnet down. Aluminium body.
Yeah, that's obviously a much longer stop than they would have anticipated and would have liked, but you don't want to ruin that lovely XK engine under there. And as you said, Marcus, that is such an amazing engine, and we see it there in the Lister. It started its life in the XK120 back in the late 1940s, and it was still serving purpose when it was in the Jaguar XJ6 30 years later.
Absolutely, quite staggering. And in the interim, 5 Le Mans victories with Jaguar and C-types and D-types. It did them very, very well.
Didn't it just? And it's a great piece of jewellery besides anything else. Whereas perhaps, would it be unfair to say that 5.3 litres of Chevrolet is not quite in the jewel-like category? But
I think we saw lots of 5.3 litre Chevrolet engines in powerboats at one point. I didn't see too many Jaguar engines in powerboats, in all probability. But there we've got the Smoky Bizzarini continues on its way. In the pits is the Ferrari 250 GT Berlinetta. Beautiful little coupe.
That's the Ulrich family car, and as you say, in the dark blue that we associate with the Rob Walker colours, but without the white stripe around the nose, which would change it very considerably. Talking of Jaguars, there is the XK140 of Mira Gomez and Aforito going back out into the fray. That's a 1956 car, so very early on in that journey of the XK engine. It went to XK120.
That particular car has been around a very long time in terms of historic racing, because João Mira Gomes has been competing in it, to my knowledge, for the last decade or so. I've seen it many times at places like Portimão, at the autodrome down there in the south of Portugal, where there's a big historic meeting shaping up at the end of this month. And always a good place to finish your racing season. But here's another of those Ferraris. They look so different, don't they, in the contrasting colours. I'm sure if you saw the two side by side, you'd think one was larger than the other, which is just a trompe l'oeil, isn't it?
It is, but nonetheless, I can remember going to the Concours d'Elegance at Salon Privé a couple of years ago, where they had a class for the Ferrari 250 short wheelbase. Just stop and think about that for a moment. But and they had a row of probably 10 or 12 of these cars, and really none of them was the same as the one next to it.
And they were all made by hand, weren't they? That's the whole point.
Yeah.
All made by a different artisan. There's the 28. That's Jean-Laurent Bellu with the Oscar Maserati, the little 750 Oscar, and sadly it's out of the race. It's cried enough. There we've got the Alfa TZ leading a very pretty little Porsche as well. That's
glinting in the sunshine. It's beautiful to see.
Marie-Claude Firmenich and Benjamin Monet.
You know, looking at these cars in this race, I don't think I have ever seen an Alfa Romeo TZ before that wasn't red, and there are two in this race, one white and one that green. So it's a first for me. And Marcus, you will remember vaguely, but you'll remember that colour scheme used to be the colour of the Sterling Moss Automobile Racing Team. SMART, wasn't it?
Yeah, and it's not that different from the UDT Laystall green either, but that's kind of more pistachio, isn't it? Or might you call it wasabi these days?
or if you want to be really pretentious, you can call it pistachio.
Yeah.
But hey ho.
68. That's 68. That is our race leader, isn't it? That's the Ebeling car, which we haven't seen in the pit yet. Not to say that it hasn't made its stop, but we're down into the last 15 minutes. So I imagine the pit window will be close to being closed, if not closed already.
Yeah, and I don't think anybody would make the mistake of actually missing that. According to
don't you believe it?
Now everybody has stopped now.
Good. I've seen so many cars or so many races ruined over the years by people not paying attention to pit windows, and they all get a bit down at the mouth at the end of the meeting. But it's easy to follow. Here they go then, in a straight line. Ferrari against Bizzarini. The Bizzarini design, as we said before, by Giotto Bizzarini, the ex-Ferrari engineer.
With just under 14 minutes of the race left to run, everybody has made their stop, and that we have in first place the Bizzarini of Ebeling. That's the number 68 car, followed by the 46 car of Bourriez. That's the other of the 5.3 Bizzarini cars. The third place is the number 49 Porsche 9046 with Perez at the wheel, and then fourth is the number 88 Bizzarini, dropped down during that pit stop period, etc. Fifth is the number 157 Morgan SLR, and that's a tremendous performance from that car with John Emberson at the wheel. And sixth, we have the number 45, and that's Yves Vergler with the Giulia TZ we were just talking about. So a few changes here and there.
Yep, that's Nuno Afuito with the Mira Gomes Jaguar XK140 hard top. And I even saw a little flash of the live speed trap times there. He's putting about 90 miles an hour in a straight line in that car, 95 miles an hour, 150 Ks, something like that. So there he goes. That car running down in 13th place.
And that's not an inconsiderable speed, is it? That's really worth doing in those kind of cars. And they are, however you cut the cake, they are pretty primitive race cars, and so
that's
therefore
exactly the word I was thinking in this company. Cars that were made in the early part of the 1960s, that was designed in the 40s, and it's one of those things, isn't it? You look at these cars and see how the evolution goes on, and it's kind of the same ethos if you think of something like. And a problem for the Hipólito Pires Porsche, and it's ground to a halt. Oh dear!
That's a shame.
Real shame. Just beautiful. That was the interloper in the towards the front of the pack. What a beautifully styled car. You can see the chevron, where the chevron B8 influence came from, can't you? The chevron GT.
You certainly can. You certainly can. I know you're a great chevron fan in general and B8s in particular, but it's a lovely car. But where we've seen that car drop out of, therefore third place, that doesn't look as if it's going to go anywhere soon. So
there's the 157 Morgan then moving up.
Yep, we'll start to see that moving up the group as you see, and that will change things more than a little, in that we're back to having Bizzarini's first, second and third with 68, 46 and 88, but the Morgan is now up to fourth place. The Giulietta, the number 45 car, moves up to fifth, and sixth now is that Porsche 718 RS, which we've been keeping an eye on as well. So there's all change at the front.
It is, and that Morgan, which is run by Foxcraft Racing, and is going very, very nicely. I think if you'd have said to John Emberson from 7th on the grid half an hour or so ago that he'd be running 4th with 10 minutes to go, he'd have said it would take that all day long. But looked after by Simon Pragnell, who was trained up by Paul Fox, who, among other accomplishments in racing, designed the Group C2 Chevron, the V62, going back quite a long way into that Group C period. Here comes the green Alpha. That's another of the Vogler cars. The two Alphas in this race, the two Alpha TZs, Vogler cars, up behind the Belgian Christian Dumoulin with his Ferrari 250 GT Berlinetta. It's the best Ferrari in my book. I just absolutely adore those cars, and had the privilege and pleasure of driving one at Goodwood Motor Circuit probably towards 20 years ago now, and they're just every bit as beautiful from the cockpit as they are from any angle externally. There's not a bad position to view one from, is there?
No, and I think they were overshadowed by the GTO simply because the development in the GT class of world racing was very, very quick at that time, and that the GTO was needed to be a counter to the cars from Aston and from Jaguar, and that for a while the short wheelbase was sort of overlooked. But yeah, in terms of looks, there is nothing better, and I would say that particularly those two Rob Walker cars are amongst the best looking cars in the world, bar none.
Yeah, and very much so.
But there's a battle on hand here.
Yeah, it's under pressure, isn't it? The Dumoulin with the with the Ferrari de Milan. We sometimes see racing a Maserati 250F with the green Alfa behind, and that certainly looks like it's going to go down to the wire with 8 minutes remaining. The quickest lap in qualifying was a tad over 2 minutes, so there's four laps in this race, but number 9 is coming back now, coming back strongly, and
look at those different lines on that. Alain, right. The very, very different lines coming through the piff path there, and that, yeah, it's very, very much on. I think that Alain Vergler has said, no, this is going to be my place, and it's nip and tuck, isn't it?
It is. I've got a Bizzarini coming up behind them. I guess that's the lead car. Is that the 68 car? No, it's it's 48 behind, isn't it?
It's the 46 car, isn't it?
The 46 car. Yeah, that's Bourrier coming up to lap the pair.
So that might put a cat amongst the pigeons.
Yeah, it may well. Depending on, it doesn't really matter where Bourrier overtakes. He'll shoot past in one of the straights, I would think. But no, he's been given the land, or has he? Coming round the long loop there, he gets through the first one. But
that's going to slow down the Alfa, isn't it?
It's broken the battle up, hasn't it? But that favour might be returned when the Bizzarini slugs past the Ferrari, as it surely will. It's newer, it's lower, it's leaner, it's got more power. And yes, this is the key part of the lap, because in the braking area, you'll see the Alfa make loads and loads of ground up on the Ferrari. And provided he can get the power on early, which he has done in the middle of the corner, he's going to come back really strongly, and I think that might even have advantaged the Alfa Romeo perversely.
Now this is an interesting one, Marcus, because we now have the car number 20 has a time penalty for a pit lane infringement, and so
does the Ferrari,
car number 45. Yeah, and car number 45, which is the other Alfa Romeo, also has that infringement as well. I guess it's either that the pit stop wasn't quick enough, or was too quick, or speeding in the pit lane, but we really have a battle on now.
Yeah, it's funny that the two Ferraris have both got penalties for pit infringements, and I guess it's not materially going to alter either driver's life, but it's just disappointing when you've been flat out in a battle, and you can see there. Look, the 2 seconds quicker the Alfa last time through than the Ferrari, but the Ferrari penalised, so that's going to bring the Alfa number 9 up into 8th place, and it might even get the other Ferraris, and it's Conrad Ulrich in 56. Will it drop him behind 32? I'm not sure that it will, because 32, no, the Porsche 356, I would think he's probably got a good gap on that.
Right, yeah. We haven't been told what the time penalty is, but it would normally be 10 seconds or thereabouts.
It's a wonderful circuit, isn't it? A really nice sort of flowing centre part of it. Obviously, you've got that very, very long start straight, but it certainly throws the advantage of power and handling each way in a battle such as the one we're viewing.
And isn't it great that this isn't any longer for position? But are those two going to give up on a great race? No, they are not. Alfa going to just have a look down the inside, hasn't got the speed to be able to make that work quite as it should do, so therefore tucks in back again behind that white Ferrari, and turning in through the right-hander. He keeps on sort of just showing the nose of that green Alfa Romeo to in one side or other of the Ferrari, just to keep him on his toes, and maybe just to force his hand, although with less than 3.5 minutes of the race left to run. Now, I think the Ferrari just needs to keep on doing what he's doing to get the place on the road, although that's not going to count for anything when he has his time penalty. But it's all to play for now as they come off the Parabolica Ayrton Senna, and they are side by side across the start-finish line, Marcus.
Yeah, that's right. And the Alfa can brake later into turn one than the Ferrari, that's for sure. The Ferrari, though, holds court, and there'll be a little flick on the wheel in a minute. All very nicely controlled. Number 20 then going through Christian Dumoulin, the Belgian, ahead of the Swiss Vogler with the Alain Vogler with the Alfa Romeo. It's getting very, very close, but they're going to have one more lap after the one they're on, I sense, because we still have 2.25 minutes to go, and they're somewhere into this lap. The circuit, incidentally, opened back in 1972, and it was 12 years before the Formula One circus came to town. But it remains a super place to go racing.
Yeah, and we're fairly close to Estoril town itself. That's only just over 5 miles away, but it's nonetheless in a glorious part of Portugal anyway, and we're only 20 miles from Lisbon.
Absolutely, and some super restaurants at Cascais, from what I remember. It's been a long time since I've been to Cascais, to a fish restaurant, but nonetheless, there's some
maybe our time will come.
Yes, absolutely. Look at this, the Alfa really hard on it, and they are making great ground through that very tricky little complex, which really suits the nimble handling of the Alfa. So developed by Auto Delta, which was Carlo Chitti back then, ex-Ferrari engineer. There's the we saw quickly the Porsche Spider, and here's the Ebling Bizzarini, which leads the race. We haven't seen that much of it, but it's been quite a long way ahead of the rest. It's not to say it's not there, ladies and gentlemen. It's very much still there, but
the cameras... It's funny, isn't it? That there's not much in the way of points or championships or anything. That these people are doing it for fun, and it must be a bit frustrating to go out there and win the race and not having had the battles that perhaps people behind you have had.
All good fun though, and it's been very, very neatly driven the whole way through. Had the legs on the rest by a couple of seconds in qualifying, and so perhaps no surprise that the Eblings have managed to keep ahead in this race.
There comes our putative victor, and through the left-right piff-paff, the Chevrolet doing what Chevrolets do, sounding lovely as he puts the power down and heads now towards what is going to be a significant victory. And that it didn't look like that at the beginning when we saw all three of these Bizzarinis nose to tail, but he's now going to come up.
Half the surviving cars in the straight. And here he comes then. It's going to be the Bizzarini 5300 GT of Dirk and Leon Ebling, number 68, which wins this greatest trophy race, which opens the race card at the Estoril Classics for 2021. Here is the checkered flag at the ready. They've come out of the Parabolica Ayrton Senna and over the line to win the race.
Yeah, well driven, but unremarkable. And as I say, it must be slightly disappointing that you haven't had the door handle to door handle running that we've seen some of the cars further down the field. There's the other Alfa Romeo, which is also carrying a time penalty for pit infringements. So he will be falling a bit further down the order.
Here's the Morgan, which is going to upset the apple cart in terms of the Pizzerini monopoly. The fourth Pizzerini unfortunately fell out early on. Later in the race, of course, we lost Belito Pires with the Porsche. There's no smoke without Pires, and he's gone. So now we have the 45 Alpha charging along behind John Emberson, but it is going to be John Emberson who's going to finish in fourth place with the Morgan SLR, the Sprinzel Lawrence Tune Racing Coupe, one of the three original cars powered by that Triumph engine, and in this slippery Aerodyne body. Fantastic job from Foxcraft Racing and John Emberson, who have brought it back very neatly. Here's the 46, and that's Christian Bourrier, who I don't reckon is going that. Has he passed the finish line now? I can't tell.
He should have done, because otherwise he's a long way behind.
And he's slowing down dramatically. So let's hope that is the case. Here we come. There's the Ferrari, and there's the Affito Jaguar. 68's done another lap, hasn't he?
And why not? So the results are that first is the number 68 Bizzarini, followed by the 46 Bizzarini, and then the third place, the Morgan SLR.
Is the Morgan up into third at the end? Or, we didn't see what happened to the.
Because
what happened to Malta from.
No, because he's not there. But the from Bizzarini finished in seventh place overall, so we lost him. So the Morgan SLR
even better
finishes in third place.
A podium in this company is fantastic. The Oscar's got going again. I was slightly thrown by the Oscar, which which we saw disappearing behind the barriers earlier on, but they've got out the can of WD-40, got it restarted.
We have the number 45 Alpha is classified in fourth place, and although we know that has a time penalty, and in fifth is the Porsche 718 RS. Sixth was that lovely Ferrari 250 GT short wheelbase, the number 5 car, and then the number 88 Bizzarini that we were just talking about, classified in seventh. In eighth, we had the other Alfa Romeo Giulia, the number 9 car, and then ninth we had the other Ferrari 250 short wheelbase, and in 10th place the 56 Ferrari 250, which finishes off our top 10.
Well, we saw some absolutely awesome cars there, and we're hoping that Rui Belmonte will be down there to interview the winners very shortly, and we'll get a absolute insight into what happened in that race. But a superb victory for the Eberlings with their Bizzarini. Second Bourrier in another Bizzarini, and third, an outstanding third to the Morgan. We didn't see the disappearance of the third Bizzarini, the third red Bizzarini, although we did see the demise of the other one earlier on. But into the pits then, and hopefully an interview awaits. But the Morgan's already down there. SLR 500 on the registration number. changed
that's
from the
good.
number that Pip Arnold ran in period. There comes 68. Yes, did do an extra lap because the others were awaiting him in the pit lane. That's a lovely sight, isn't it? Yeah, glorious looking Bizzarini. Very pretty Morgan SLR. And here comes Eberling, or one of the Eberlings, our gallant race winners, unfurling himself from the cockpit. I know the car's very low, he's very tall.
Bit of both, I think. But yeah, but this is one of those ones, Marcus, where the whole thing has been a joy for every single driver out there. They've all enjoyed themselves. They've all had a great
Okay,
time,
Marcus
and
Paul,
we can hear
highlights
from
right
them.
now.
Can I talk to you? Oh, okay, but I want to talk to you. You finished the race.
But my English is not so good as my son's.
Mine is not also.
Okay, we try.
Good.
We have an interview with Rui. Introduce him, please.
So let's go down now to Rui Belmonte, who is with the victorious Eberling family.
Rui, start talking, please.
Yes, that's right. I'm here with the Eberling family, Dirk and Leon. I'll start with Dirk. Dirk, it's not easy to get inside out of your Bizzarini. I saw you struggling a little bit.
Yeah, we are too tall, but we fixed it, and we are happy that we can drive a Bizzarini. Yeah, I dream as a small child about this car, and now the dreams come real.
Leon, your father was telling me that you are the fastest driver. Was it easy to get the distance to turn the wheel to your father at the end of the race?
No, it wasn't easy, but I managed. I tried my hardest, so he has a bit of a gap to work with, and yeah, it worked out.
And at the end, what was the main opponent? The other drivers, of course, but the circuit, the odds, the wind, was it difficult?
Wer ist die Gegner, der Wind oder die Strecke?
Nothing about that. My son goes so in the front, so I can drive easily, and not sleeping, but I have not to push, and the concurrents are not so strong here.
Okay, congratulations for your win. Hope to see you back tomorrow on track. 6 hour race. 2 hour race. 2 hour race. Tomorrow it will be a longer race. Okay. Those were the winners, Dirk and Leon Eberling. They won this first race of this Saturday. For sure we'll see them back on track tomorrow for the 2 hour race. We'll see how long they can get. They are really tall, as you saw. It's not easy to get inside out this fantastic Bizzarini. It was a hell of a race. We'll see the next ones for sure. They'll be also very, very fun to watch with our broadcast throughout this Saturday and also for tomorrow.
Thank you.
So we're back in the pit lane then. Thank you to Rui Belmonte down there with the father and son Eberlings, Leon and Dirk, and there we go. There's our top three in the first race of the Estoril Classics weekend, the greatest trophy as it's called, and an entertaining 40 minutes we had. We've got a full day ahead of us. Here's some highlights of the race. There's the one of the Bizzarinis blasting past Hipólito Piros's Porsche in the early stages of the race. That was the car of Multifrom. We didn't see it disappear, but it did late in the race. And one of the two very quick Alfa Romeo TZs, which careers off into the gravel. It got going again, but that's one of the joys of this type of car. Often you can claw your way out. A little stop for the Lister Jag, the Villocourt, and there's the glorious white Ferrari. Mira Gomes a Fiat Jaguar there, and the podium with the victorious Airberlings, Leon on the right, Dirk on the left. You can see John Emberson down there as well in the black race suit, and our second place finisher, Christian Bourrier, on the left hand side of your screen in the white. Traditional anthems play, and there are trophies and some champagne as well.
Good, that's quite right too.
Exactly, and the other drivers being invited up onto the top step. Yep, you too, John, up you go. And
oh, he is.
that's for the pictures. We need that celebration picture afterwards, and good to see all the different sponsors of the event being lined up there. Notably EFG Bank on the checkerboards at the side of the podium.
And the cups
trophies
being
and
laid out for the
replenished.
next one.
Replenished. This may be a different class, but now we have something a bit different. And these are the endurance racing legends, which are already out there.
Okay, we are in the next race.
And we're going to see these cars in all their glory as the next class grid is rewarded. Third place, second place, and top of the podium coming up in a minute. Got a Shine retiring winner.
Yeah, can I take this one as well? Yeah, I think somebody has retired back to their pit box for a chat with the team. But this is going to be exciting, isn't it, Marcus? The endurance racing legends. That these are always a good watch.
Yeah, this is a much more modern era car. In fact, these cars are not really historic, but they certainly fit into the classic brand very nicely. We're seeing a lot more of them racing around Europe these days, and competitors coming from across the Atlantic as well to compete in them, because the costs have gone up very dramatically in running the Cosworth DFV era Formula One cars, and such is the rate of progress and development of these sports cars over the years that the cars that are newly obsolete from major world and European championship type events become much more affordable to buy, and maybe running costs just a little bit more realistic at the moment. Of course, that this was also a feature of Super Touring some years ago, and until they break, they're pretty reasonable to run. And of course, there are plenty of spares for this era of cars. A lot of GTs, a lot of Porsches down there as well. But we've got some super duper prototypes out front.
Yeah, that's the Delara on pole. And that, yes, I think you're right. I work quite a lot with the Daytona 24-hour Classic and the Sebring 12-hour Classic, and the views over in the US are different from the ones we have here in Europe, in that basically the idea is if it's not current, it must be historic, and that's fair enough. That's kind of how it goes, and which allows you to have these sorts of cars on a grid. And that Delara is going to be very hard to catch, I think, on this, the second race of the day. But I think that we're going to see the Lola MG of Mike Newton, who of course drove that car in period. Try and give him a hard time, but it's the Dallara pulls away from the MG on this formation lap.
Yeah, here we go. That's James Cottingham then in the Dallara, fresh from his win in the Spa 6 Hours with Ollie Bryant in the Ford GT40. Look at him, watch for him. Mike Newton was alongside, and then there was a Riley and Scott there, I think I saw in third place. They're running very, very quickly through this grid. We'll fill in some of the detail when we get to the race. The way they go on this final reconnaissance lap.
We have 19 cars on the grid, and a fair proportion of them are various variants of the Porsche 911, as you can see from the shot there. But one or two prototypes up at the sharp end as well, and that, as I said, those first two cars particularly, I think, are going to be very quick. And yeah, a circuit like this with those long, mainly constant radius corners are very much made for modern sports prototypes, and I would say those probably are modern sports prototypes. So this is going to be a good race. It'll be worth watching. And yes, we have the MG as it raced as an MG at one stage, which is second on the grid, and Joe Bradley tells me that Mike Newton won the LMP2 class at Le Mans in that very car in 2005, and with Tommy Erdős and Warren Hughes as his co-drivers. So there is some real history in that car, which is second on the grid.
A lot of these cars have some good history. Did you see the TVR down there, the Le Mans TVR?
I was just going to say that. Love it, absolutely love it. Yes, there are some very, very. There it is, the white car with the black bonnet for when they start. There it is. With the
two TVRs together, in fact. The DeWalt yellow car as well. Ferraris in there, Porsches in there, and rolling start. They go away, and it's the
nicely controlled start.
Very much so.
Oh, why can't they all be like that? That's perfect.
Marcus,
beautifully done, isn't it?
Paul, be careful with the sound in your.
So there they go then into the first corner. Prototypes out front. Dallara stretching away already, but lots of jostling down the order. Screaming through. Where they go. Out of our sight. We'll pick them all up.
I'm with you now. So here we have the cars coming down already. We're seeing our leader pulling away just a little bit, and we haven't even done the first lap yet. This 30-minute race for these cars, which is really just a walk in the park. It really isn't very difficult, is it? 30 minutes when most of these cars were built to do 6, 12 or even 24-hour races. We've also got the Aston Martin, which I saw a bit further down the field there. That's the Romain Belleteste car, and that's DBRS 9, which was the car built for kind of club racing. It wasn't the very highly strung DBR9 that the factory ran. The DBRS 9 was settled down a bit cheaper to run, but nonetheless a glorious car. Has most of the look of a DBR9, but is slightly different as the cars go across there and complete the lap. Oh, and we have a battle at the front, Marcus, because Mike Newton in that lovely car, which was run in period by Ray Mallock Racing is now beginning to look as if he might like to have a go at the lead.
Yeah, that's a turn up for the books, really, because it doesn't have the, I don't think it has the ultimate grunt of the Dallara Judd out front, but it'll take a little bit longer just to get the Dallara up to its temperatures, I would think. It's a pretty savage machine, always sounds fantastic, and the gap there is probably, I should think, about 3 seconds between them as we look. But at the moment it is Cottingham from the DK Engineering team to the based to the west of London, who leads the way. He's had an extraordinary 2 or 3 weeks. One at Goodwood at the Revival in the Tagiro Jaguar, achieving a long ambition. Won the Spa 6 Hours last weekend with Ollie Bryant in the Ford GT40, achieving an ambition which first saw them share a car back in 2004, and now is leading this one as well in this Dallara. Very, very versatile driver, James Cottingham.
Indeed, and that's going to be a momentous few weeks for him if he could pull this one off as well. But if he can make that work, that would be absolutely joyous. But we'll have to wait and see. So many of these cars running in liveries which you and I would both recognise, Marcus. That's the red, white and blue Porsche there we see on screen. I can remember running in period, and that's number 52 car that we see, which is the Benoit Romac car. Has got kind of the look on the livery of the 911 GT1 car that ran in Mobile livery to win Le Mans back in what would have been probably 1999. But those two having a great old dice with those two very similar Porsches.
Yeah, the Porsches are just the go-to GT cars, aren't they? Have been for eons, and
yes, forever.
Performed so well. Yes, there's been a lot of. There's a great pass there, in fact. A really incisive pass, but he's run wide on the exit and may lose out again. But that was really well done. He's going to lose out at the next corner. But it looks things no. There's second thoughts. We're early in this race, still 25 minutes to go. Might try to make that pass on the last lap if that's going to happen. So it's Brigand and Romac having their battle. 52 Romac ahead now of Brigand, and yes, you can see all these beautifully liveried Porsches, and you can imagine them in somebody's model collection in 1/43rd, one of everything, which really shows the evolution of the model over the years, from the early short wheelbase 911s that we're going to see in the 2-litre Cup at the end of the weekend, through to the very latest. So,
yep, and the 52 car there with Romac at the wheel is, and here we see the pass again, which was beautifully done, and he's now making that really stick.
It was achieved with a certain amount of agreement by Brigand, wasn't it? Because he could have closed the door, but decided not to at this stage of the race.
Yeah, and I think that's what gentlemen drivers do. That they're not there just for the glory. It's also for the fun, and that it's one of the joys of historic racing generally, that people don't do stupid things to each other. And if the pass is on and realistic, then let it be. That there's the Corvette. Thankfully, in the proper colours, and he also is going to do a nice tidy. Was he? No, not quite close enough. Not quite. So, but he lined up the Porsche in front of him, but wasn't quite close enough. Has another look now. I think the message for the car with Peter Hughes on board is sooner or later I'm coming through, but maybe not quite yet, but he's got a lot of grunt in that car, so he'll be pushing on with that. And that's a C5, I think, isn't it? The a Z5, should I say? But no, yeah. Z6 it is. But those two having a great battle, and again, you know, it's the whole thing of these cars very different from every point of view. But the Corvette getting the power down now, doing the job on the long start-finish straight, and takes that place. So the number 1, 2, 3 car moves up a place.
And that's
those Corvettes.
Bit of use, isn't it, with the Corvette Z6R 2007 running in the invitation class. I'm intrigued by the Kyla, the car that I thought was a Riley and Scott. It has a Riley and Scott type body on it, but actually was based on the Chevron B71 and ran at Daytona in this livery back in 1998. So watch for that car, the blue and yellow car, the Kyla.
Yeah, the B71 was never B71 was never a success, and so they've simply stuck another body on it. My rudimentary bits of knowledge say that the Kyla is some sort of pig or hawk or something, but hey ho. There's the Aston in proper Aston colours. Slightly different wheels and tyres, as you can see from that picture from the somewhat over-tired DBR9, but the DBRS9 is working its way through. That had a difficult time. It was only really when ProDrive got involved properly with the DB development that the cars began that marvellous run that they had of going through right up until the present day, in fact. But that does look nice, doesn't it, with the yellow mouth and in there amongst the Porsches.
I'm intrigued to know a little bit about the yellow Porsche GT there we see in the back of that group. It looks very much like one that ran at the Mans period.
With
I'll pick it up and get a proper view. The Gerard McQuillan car, which
thank you.
I think Richard Jones drove as well, and others. Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Monmouth
Gerard
Trust,
McQuillan, of course, one of the few drivers to compete at Le Mans with only one leg, but
indeed,
but nonetheless, he was a very quick driver and worked with some very quick co-drivers as well, as you say. So I think that could well be that car.
The McQuillan car actually drove the very first day took delivery of it at Donington.
Really? All right.
So there's the Dallara carving through the pack, and Cottingham. Just fantastic. The car from the Italian Dallara stable. And under Martin Short getting terribly excited about his Dallara. Martin Short had an interesting racing career, which continues, and is lad these days racing as well, but started out in a one-off kit car built at Goodwood, just inside the front gate at what's now the ticket office. The Martlet kit car, built by David Martin, who was a mechanic to puddle jumper Ian Raby in Formula 1 back in the 1960s, and he built it with a guy called Lester Peart, and Martin still has that car and is restoring it. Well, there goes the Aston. A little piece of that.
The gap between our leader and the Lola in second place is now out to 28 seconds. So that early flourish that we saw has come to naught with the Keeler is a further 20 seconds behind the Lola. So our first three cars are fairly well spread out, but nonetheless further down the field we've got some great battles, particularly in amongst those Porsches that we
Keeler reminds me of the you probably built several in your day, the Keel Craft balsa wood planes to fly in your back garden when you were a lad.
Well, you flew them in your back garden and promptly flew them into a tree. Yeah, it was either into a tree or the side of the house or something. But I think probably the average life of those balsa wood aeroplanes was about 45 seconds. But 17 minutes left to run on this race, and although, as I say, it's a bit of a big gap out at the front of this, nonetheless, further down we've got some great battles. The red, white, and blue Porsche there, leading this nice little train of cars. And you said, Marcus, that one of the things about going racing in a Porsche is that A, you know what you're getting, B, you know you're going to get some really good competition in races like this, and C, it's not going to cost the earth if you have a problem with it.
Yeah, most of the a number of Porsches in Le Mans, Daytona, Sebring, where they get a good old shaking out, don't they? It's legendary, and the vast majority of them get to the end, despite taking plenty of abuse along the way.
Yep. There's the MG Lola as it latterly ran. These cars were commissioned from Lola by the MG factory when they were trying to do a revamp of the MG brand, and that this car ran in period first of all in the grey and very liverish green colours that were then employed by MG as the factory colours. Then this car was bought by Mike Newton, and he ran it with exactly this NetView sponsorship and dedicated micros, which both companies he was involved with, and that he ran it as then the MG Lola, because by then it was much more Lola than it was MG. But nonetheless, a great history, at least to Le Mans with this car, and as we heard, as I said earlier on, that a class win in Mike Newton's hands. So yeah, that's got some history, and it's great to see Mike out there doing good stuff.
There's the Keeler. There's the Keeler, which is the chevron with a kind of a Riley and Scott body on it, and looks pretty, doesn't it, in those colours? It's running along pretty nicely.
It does look very nice, but it is very, very Riley and Scottish.
Mark Julie driving it.
Yep, and you have to question why you wouldn't just go and buy a Riley and Scott back in the period. But
I suppose it was a cut price race car, wasn't it? And the best aero around for that era of car was probably the Riley and Scott in the States, and it all kind of it fitted the bill, and on it went. Better than trying to develop your own.
Well, gorgeous. That the B71 was probably readily available, and yeah, I think it's probably not as effective as a Riley and Scott. Raced in period exclusively in the US, but nonetheless, it's escaped and it's here for us to enjoy in Europe. 13.5 minutes of this race left to run, so we're getting our way through it. Well, that's a lovely sight, isn't it? See the Porsche and the Aston nose to tail.
Yeah. The Cottingham Delaros, Cottingham and Max Girardo driving it over the weekend. At least I'm told that, and we will And we'll see how that all pans out. That was a nice run around the outside. The Aston Martin charging down past the pits. Very long start straight at Estoril. Takes quite a lot of stopping for what is a very tight thing. 160 is Peter Fairbairn, who used to compete in classic Formula 3 racing back in the late 1980s, and still enjoys his Porsches racing all over Europe, following the Peter Auto circus.
The leading Porsche currently is in 4th place, and that's the Glacier car, which is a 1998 version of the car, the 993 GT2 Evo, and he sits in 4th place, fairly closely followed then by Romac's GT2, which is just 3.5 seconds behind. So that we have those two cars are 22 and 52 sit in 4th and 5th place, with 6th place the number 11 993, same car from the same kind of period, with Brigon in it. He's jumped out of the car he was racing in the first race and straight into a 993 to do another whacking great piece of driving for 30 minutes. So brave man there. And Christian Traber is there in the 996, which is a more modern car, a 2002 car, and he sits in. Yeah,
Traber's been around a long time. Good racer, Christian Traber. He's been on the podium at Monaco in the Grand Prix Historique in the past, different cars. Raced the Jaguar E-Type and GTs also for quite a long time. So there's the 12, which is that's Enrique Gempele and Marc de Siebenthal, a Swiss pair.
There's a big gradient on this track, isn't there? That it's not the flat autodrome that we see in some places. That there's some great uphill and downhill corners, which just add another dimension to making it such a brilliant track.
Yeah, it's a super place. So I've only been there to see racing once in person, and in fact that was testing back in the 90s. But it's a good place to go, and so we've talked about the location, which is superb, and it's a place that competitors really enjoy. Ferrari is running down towards the tail of the field, and that we now have less than 10 minutes of this race left to run. No pit stops, of course, in this race. So we're running down, and that the Dallara really has put a huge stamp on this. It's as we expected. It's the quickest machine in the race by a street, and it's being really well driven. And we'll see. There's a Brigand Traber and Schindler's battle, and that these cars, the Endurance Racing Legends series, did of course provide the support race for the Le Mans 24 Hours this year, and put on a great show as well. That Le Mans was unusual this year in that it was unusual because it happened not in June, but as much as that, they had a very comprehensive support package, including the Fun Cup of those look-alike Volkswagen Beetles with Audi engines that ran during the week, and that the Endurance Racing Legends were another of the support races, and put on a great show, because these cars look right, don't they? And the 29 getting just a bit
a bit messy there on the way in. Thought about going down the inside, didn't do it, and that's Christian Traber, who's probably had to just regroup a little.
Yeah, he's a veteran, Christian Traber. He's been around a very, very long time, and very versatile. He's driven. Oh, 91's had a spin.
Carlos Barbo.
Carlos Barbo, the Portuguese paint man, who raced for many years in the Lola T70.
He did, yes, in the yellow one, didn't he?
Yeah, indeed. Had a smaller Lola as well. I think he's also raced in Lotus Elan too.
And I think he could well be out in that later in the weekend. But
I'm sure he will be in the Iberian Historic Endurance race.
That Dallara, I'm looking at it there, and we're seeing it from all angles as we watch it go around this glorious Estoril track. It's not pretty in the classic sense, is it? It's not a glorious thing to look at, but it's wonderfully purposeful.
Yes, I think it's purposeful, workmanlike, thuggish, call it what you will. But it makes a wonderful noise, and it's a very, very efficient motor car. What they've done is they've Gianpiero Dallara and the team in Italy have packaged it really tightly, and it's obviously at the top of its game.
Yeah, and I suppose there was a time, and we looked at some of the cars we saw in the previous race, you know, the short wheelbase Ferraris and the Alfa TZs and things, where there was a kind of thought process that said, if it looks right, it probably is right. Whereas now, if the computer says it's right, it is right. And those aren't necessarily quite the same thing.
That's why you can't tell one manufacturer's road cars from another from a distance these days, because it's all come from the same algorithms, isn't it? It's got to be fuel efficient, it's got to be safe, it's got to have a stiff cockpit structure to protect the occupants. But with these sports racing prototypes, I mean, they've got to be really, really rugged bases, because you see some of the shunts. You've been to Le Mans many times. You've seen some of the shunts there. Cars come back in tatters, maybe after a qualifying shunt, and you know, a few hours later, if it's qualifying, or later in the race, if it's the actual event, they're back with new body kit on them, etc., and running just as quickly as ever.
Yeah, and maybe a bit of tank tape here and there, but besides that, yes, they're back out. And yeah, modern cars are immensely strong and immensely aerodynamically effective, and I think that's one of the things with that Dallara, is it does the job. So you can't criticize it. It does the job, and it's more than a minute out in front during this race, and so yeah, it continues to do the job.
Here comes Christian Traber again, the 29, and he's a sports car dealer, classic car dealer from Switzerland, and I wonder whether he can get number 11 Brigand before the end of the race.
Yeah, well, that's for sixth place when it comes down to it. So it's not, you know, we're not playing with that, and it's also third place in class. So that would make a difference as well. You get on the podium for that.
Emmanuel Brigand in the car with the red and white. Looks like a sort of a motorway safety vehicle, doesn't it? Motorway maintenance with those red and white stripes on it. Shades of the UFO BMWs that ran in European Touring Car Championship in the mid part of the 70s. Porsche versus Aston Martin. Porsche just prevailing into turn one. There is a 57 Aston Martin, which is Romain Beltest. He's got a fabulous stable of sports racing cars back in France, over somewhere near Rennes.
Those two having a tremendous tussle. and again, very different. Rear engine, front engine, probably similar amounts of horsepower, but how they deliver it, completely different in almost every way. Aston going down the inside, but the Porsche just has enough stick that it can turn into the corner that bit later, and the Aston can't get close enough to make a challenge. He needed to be a couple of cars lengths further up the route before he did that, and clearly that didn't happen. So the battle continues.
Yeah, Mr. Aston's actually got Gade on it. It was entered by Romain Beltest, but it appears to be Gade racing it in this one, and having a good chase. He's been very, very close to the Porsche for a while now, but can't outrun it in a straight line. I wonder why. Just maybe the Porsche's fractionally quicker off the previous corner, off the Parabolica Ayrton Senna. But the Aston
and this could
uses
be the time.
All the road and more, but a curb. Wonder how the weight.
Just how hard is that accelerator?
Area. Yep. They're side by
accelerator
side.
Push through the bulkhead.
Yeah, we've lost them now, but we're into the last couple of minutes of the race. Here comes the Cottingham-driven Dallara.
Yeah, that's a demonstration drive. It's nothing more or less than that. That's winning by the best part of a minute and a half at the end of all this. He'll get another lap in. But the battles further down the field continue. The Dallara passes the motorway maintenance Porsche.
Yeah, run by the Oreca team in period. Hugues de Schonach's team, PlayStation backing. And that's where it gets difficult sometimes when you're looking from the cockpit of a GT car. You may lose the low sort of radar cheating prototypes in your mirrors, but Cottingham pushes on. Say a winner at Goodwood 3 weekends ago in a 1950s car, the Tagiro Jag. Winner at Spa in a 1960s type car, the GT40, well, that particular one made by Superformance in South Africa a decade or so ago, and now in a car from the early part of this century. In fact, this is a 2002 car, isn't it? And here it comes. It's aged well, that's for sure.
Yeah,
I think the game looks great.
I think that was one of the cars that Martin Short bought, because he had two at one stage.
He did have two, absolutely.
And I think that's one of them, and has been re-liveried in its original scheme. But coming up now to take a decisive win is Cottingham, takes the checkered flag, and you could now sit down on the start-finish line and knit a sweater before we see the rest of the
Lola in the background, funnily enough. The Lola of Mike Newton wasn't that far behind. The EX257 running in the experimental nomenclature that was used by the Goldie Gardner record cars that Sterling Moss and others drove back at Bonneville back in the 1950s.
Yeah, so it was much closer, but I don't think that the Dallara was in any danger.
I think James Cottingham backed off going through traffic just to make sure. That was the important thing.
Yeah, you said, Marcus, that it's not always easy from the driving seat of a GT2 car to see the low level of an approaching prototype, and there we see the car that we've been talking about a fair bit, and
the Keeler.
Is it a Riley & Scott? Is it a Chevron? Well, no, it's a Keeler.
It's a Chevron with a Riley & Scott body. It's a
Yeah,
song, isn't it?
That's good enough.
Tequila. Oh, a big shunt. The Aston's gone round. Oh, right at the very end of the race. The Aston of Gade, I think we were told it was, rather than Beltes, the entrant. And it's been whacked. It's went out over the curbs a couple of laps before and the previous lap. But that's done a significant power of no good to the poor Aston Martin, which has taken a big wallop. The radiator's done. You can see the fluids leaking into the ground. And unfortunately,
Marcus, you can see the black lines across the track there. Clearly, I don't want to make judgments, but perhaps if he's gone onto the curbs again and that lost traction, certainly
one of the wheels was bitten, I think, and then fired that across. We're going to see that again. There you go. Look, he's hit, gone round, and that was a pretty mighty whack, unfortunately. And it's done a fair amount of damage to the barrier by the looks of things.
But thankfully, with those kind of accidents where you see the car spinning a lot, it's rather different because the energy is put into the spin rather than anything else. But now, of course, Cottingham has the problem of how do I get into the pits, because there's bits of Aston Martin all over the road. He's found his way in and will be working his way down.
Threaded the needle, and here he comes.
And yeah, as you say, some great victories in the last few weeks. Really, you could be hard pressed to find three more different racing cars in many ways, all the way through. And this by far the fastest of the three, but whether it's more difficult to drive or easier, who knows?
Yeah, Cottingham then wins from Mike Newton in the lower MG, Julie in the Keeler, Glazer, Romack, Brigand, Traber, Schindler, Jos and Gempele and Siebenthal complete the top 10. But there's Mike Newton arriving alongside in the 25 car that he raced 20 odd years ago. And that's Max Girardo in the white shirt, just greeting James Cottingham, who with his parents runs DK Engineering, the Ferrari specialist in Rickmansworth, just to the west of London. Long history in racing. He's been racing for 20 odd years now, and started endurance racing with an MGB back in the early part of the century, and sharing even back then with his old mate Ollie Bryant. But there's James Cottingham then.
And Marcus, we were getting slightly excited about how close the MG was to the leader as they crossed the finishing line. It was exactly the opposite of what we said, because the MG was actually a lap down. He got lapped,
just been picked off
on that last lap. So
on the last lap, okay.
Yeah, which was amazing. It's also nice to see James Cottingham with the helmet strip with the hashtag fever on it, just remembering our much missed colleague Henry Hope Frost, who was a stalwart of Goodwood and all sorts of other places, and sadly lost his life a few years ago in a road accident. But many people still carry the stickers or the helmets stickers of the hashtag fever HHF on their cars or their hats. And the Aston is being now pulled away. Marcus, you mentioned the fact that the barrier looks as if it's taken a fair old hit. Do you think that's going to hold us up?
Well, it may do, but it may just be pull-outable with a big four-wheel drive. I mean, it depends whether any posts have been damaged behind it. But in the meantime, there's James Cottingham looking terribly relaxed, I have to say, in his DK Engineering overalls. Mike Newton back in, I guess that car fits him like a glove. He's had it for such a long time, and he's done thousands of miles. And there, down in the pits, is Rui Belmont, who's going to interview our race winners.
Marcus, Paul, we have an interview.
We are back here at the pit lane after this fantastic race. It was James Cottingham that won with a car that was once driven by Pedro Lamy, Eric Comas and also Olivier Beretta. I have the moment to talk with James. James, it's never easy to win a race, but you made it look like.
Yeah, well, I have to tell you, half an hour around here in a car like this is very hard, so my back's exhausted.
Was that the major difficulty, your physics?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it'd be great to have more LMP cars here, but because of the COVID and travelling and stuff, that people have backed off. But this is turning out to be an amazing series, and you know, a lot of my customers are asking me what cars to buy next, and I think this is the grid to be on. So, you know, well done to Patrick Peter and Jarrah Venables for putting this together. And yeah, obviously had to keep it in one piece and get to the end, and yeah, really enjoyed it.
And driving a car that was once also driven by one of the Portuguese heroes, Pedro Lamy, is a special thing also.
And João Barbosa, he drove it as well. So yeah, I think that the Portuguese definitely appreciate it, and it's so great on the cool-down lap to see all the marshals on the track, you know, just loving it. It's such a great motorsport atmosphere here in Portugal. Got some great tracks, great people, just love being here. So yeah, thank you very much for having us.
Thank you, James. Congratulations for the win. James Cottingham was the winner of this race with a very special car, as I noticed, once driven by Pedro Lamy, Eric Comas and Olivier Beretta. And James told me also that it was driven by João Barbosa, the Portuguese driver that made a fantastic career in the United States, also like several other drivers. But it was a great race, great fun for him. And of course, his physics are not the best at the end of the race with a car so special like this one. But the audience is quite composed in the stands at the moment. Also a lot of people in the paddock, so it's a great weekend, and that was a great win also for James Cottingham. We'll see what it happens in the next races. Next one will be the historic F1. Show you all about.
Marcus, please, talking.
Up next.
And they're always a joy. That it's funny, isn't it? How, you know, the old saying, "If you don't know what you've got till it's gone." The sound of a grid full of DFV engines is unbelievably good, and that we certainly have that to spare. That we've got lots of beautiful cars. We're seeing the highlights of this previous race. There was a lot of activity up and down the field, and that was a bit close. That these cars are very closely matched, although perhaps not in period. I mean, we've got quite a broad spread of particularly the Porsches. There's the Aston, and we're going to call it the McQuillan Porsche, having their battle, which then broke down when the Aston had that big off right at the end of the race. But James Cottingham running extraordinarily well and crossing the line. You can still see all the black marks from the rally car exhibition earlier on, and as Marcus said, they were drifting as much as anything. The Aston there taking a big shunt and going round 2.5 times before it came to rest. The DBR S9 will take a fair bit of rebuilding to do that. There we see James Cottingham coming to an end. He lapped the field in that race, which is a tremendous achievement, even in a car which is so much faster than most of them. The sad remains of the Aston Martin is put on the flatbed truck, and that the sweeping and clearing up begins, because clearly we need to make sure that the track is spotless and ready to go for, particularly perhaps for our classic Grand Prix cars pre-1986.
Yes, we do. Here's the podium then, and proudly standing atop it, underneath the Union Jack of Great Britain, is James Cottingham. To the left of the picture, Mike Newton waving his trophy aloft, and on the right, we should have that's Marc Julie, who drove the Frenchman, who drove the Keeler. That is our sports prototype podium for endurance racing legends. I'm sure there will be a GT podium coming up shortly.
Yep, here come the cups.
Yep, the Aston being taken away. I'm sure the circuit maintenance crew are taking a good look at the barriers behind the guardrails.
That horrible moment for any team when you see a very damaged car coming back on the back of a flatbed. Oh, that's lovely. Oh, isn't that lovely? The Surtees there. Back to the podium.
Yep, this is the GT. I can see that's Christian Traber there on the left, and they now leave the podium. Our GT winners. They'll be out again tomorrow. Yes, I was just looking at that. Yeah. Where the gentleman is behind the barrier. I wonder whether that looks like it's probably where the deformation of the barrier.
Yeah, look at the tyre marks, Marcus, and that's exactly where they lead.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. So there's plenty of activity down there with the marshals, but they're putting down some dust and got some blowers out as well, just to try to dry off the bits and pieces. They've got the debris out of the track, at least they hope they have. Certainly the significant have gone, and that's just out of the last corner, the Parabolica Ayrton Senna. And Senna remembered very, very fondly at Estoril, not least for his 85 Grand Prix win, the first of his career, but also, of course, because he was a Portuguese speaker, being Brazilian, and remember him very fondly from his formative racing days when he came to Britain to drive with Van Diemen in Formula Ford, then Formula Ford 2000, then moved up into Formula 3 with Dick Bennett's team. Dominated everywhere he went, effectively, although Martin Brundle did give him a very hard time in Formula 3 in 1983. There's the Aston going back in. There's Chris Perkins' Surtees TS16, ex-John Watson car among others, that sits awaiting the call forward onto the grid for the Formula 1 race, classic Grand Prix race. A lot of activity for Formula 1 cars of this era in the States these days as well, which has kind of split the grids a little bit. But there we go. We've got the Lyons McLaren on the front, which I imagine is Michael Lyons rather than Frank. Then we've got Mark Hazel, got Williams, D. Brooks in the JPS Lotus, Fred Lejeune in an Arrows next to that. All again, we've got over at Rive, Tattersall, Perkins, Bonnie, Judy Lyons bringing up the back. Stohoyla, a famous name of the part. Will he come out at the back? There's Judy Lyons in the Surtees TS9, which is an ex-John Love Team Gunston car dressed as a works one. There's Mark Davis in another Surtees TS16. We haven't seen two TS16s in a race for quite a long time. The Vosteiner Arrows there, looking nice. The pretty early Arrows. Paul Tattersall's ensign is there among them. There's the Lyons McLaren M26, the Williams FW08C there I saw. The 08C Williams was the first type of Formula One car that Ayrton Senna tested at Donington Park at the end of his Formula 3 year, which was 83. Also he moved into Grand Prix racing with the Tolman team, didn't he? Nearly won the Monaco Grand Prix in the wet, and the flag thwarted him. It was put out early with Alain Prost just ahead by a few metres, again in grisly conditions.
Put any three historic fans in a room together and talk about that Monaco Grand Prix, and you'll get various different views, because one of the views says that Stefan Bellof, who was in third place, was catching Senna faster than Senna was catching Prost, and that it would have been very much a photo finish between all three of them had the race gone the distance. But hey ho, that's then, and this is now. We've got these lovely cars out on the grid, various different iterations.
That's right. Motor racing's always been a game of ifs, hasn't it? There've been so many ifs along the way. Keke Rosberg had the best line. I think he said if his aunt had balls, she'd have been his uncle. So there's the Matchbox Bang & Olufsen Surtees.
The car at the back of that little cluster, the arrows in the Warsteiner colours, is an interesting one, because it only got to race a couple of times, I think, because the people from Shadow all bailed out and started Arrows, and that unfortunately, in their rush to leave the factory, they seem to have taken some of the Arrows design drawings with them, and that the Shadow Don Nichols et al. Were very unhappy about that happening, and they actually took the Arrows team to the High Court and won, and that they weren't able to run that car again because the High Court decided it was pretty much a straight copy of the Shadow, and consequently that would be seen as being theft. So they very quickly got rid of that car, and that it's only now in historic racing that you can see it racing again.
Yeah, indeed. The Shadow team had been in Formula One since 1973. Burst onto the scene with the two UOP cars, and also the independent car for Graham Hill, the Embassy Racing banner. And Shadow, of course, had that famous Austrian Grand Prix win with Alan Jones. There's the McLaren M26 of Michael Lyons, 3 times a winner at Monaco earlier this year, won all 3 Formula One sets. One of them slightly fortuitously, of course, due to the incident between the Ferrari and the Lotus in front of him.
Marco Werner, wasn't it?
Marco Werner, yeah, that's right, in the Lotus. Couldn't avoid the Ferrari, and it was the Alessi Ferrari, wasn't it? He'd missed a gear, and just the car more or less stopped dead. However, sanctions were taken, which is unfathomable. But that was then, this is now. There's the Trojan, Philippe Bonny, and the Trojan, designed by, it was an Ontornac design at that point, wasn't it? There's the Warsteiner Arrows in its gold livery. I drove one streets of Birmingham once in ahead of the Birmingham Super Prix that were Martin Hone put on a couple of trial kind of events to get the people of Birmingham excited. There's Chris Perkins, former RAF pilot and also airline pilot with his Surtees TS16. So 2 of those cars. That's the Works liveried car, and then there's the Fina Bang & Olufsen car. A lot of different drivers drove for John Surtees over the years in Formula One. He was always scratching for a few more pounds to run the cars. But the McLaren M26 sits on pole. There's the other Surtees TS16. That's Mark Devis, the Belgian driver, in the Matchbox Cars FINA Petroleum liveried car. Mark Devis,
still carrying
dealer in his cars. There's the Matra. Look at that. Great to see a Matra. That's Sohail Ayari, who has one of the earliest cars around in the field, but that car didn't recorded a time in qualifying, from what I can see.
That would explain why it's sitting at the back.
Yep, Neil Glover and his arrows, and there's his wife Tess alongside.
Yeah,
a great supporter of Neil's racing.
I think with Sohail Ayari right at the back like that, that's going to be a car to watch. That's going to give us something very interesting to see.
Yep, that's the Judy Lyons Surtees running in the Bond Oxo Rob Walker Works team colours. It was, of course, a Team Gunston car in period, driven by John Love, the South African racer. And
did that car then, Marcus, have a life before it was a Gunston car, or was it sold direct to South Africa?
I think it was a Gunston car pretty early. I can check on that. And some of those cars, in fact, one of the TS9s ended up with a Chevy put in it just for some 5,000 races down under, and then got back to a DFE. That's Vincent Rivet with the Rizzler Guinness March of the sort of Derek Daly era. Vincent and his father used to race in 1 litre Formula 3 cars. He's running in the Rainbow Jeans colours, which appeared in the US Grand Prix at the end of the year. That's the late model Ensign that at one point had a kind of cheese grater style radiator up the front of it. That's Paul Tattersall driving that, who's an engineer by trade. We can see the Mark Hazel Williams there at the front. That's a flat-bottomed Williams. You can see it doesn't have the full-length ground effect side pods, just has little half-length pods housing the radiators. And that's another of the cars looked after by Martin O'Connell's OC racing team in the British Midlands. But it's the Marlborough liveried McLaren M26-1 of Michael Lyons. On the right-hand side of our grid. He's on pole by a decent margin, 2.5 seconds, something like that. So I think he'll fancy his chances in this race. There was some waving at the back of the grid. I think a car may have stalled back there.
Yeah, looks like it. Nice to see Michael Lyons in the black crash helmet, which gives us all those James Hunt memories, isn't it, to see that car? And I think Mike is probably one of the few people, or perhaps the only person, to have won a Formula 1 race in front of both his mother and his father, which he did at Monaco a few years ago.
It's a slim club, isn't it? Yes. I think we can be safe. We can be fairly safe to say that's a unique achievement. A very rapid lad, Michael Lyons. I mean, he raced in modern cars as well. Probably too tall to race effectively in Formula Renault, which he did for 2 or 3 seasons. But we know that he's quick in anything he drives in historics, and did a bit of modern GT racing as well. He's also a good coach for drivers in those sort of arenas, and it certainly is seriously quick. He gets on it right out of the blocks. There's no hanging around. You know, a bit like Senna. He's not one of the guys who kind of thinks, "Oh, the tyres are cold. I must take it easy for 3 or 4 corners."
And let's be clear. These are seriously quick cars. They might be 40 years old, but they're quick.
They were 190 mile an hour plus cars on the longer straights, particularly places like Kyalami in South Africa, where the high altitude meant that there was thin atmosphere, and you could gear long. You could have to fiddle around with the fuel metering units on the engines as well to cope with that altitude. But yeah, they are fantastically quick cars, powered by majority by the 3-litre Cosworth DFV engine, debuted with victory at Zandvoort in 1967 by Jim Clark in the Works Lotus 49, and went on to win 155 Formula One World Championship Grand Prix, as well as many non-championship races as well. Of course, the DFE also won. Neil Glover pulling off the circuit in the later Arrows. That's the Arrows A5, and running in the colours of Ceramica Ragno, the Italian ceramics company.
That doesn't look as if it's going anywhere.
No.
Which is a shame.
So the Marlboro McLaren M26 comes into stage ahead of Mark Hazel in the Williams FW08C. Steve Bolby Brooks, we saw him come back after the round the world trip in the Silver Spitfire, Paul, didn't we? Landing that aircraft landed at Goodwood earlier in the year.
It was a great
Steve
moment.
Flew it part of the way. Yep.
A great moment.
This is going to be fantastic.
Listen.
We're here really accelerative. These cars with 450 horsepower each in sort of slightly rev restricted versions for these sort of historic races. Made more than 500 horsepower, probably 520 horsepower at the end of their development. And away they go then, and Michael Lyons so quickly out of the blocks. Watch for Steve Brooks in the Black Lotus. Yes, he's up into second place. Steve Brooks looking strong. Hazel is in third. Then it's the Warsteiner Arrows in fourth place.
Look at that lead that Michael Lyons already has, and he's way out of the way. He can now start running his own race. Interesting to see the Arrows FA1 is up there in fourth place.
Fred Lejeune, long-time historic Formula 3 racer, and Lejeune is, I think, maybe up another place. Here's Lyons then, who leads the way. Good long late turn. Brooks is second, Lejeune is third, Hazel is fourth, and then it is the Ligier, and that's Mr. John of B, Jean Guittard, in the Ligier. Mr. John of Béziers, the town where he resides. The rest chasing through behind. Car with a very distinctive high air box there, which is very relevant to the era of the Surtees. Mark Davis. There's Fred Lejeune and Mark Davis.
Those airboxes were outlawed, and consequently that's why you see most of these cars without them. But nonetheless, it's great to see them. They're very much.
They were of their era, weren't they? Yeah, of their era, with the Heska 308 being particular car we see with James Hunt driving. There's Steve Bolby Brooks in the Lotus, Lejeune in the Warsteiner Arrow, sponsored by the German brewery, and then we've got the Tag Denim Williams, which is Mark Hazel running wide over the curbs there.
And we have a really good battle shaping up here between the Arrows and the Williams. The Williams got beaten on the first lap into that third place, but nonetheless, it's now nip and tuck between those two cars as they go out towards the twisty part of the top end of this glorious circuit.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
You can see that
these cars
high air box
are super accelerative. These cars. The Matra's out so high, it didn't last very long. So whatever the issue was in qualifying, looks like it's reared its ugly head again. And he is out of the race, the Frenchman in the Matra Simca, bought by Aerospace
that's a great
Company.
Shame. Great shame for all of us, because that was, it sounds wonderful anyway, and it would have been great to see him going through the field. One of the few people I know.
Good chase battle.
Yes, that's now for second, third, and fourth that we're
Yeah, Lejeune in the black, in the gold and black arrows, and you can see the leader up the road. But Lejeune tucking into the slipstream is the Williams of Mark Hazel. He's going to pull out alongside and moving down into turn one. Can he outbrake Fred Lejeune? Yes, he can. Without compromising his exit of the corner. Yep, he holds it in very nicely. The flat-bottomed Williams goes past the ground effect arrows. Behind is the Surtees of a pretty much an earlier era, if you like, being driven very well by Mark Devitt. Again, another driver who leaps in and out of many different cars and gives a very good account of himself. And behind Mr. John of B in the glorious Ligier. Cars built by Guy Ligier's company. Guy Ligier, the former French rugby player who drove in as a privateer in Formula One back in the 1960s. I remember seeing him in the 1967 British Grand Prix, won by Jim Clark in the Works Lotus. So there you go.
And all of the Ligier cars were named JS with a number in memory of Joe Schlesser, who was a great friend of Guy Ligier, and that throughout the life of the Ligier cars, they were always JS whatever.
That's right, Joe Schlesser, who lost his life in the rather radical Honda at Rouen, didn't he? French Grand Prix.
Yeah.
So yes, there's the high airbox Surtees going really well, and he looks like he's moving in with the intention of snatching a place from Fred Lejeune. There's that move we saw last time round with the Williams diving down the inside. That's Mark Hazel. Drove in saloon cars for quite a long time before moving into the pure racing stuff a few years ago.
And that was a beautiful move. It was something you would see a current Formula One driver doing, except he didn't end up with driving into the side of the other one. But
yeah, it was very precise, wasn't it? Very nicely done.
Yeah, and
we're coming up to that's Judy Lyons. They're just lapping there in the Surtees. Steve Brooks, though, here he is, got Mark Hazel in behind. This is the tussle for second place. Michael Lyons is a long way up the road in the McLaren. There you can see in the distance that's the Neil Glover arrows that pulled off on the warm-up lap, didn't it? So
and it's well out of the way.
Yes, it is. It's foreshortened camera angle there.
But the battle for third, Marcus, is going to be something to see, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
These two very, very iconic cars from the period are now going to be looking to do the thing. Is the Williams going to do a repeat in a couple of laps of going down the inside into turn one? It seemed to
not close enough, is it? The Lotus X Nigel Mansell John Player Special Lotus 91 of Steve Brooks. You can see he sits quite a long way forward in that car, very much like a fighter plane with that beautiful bodywork. Very, very pretty, that era of JPS Lotus. There's Judy Lyons. The background is Paul Tattersall in the Ensign. Paul Tattersall, that's the Ensign N179. And this is Chris Perkins, I think was heading for the pits. I think that damage that had been done to the nose prior to the start of the race may have just come unstuck again. It was all tank taper at the start. Yes, into the pits comes the percolator, and he arrives to see what the problem is.
It's always a bad sign when nobody rushes round.
Well, there was a mechanic came out to pick up something, but it's a long wait. Meanwhile, back on track, it's the Lotus, which holds sway. The Lotus 91, Steve Bolby Brooks, who runs the Walby Academy at Goodwood, where you can go up and fly passenger in a Spitfire, similar to the one that was taken around the world. Brooks and Hazel, and Hazel comes down the inside. He's made it through, but Brooks gets the exit better. And you see what happened. Very classic. He dived in very deep, ran out quite wide, couldn't get the power on, having worked really hard to pull that move off. Lost out again. So he just put the quick lift under the front of the Surtees, and they'll be picking that up again. So here comes
now the trouble is that Steve Bulkley Brooks will now be very well aware of where he is potentially vulnerable to the Williams, and that therefore he's going to be keeping an eye open for that as they come down and do it again, because it was all but done, and that Mark Hazel was through and done, but he just couldn't get the traction on the way out of turn one, and that made all the difference. But is he going to have another go this time round? We'll have to wait and see.
So
we'll see.
Yeah, it's looking good, and again, very quick out of that previous hairpin was the Williams, but it's nip and tuck all the way with these two. Steve Brooks now has been racing in historic Formula One for a few seasons now, and had a monumental engine blow up at Donington early in the year, I seem to remember, and he put all that behind him. See the pull rod front suspension on that JPS Lotus. Hypercar driven by Nigel Mansell, Elio De Angelis, the much missed Italian. There's Judge Judy, as she's known, with the Surtees race leader's mum.
Yeah, the battle is undoubtedly this one between the Lotus and the Williams.
And behind there's the next pair are pretty close as well. But it looks like Steve Brooks has found something in over the last couple of laps, buoyed by that recovery of second place coming out of turn one.
It's one of those conundrums.
There's the race leader. Just flashed through our picture. The vivid coloured Dayglow McLaren in second place in the picture, coming in to lap the Trojan of Philip Bonney. Tim Schenken raced the Trojan in Grand Prix. Tim Schenken, half of Tiger Cars with Howden Ganley. The Australian went on to run the Australian Motorsport Federation, CAMS. But here is Brooks in second place. Hazel in the white Williams behind. And it's still Fred Lejeune behind them in the Warsteiner Arrows. It's A1B.
Yeah, there's always that question of whether the leader is pulling away or whether the Williams is just taking a bit of a breath, and that Mark Hazel's going to take a couple of laps and then come back and do it all again. I probably subscribe to the latter, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, we saw from a moment the march in those rainbow jeans colours. And that was Vincent Rivet. I think he was being caught by this group. There's the lapped Trojan. There's the leader. There's Michael Lyons, who with 7 minutes to go charges out again, still using all the road, all the curb, and a little bit more. And Mark Hazel in the Williams there, FW08C. In the mid part of the course had caught Brooks again, but he's dropped back a fraction.
Michael Lyons,
the lap times are probably very similar.
Yeah, I would think so. Michael Lyons is still a young man, but has driven a whole host of different historic Formula One cars in his time, and that I doubt if there are many people who've driven as many different DFV cars as Mike, because he's done a huge amount of different car racing, including things like the Fittipaldi. I seem to remember him having a go at once.
He's been in all kinds of cars. I mean, that's for sure. I mean, I think that, I mean, there'll be people like Simon Hadfield and Martin Stretton who will have raced a bunch more, but they've been around longer than Michael has. Michael was a historic Formula Ford champion before he got in the big cars. He's won races in Formula 5000s. He's won races in all kinds of different cars, including Ford Sierra RS 500s, Peter Sturgeon's Pucker Eggenberger car. He's been racing a Trans Am Pontiac in recent times as well. He's quick in sports cars. You put him in anything pretty much on the historic front, and he's in his element.
If you're quick, you're quick, and it's as simple as that, isn't it?
Probably goes. It shows that if you can drive a Formula Ford really quickly, you can probably actually jump into anything further up the ladder that has more power, but it has more grip, and it has more braking, and it has more aerodynamics. There's Lejeune and Davis having their battle. It continues. Fred Lejeune in the Arrows, just a few lengths ahead of the Surtees. And down they come. The wide nose of the Surtees will actually make it quick in a straight line. It'll divert the air over the wheels, and it is quicker in a straight line than the Arrows. And Davis squeezes up the inside, but he's not quite close enough to pull off the pass on Fred Lejeune, who's relatively new to historic Formula One racing, Grand Prix car racing. And this is a lovely battle of cars which are a few years apart from their heydays.
Yeah, very much, and the technology is clearly very different, including the aerodynamics. But a great battle. Had the Surtees been another metre up the road on the way into turn one, he'd have got that, but sadly he wasn't. So therefore he's going to have to do it all over again. But there is nowhere on this circuit that one is significantly faster than the other. They are very closely matched as they now go down through this glorious circuit. I love these rises and falls of the circuit. It makes it look so beautiful. I absolutely love it. And the Warsteiner car there coming back through the right and left. Now the Surtees was a little bit quicker through the Parabolica and on its way down the main straight, where we're seeing the battle now for... I didn't think that was going to happen, but the Williams has gone through and lost it again. Exactly the same as before. That's peculiar.
Yeah, it's been an enduring battle.
Yeah, but that was a carbon copy of what happened a few laps ago, and we have 3 minutes only of this race left to run now. So if anybody is going to make a difference, they need to make it now. There's the JPS Lotus leading the Williams. Isn't it great to be able to say that it's the JPS Lotus leading the Williams round this lovely circuit?
Yeah, it certainly is some quality cars in this field.
Yeah, I think that possibly the Lotus of Steve Brooks has done enough, because he's now got 10 or 12 cars lengths between him and the Williams, and there's only probably going to be one more chance after this to do anything into turn one. So whether we've seen the the Williams just dropping back that little bit, and Mark Hazel settling for third place. Who knows? But
yeah, pole time was 1:34, so there's still more than a lap in this. But nonetheless, there's Davis and Lejeu's broken. Lejeu's broken in the Holsteiner Arrows, and I saw the Surtees of Davis on his own, and Fred Lejeu, the Monegasque driver, has ground to a halt out on the circuit, and I wonder if that's a sufficiently dangerous position. I suspect it is to warrant warrant an early checkered flag.
That's not the place to be having a conversation, I must say. That
no,
it's the time when the marshals take control and say, "You move it or we will." But these battling pair continue. We're down into the last minute anyway. I think you're probably right. Unless that Arrows does make a move, they're going to drop the checker flag this lap. I would think and hope.
Yeah. In fact, if you can see, actually, it was in the background. It's down. It's actually popped down an escape road, so it's fine.
Okay.
It's out of harm's way. We couldn't see that from our previous angle, and Fred Lejeu has kind of reversed it into a refuge, effectively. So here comes Michael Lyons then on his last lap, going past his mum. Little wave? No, maybe not. And then accelerates hard towards his umpteenth historic Grand Prix car victory. I mean, 3 at Monaco this year alone was a good afternoon's work, wasn't it? And streaking down into the braking area for the long left, down the gearbox. Cosworth DFE engine, Hewland gearbox, and he tucks in just safely behind Rivet in the march. In no hurry to get past, ducks into the hairpin. That's it. He made absolutely sure that Vincent Rivet, the Frenchman, had been around the historic racing world for quite a long time, knew he was there and wasn't going to administer the chop, dive through. Yeah, Rivet used to race 1 litre Formula 3 cars with his father, who was affectionately known as Pop Rivet. I kid you not. And there is the McLaren comes steaming over the line, and very, very fine drive as ever by Michael Lyons. It's his stock in trade winning these races, isn't it? And car that was driven by Patrick Tombaugh and James Hunt back in the day delivers the goods in Michael's hands. There is Steve Boltby Brooks in the last 91 ahead of the Williams FW08C of Mark Hazel. Both cars run by OC Racing, Martin O'Connell's team. And who are we going to see next? That was an exciting battle between Steve Brooks and Mark Hazel.
Yeah, they changed places a couple of times, but only a couple of times at the wrong time. But excellent race, quick, fast, spectacular, noisy, and the
pom-poms are out.
Yeah, pom-poms are out rather than Pop Rivet. But Michael Lyons does his bit. Salutes the marshals, who, as always, do a brilliant job, make our sport what it is. And he will be back into the paddock very shortly.
Hope that we'll have Rui Belmont down there to meet him. The M26, the car that followed on from the iconic M23, which James Hunt raced so brilliantly. I saw
Yeah,
the
it
Ligier
was nowhere
there
near as
for a
pretty,
moment.
was it? No, it was nowhere
No, it
near as
wasn't.
pretty as the M23, but
or as effective. So
true.
but the M23 won races in various different hands. I think there was an era of decline for McLaren, wasn't there, at that point, because the M29 and M30 weren't very clever. The M28, M29, and M30 series weren't very good. It wasn't really until the restructuring of the company and the MP4s came along, and we've seen MP4s racing in historic Formula One with Bobby Verdon-Rowe to start with, and Steve Hartley latterly. There's a good old handshake from Michael's mechanic there. He's going to pop out of the car. Put the steering wheel back onto its boss and jump out. Another lanky figure to go up onto the podium. Steve Brooks arrives in the number 12 Lotus 91. Moves the other side. Martin O'Connell says good job to Michael Lyons. A discussion about the first corner antics with Mark Hazel from Steve Bolby Brooks. There is Fred Lejeune. That was a shame to see that Arrows run out of puff very close again. I wonder whether it just ran dry on fuel with all the turns around Estoril, or whether there was a proper mechanical failure in there somewhere. Neil Glover's Arrows A5 also being recovered. It's a straight toe back, but he realised something was wrong very early. There's Steve Brooks.
Rui, are you ready?
Where's Rui Belmont? I hope he's down there with Michael Lyons, our race winner.
We have an interview. Rui, starting to talking, please. Start talking.
Okay, we are here at the Parc Fermé at the end of the race. I'm still looking for Frank. He was here just a few minutes ago. Then he left. I'm looking for him because maybe he went to do something that was something that he needed to do right at the end. I'll try to talk with Steve Brooks, the second place. Steve, sorry, how are you?
Tired.
Tired, of course. It was a great race, great to watch. Also,
he was pushing me hard.
Did you have fun also?
Yeah, I didn't have time for fun. I was aware he was right there all the time. It's like, oh my God, he's there again. So it was hard work.
Is it special to drive a car just like this one with such a history on his back?
That's beautiful, but something about Estoril, it's such a fantastic track.
For sure, for sure. What's the most difficult part?
Just getting it right as you come out at the end here. Very important to get the speed.
And for tomorrow, what do you think?
Let's see what happens tomorrow. Anything can happen.
Okay, have fun.
Thank you. Thank you, Estoril. Amazing.
Thank you, thank you. It's the second place for Steve Brooks. I'm going to talk to Frank. Frank just came back. He went to talk now with Frank. Just
Michael.
Michael. Frank was
my father.
Your father. Okay, Michael. It was a great race to watch. Certainly, it was difficult to achieve this victory.
I'm very happy every time I get in these cars now. I've got a lot of experience these days, so it's always a pleasure. I didn't think I was going to be driving this weekend because unfortunately with my Hesketh we've had an engine issue on the Thursday, but luckily enough sharing the cars with my family. I got to drive with Dad's car today. He'll race with it tomorrow. He did the free practice, so we're sharing it 50-50, but we know the car very well. I've had good history with it, and it's a good car anyway. You know, in period it was winning Grand Prix, so it's nice to be able to get the chance to enjoy it around a fantastic circuit like Estoril.
What's the most difficult part in Estoril?
For me, it's probably the last corner, because racing with the earlier car with less downforce, no ground effects, because it's before that period of time, you have to hang on quite a lot. You don't have so much grip, so the car's moving a lot, and it's a really nice challenge. Also, last night when we had the qualifying quite late, the sun was coming down, so the exit was quite blind. So, yeah, it's one of the most rewarding and one of the most difficult parts for sure.
The tactics for tomorrow will be the same?
It's a bit of a reset. My father will be driving. Okay. Obviously, he didn't qualify, so I think he's going to start towards the back. So he's going to have to fight through. But
okay, he'll be a spectator tomorrow.
Yeah, he'll have to have a big fight. So.
Okay, thank you. Congratulations for this win. It was a great race to watch with all these historical Formula Ones. We'll see what happens tomorrow. Of course, we know yet to be father racing the McLaren that once belonged to James Hunt. We'll see what happens tomorrow when we'll see the qualifying for the next two races in a few minutes, just after the podium.
So there is our winner then.
Microphone battery, please.
So that is our race winner, just recovering, recapturing that moment from the last race. And we will be back into action very shortly. And I think next up we're going to have some classic endurance racing qualification. Then the qualification for the Iberian Historic Endurance Series. Track should be cleared pretty shortly. Paul is back in his perch.
As you say, Marcus, this is a qualifying session that we've got this time for the Classic Endurance Racing grid number 1. Right, so yes, it's going to be a qualifying session that we'll be having next, but we have the podium first and some lovely trophies there for the chaps. Those are pretty, aren't they? The outline of the track. That would be very nice on your sideboard.
Yeah, it would look very great. It looked great in the front room if you'd won it, that's for sure. And
yeah,
I look forward in future years to being up there having a play, maybe.
Oh, right. So, there's a gauntlet thrown down. Yep, the boys take their group photo, and I should think that's a pretty
with the racers' masks on,
adrenaline-filled 30 minutes. Yeah. Yes. With it.
Yeah, I think Michael was saying then to Rui that he was working very hard, hanging on around there. This is a fantastic grid, one of the best grids of the weekend, and it contains some incredible endurance racing cars. We've got Lola T70s, we've got all manner of chevrons from the early B8s through the B16s. We've got B19s, B21 in the field as well. We've got Ford GT40. What else? We've got some Porsche 911 Carrera RSRs. We've got the little Lola T212s, which were the rivals of the Chevron B19 in the early part of the 70s, the early heyday of the European 2-litre sports car championship, and we'll talk about that a bit later. We've got Di Tommaso Pantera, Brute 4 car among them, with a hulking Ford V8 engine, and also we've got a McLaren, the M8C McLaren, the Curie Evergreen car with the cars with DFV power rather than a big Chevy in the back of it.
Which was built, of course, for Alain de Cadenet, and that he ran it with Chris Craft back in period. But you know, Marcus, when I looked at this list for the Classic Endurance Racing grid number 1, I thought this probably couldn't be further up Marcus's street if it tried. I mean, it's got all the cars that you love. It's got many of the cars that you've driven, and that it's absolutely perfect for you, isn't it?
Yeah, very much so, Paul. Wonderful. There's the other one of our podiums for the Formula One, and that's Steve Brooks atop it. So thumbs up then. And that looked like is that Diego Farrell coming on in the to present the
yes, those Formula One cars, although they are all from the particular then current Formula One era, they were actually made into 2 classes depending upon their age, so that Steve Brooks that we saw there was in a 1982 car, whereas Michael Lyons was in a 1976 car. So hence the different podiums for the different classes. But this is as we said, a qualifying session now for the Classic Endurance Racing Series. It's going to go on for 45 minutes, and that we're going to see. Obviously, one of the things is that many of these cars have 2 drivers in them, so they need A, to familiarise themselves, and B, to put in a time to be able to get out there and do it. And there are some fairly, I would expect there to be some fairly wide speed discrepancies. Would that be fair to say, Marcus?
Yeah, I would say so. And we're going to see some very quick cars in a straight line, notably the McLaren DFV, the Lola T70s. We're going to see some cars that out-handle them in the corners. So, yeah, it's going to be fascinating to see how this session evolves. The Chevron Lola battle is always a compelling one. Between the similarly matched cars from the south of England, the Lolas, the north of England, the Chevrons, and we're going to see, and later when we get to see CER2, we'll see some different marks represented among the 2-litre sports cars, which are effectively 2-seater Formula 2 cars. Of the era, and many of the Formula 2 drivers always drove them.
So we have all of these cars. It was a golden time for sports car racing, wasn't it? That we had so much going on with all of these cars, with the Chevrons and with the Lolas. But that 2-litre championship was all over Europe, wasn't it?
Yeah, it ran well for a few years, and then it started to peter out. I think costs got a bit high. Some of the teams went off and did some World Championship races rather than that. So by the mid-70s it had disappeared, and there was a reset, and sports car racing bounced back with something different. But at Le Mans, the 2-litre cars still ran right through to the dawn of the Group C era, which I know is one that's very close to your heart, and so things moved on, and speeds rose, costs rose, and the excitement though was still there. Endurance racing is a way of life, was a way of life for so many, and it wasn't always about being the quickest, but it was a battle for survival.
Now, you're a great Chevron fan, I know, and probably quite a few of these types of cars you've driven and raced in the past, haven't you?
Yeah, I've been very fortunate. I've raced sort of Chevron B6, B8, B16, B19s, various types, and even a 36 in the Alton Park Gold Cup in '85. But I remember seeing these cars racing in period, falling in love with them back then. And if I was to choose my favourite sports race cars, I'd have to go for the Chevron B8, which I've adored since I first clapped eyes on one at the back end of the 1960s when they were only kind of a year old, and the 2-litre Lolas, the winged Lolas, the 294 particularly, 292, 294 type of cars that Chris Craft, who you mentioned earlier in connection with the DFE-powered McLaren M8C, the Curie Evergreen car. Chris won the 1973 European 2-litre Championship driving Martin Bahrain's Crown Racing Lola T292, and they had fine chassis. They were developed by a really strong team, Bob Marston, with up-and-coming stars, among them Patrick Head, who obviously went on to Williams, and they were just mighty. And the 2-litre cars were the performance just ramped up dramatically during the 1970s.
Yeah, certainly when I first started at Le Mans, which was the late 70s, that the 2-litre cars were, I suppose a cynic would say they were making up the grid, but I think it was far more than that, because they occasionally got up there with the faster cars, and that the races right further down the line were superb, and it meant that particularly, I suppose, British teams could spend, in motorsport terms, not a huge amount of money and go racing internationally, and that's a brilliant thing. So yeah, like you, I have a soft spot for those particular cars. We've got some bigger cars out there as well. I see that Tony Seiler is out there. He's co-driving with Mirko Seiler in the Lola T70, and that's the Mark III with the white car with the green stripes up it. They're not.
Yeah, there's
quite.
a couple of Mark IIIs out there. The earlier T70 coupes. That's a 3B. And the 3Bs are running with the later T73Bs of a type which won the 1969 Daytona 24 Hours, the Penske team car, Donahue and Parsons, wasn't it? They run these days with 5-litre engines, but the earlier ones, the Mark IIIs, run with 5.7s and 5.8s in it. So we're going to move away from qualifying, and we're getting really excited about these cars, and we're going to come back with live action, I'm told, in about 1 hour. So from us for the time being, it's going to be goodbye, and we'll see some action from earlier in the day to take us through that point.
Marcus, starting to talk, please.
So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Estoril and the Estoril Classics event for 2021, final rounds of the Peter Auto competitions. We're about to get going here in Portugal with a Group C race, and that recalls, of course, the great days of 1982 to 1993, and this is a 45-minute race, and we've got a nice mixed field of cars for you, headed by two fabulous Jaguars. But we've got Nissan, Spice, and others in there. This is the old Grand Prix circuit, built in 1972, hosted the Formula One World Championship Grand Prix from '84, and we're looking forward to an entertaining 45 minutes. One of two races for these cars, and we will be in action very shortly. The car's due to come out for a start any moment now, and in fact they're probably right up there on the grid, just outside our eye line under the Circuito Estoril bridge. It's been a blustery day in Portugal, and I know that there are some exciting cars to talk about very shortly. Very picturesque area here, not far from Lisbon, near also to Cascais, and a great favourite among competitors coming here to Portugal for the scenery, for the cuisine, and of course for the legendary racetrack. Just panning out now to see the vista. This is towards the end of the lap, and you can see the elevation change on the circuit. It's very far from flat. There's some fine cambers and gradients to sort out the competitors. We've already seen some races this morning. We saw a Formula One race. We saw the Greatest Trophy, as it is called, and we saw some endurance legends out as well. A couple more races today, and first on track will be the Group C cars, and here they come. It's Martin Brundle who heads the field from Olivier Guélan, both in Jaguars. Then we've got Pierre-Alain France in his Spice, Tony Sinclair in his Spice. We've got Antoine Weil as well. He's down there. Go down to Monet, Nielsen, and Hoopars on the grid. It's a slim volume, but it's a quality entry. And we will see now as the cars come out. We'll pick some of them out for you. There's an interesting car among them. I hope it's there, and that is the Olmas, which is Antoine Weil driving in this race, and Bertrand Ruchot is going to drive it as well, and it's absolutely unique. So we'll talk a little bit about that one later in the race when we get to see it. It's the Mustang Probe there as well that I saw. So as the cars come round to form up, this is going to be a really intriguing battle between some of the most powerful sports racers ever built, and certainly the most efficient to their day in the Group C era. Paul,
and the most
great
charismatic
favourite with you.
as well. Yeah, absolutely, because I think a lot of people love these cars for just that reason, that they are redolent of an era in sports car racing. Depending on your age, depending on who you are, you either love the D-types because you saw them, and there's not many people around who saw those now, but or kind of the Group C era, and then we're probably into another halcyon time at Le Mans now, but these cars just look and sound fabulous. And to have here today on pole position Martin Brundle in a Jaguar is it's fantastic. You know,
it's special, isn't it? Yeah, the 1990 Le Mans winner.
Yeah, and okay, not in this car, and ironically, that it's the car that's next to him on the grid, which is of the type that he won Le Mans in 1990, and we'll talk a bit more about that during the next 45 minutes. But these cars were great. Of course, Group C was initially and fully a fuel formula that basically you could run pretty much anything you liked in terms of size of engine or turbocharging or anything else, as long as you didn't use a given amount of fuel depending on the length of the race.
That's right. The cars weighed a minimum of 800 kilos, many of them quite a lot more, and the maximum tankage in one hit was 100 litres, so as simple as that. So we've got the two Jags in the contrasting TWR Jaguar liveries, haven't we? We've got the Castrol car, the XJR10. It's owned by Zach Brown, and it's driven in this race by 1990 Le Mans winner who won that race with the Dane John Nielsen, with Price Cobb the American. And this is one of the IMSA type cars running the turbocharged V6 engine alongside the purple car we're looking at now, purple and white silk cut Jaguar of Olivier Galland. That has a 7-litre V12 engine, and as you were saying, similar to sister car to the one that won Le Mans, in the hands of the man who sits to his right. These cars weighed around 900 kilos when new, the V12 Jags, and doesn't that look the piece? Absolutely brilliant. We go back to the second row of the grid. We don't currently have the Nissan that's supposed to be there, but there is still with its question marks all over it. That's the Obermeyer Spice that raced a little bit late. It's a 90 Spice. It's driven by Tony Sinclair. Tony Sinclair, the man who he's a nephew of the late Burt Ray, the Formula Ford constructor, whose racing career goes right back to when he mechanic for the checkered flag back in the 1960s. But Tony Sinclair learnt his craft from his uncle, raced in pre-74 Formula Ford, won that championship way back. Then more recently, in the last 20 or so years, built the wonderful Jade cars, which he competed in very successfully. Now he's driving this Spice for Grant Reed, a big man within the top man within the Mars Corporation, Scottish owner and a great enthusiast, and the Obermeyer car that was driven by Otto Altenbach back in 92, 3.5 litre Cosworth engine. There's another Spice. That's the 110 car. That's Eric Desain in the Financial Times colour scheme. Hence, it's that kind of pink colours, as were the pages of the Financial Times. And alongside him, just trying to pick this one up, that's the 181. That is the Olmas, the one-off Olmas. And unless you were at Silverstone for the Autosport 1000 Ks in 1998, you wouldn't have seen, at 1988, you wouldn't have seen this car run, because it competed in two other races, Monza 1000 Ks and at Le Mans, but on both occasions failed to start. It finished 16th at Silverstone, built for Gigi Taverna. There's the Mustang Probe of the Danish team of Lars Erik Nielsen back down the grid. And we should see there's a Porsche 962C there. It's a Kenwood car, isn't it? I saw it on the warm-up lap. That is Hans-Jörg Hübner, the German racer. But drivers from several nationalities here. Brundle in the Castrol Jaguar on the left, Olivier Galland in the silk cut Jaguar on the right, car number 1, and then the rest of them will come into play as we see this warm-up lap continue. We don't appear to have the other Spice, which was so quick in qualifying. That's the France Père et Fils, Pierre-Alain France and Erwin France, number 27. That car pulled 183 miles an hour, 294 kilometres an hour in qualifying, but looks to have strained itself in doing so, because it's not there. And there's the Kenwood Porsche at the back.
We're also missing the Nissan as well. From that grid, I don't think I saw that going through. The Jaguars at the front are very much
the Nissan. Yes, the Nissan is the France car. The Nissan is the France car.
Right.
That's the one that was so quick. No, that's the car that's missing. I thought it was a Spice.
Oh, right,
it's
sorry,
a Nissan,
I'm sorry.
but it's not there.
The Jaguar's at the front, two ways of making the same omelette, because the original XJR 9, 10, 11 and 12 were, or 10 and 12 were the big V12 7-litre cars, which were a very tall, very heavy production engine. And the car that Brundle's driving, the white Castrol car, has a much more nimble 3-litre V6 turbocharged engine. It was really built because the big V12s were running out of steam and that they needed something new and different. And it's quite interesting that that car is an American IMSA spec car, so would be running a 3-litre engine, whereas the cars that they ran in silk cut livery in Europe were 3.5 litres for the difference between.
That's right,
Group
and there was
C.
about 100 horsepower, wasn't there, between them?
Yeah,
the
so
IMSA ones made
surprised.
about 650 horsepower. The Group C ones about 750. But yeah, absolutely fascinating. Repackaged by Tony Southgate and Ross Brawn. So it is a very, very fine piece of engineering. You can see the side pod's a little bit lower, it's a little bit sleeker, it's kind of more tightly enveloped, isn't it?
It is, yes, and we're now seeing the grid forming up nicely, 2x2 formation, so let's hope we get a decent start.
Yep, here we go then. The two Jaguars side by side. Martin Brundle on the left of your screen in the Castrol car. The Frenchman Olivier Galland alongside. And the lights should change any moment. There we go. 45 minutes of this race. And let's see how it all works out. Brundle has the advantage coming down to turn 1. Tony Sinclair goes up the inside and grabs second place in the Obermeyer Spice, the white car with the question marks over it. And the Mustang Probe's in there, I see, looking really cool as well. But Martin Brundle it is who leads the way.
Side by side
Sinclair and Galland next.
And
then in fourth place. Is that the Almas coming through? The Almas coming through, or is that the Gebhardt? Sorry, the ADA, which is based on a Gebhardt. We'll see what's happening. Anyway, through they come. The Probe is there. The Pink Spice is there as well, and lights ablaze on these cars. Really fabulous stuff. The Mustang Probe is making a lot of progress up the order, and is currently running fourth from way down the grid.
And that car is here.
Second place.
That car is here sort of by default, in that it's an IMSA car rather than a Group C car. But those regulations were very, very close in parallel. So here by right as much as anything else. But it's the Spice in second place, going a bit or going very wide under.
Longer.
The Jaguar squirts through. That really was just 7 litres of squirt, wasn't it? Which took the Jaguar past the Spice there.
7 litres trumps 3.5. Well, and the door's open on the Jaguar. The door of the shortcut Jaguar is open. Now the air pressure will push it down, coming down the straight. But now that could cause problems as the race goes on. And Tony Sinclair ducks out of the slipstream again, dives down the brakes. Is he close enough? No, he's not. He knows that, but the door is up again on the second Spice, and I wonder whether he might be, Galland may be flagged in for that, be given the meatball flag. He would be aware, I'm sure, that something's happening to his left. And, they go through. Sinclair giving chase. So they come through one of the infield turns. There's the Mustang Probe. That's going really well. And it's chased by the Gaunt.
You have to worry about what that's going to do to the aero as well, because that could easily have a negative effect. I don't think that those two cars have come together at all on the circuit. I don't think that the door has been knocked wiped open. I think it's just one of those things. But however you cut the cake, that car does have a problem with that door, and I think, like you, Martin, Marcus, that the likelihood is that he's going to have to stop.
It's just like the Great British Bake Off. We've had an omelette and a cake mentioned, and we've only got a couple of minutes, 3 minutes into the race. But here comes the Spice, which just bizarrely raced with these question marks over it back in the day when Otto Altenbach, the German, drove it for Obermeier Racing, and did some inter-series racing, which was the sort of European Championship equivalent of all this. Series been going for many years, and that's a nice little tussle because Weil in the Olmas is going well, as is the Pink Spice, the Financial Times newspaper-backed car of yore, and that is the Spice. They call it the Spice Pontiac. Some of the early Spices in the 80s actually ran Pontiac engines in the IMSA. Some ran Buicks as well. The Olmas with a 450 DFE engine.
There was a time when you had to be aligned to a manufacturer, and that's how Spice came about. But nonetheless, it's a strange one. But certainly these cars
looked a little bit like the Fiero road car, didn't it, of the time, if you squinted at dusk from the next country. But so there we go. The Olmas has come round really wide, but gets the power on really early, and that's Antoine Weil, the French driver, and he's stuck in behind the Ford Mustang Probe.
And I have to say that seeing that Financial Times Spice takes me back, because back at those times I was doing some work with Chamberlain Engineering, and they ran that car at Le Mans, and probably if I rummage through my wardrobe I can find the Financial Times team kit. In fact, I know I can, but sadly it wouldn't fit anymore, but nonetheless I look back on those times very fondly. I'm pleased about that, Marcus.
And down they come then, down the straightaway, and out comes the Olmas 181 of the Giordano colours.
That looks effortless, doesn't it? So that was
very quick. A really nice little car. It was built on a carbon fibre monocoque, and Gigi Taverna had previously been driving one of Giorgio Stirano, the Exozella designer's Albas, but that car got burnt out in a workshop fire, and he rearmed with a car which was designed for him by Gianni Lombartolo, and has a carbon fibre monocoque and all sorts of niceties. So, and the bodywork is actually quite reminiscent of the Alba in terms of its profile, which maybe shouldn't surprise you.
Look at that, that overtake there. You would have thought that the big engine in the Ford would have made a big difference there, but the Alba has.
Well, he's gone now,
has now got. Yeah, he's gone. He's checked out, and in fact, it's now the Spice who is all over the back of the Mustang Probe. So, are we going to see a change there? My money says that we probably are. But those Spices were very much the backbone of Group C2, Group C Junior as it was before that. But they were obviously created by Gordon Spice's team. They were developed, in fact, from the Tiger, which was produced, and you were talking about a little while ago.
That's right. And Graham Humphreys did a lot of the work, didn't he? Graham Humphreys, who went on to work for other manufacturers. Here comes the Pink Spice. That's zapped back past the Ford Mustang Probe, pushing it back somewhere near where it started.
Yeah, so up to fifth for the... and let's hope that Nick Adams and Robin Donovan are somewhere watching this, because they would be very happy to see their old car out there doing so well.
But Nick Adams' team kit still fits him.
Yeah, I saw
Nick
Adams
with
at Revival.
his son. Yeah, he's up at Castle Coombe quite a lot, racing with his son Tim, who's been going very quickly, winning races in a Honda. So let's see what here we go. This is the repeat. Eric Dussane in the pink Spice Pontiac, as it's called, goes through.
Yep, and eventually we'll see Martin Brundle.
And the two Jags are running not far apart.
No, and we know that the competitive spark still burns very brightly inside Martin Brundle. That he is not somebody to turn up and just drive round and be happy with third or fourth place. He will want to win this.
He doesn't do making up numbers. Martin Brundle now 62, and I remember catching up with him, watching him racing a Ford 2000 Reynard back in 1980. So that's a long time ago. That's 41 years ago. But he's still pushing on, and he's been really enjoying his historic racing, particularly because son Alex has been competing as well this year, and they've been racing all kinds of Jaguar products around the circuits and the big events of the year. There, with the door still flapping, is the car of Olivier Galland. It won't make any difference in a straight line, I wouldn't imagine, or barely any noticeable difference. But under braking, you can see it comes up, not like a classical air brake, but nonetheless, it's not so clever. They're lapping a car at the back of the field. That's the ADA, based on the German Gebhardt. ADA engineering. Chris Crawford, you'll remember, was all part of that. And ADA, Anglo-Dutch American, was the group. Chris Crawford was involved. Woody Harris was the American, the wooden monocoque Genie monoposto car. And the Dutchman was Gerard Sauer, who I think last I heard was developing hydrogen fuel cells for road cars. Anyway, round they come. Gerard Sauer, who once I saw racing a Triumph Stag in mod sports at Thruxton. So that's another slim volume in terms of motorsport history.
It's interesting you talk about Martin and Alex Brundle, because that's not a family that has two generations of races in it, because you will remember Martin's dad, John, who was a Toyota dealer up in Kings Lynn, who also used to race and sort of, in the early days, took his boy along for a drive. And I can remember seeing John Brundle and Martin racing the Will Hire 24-hour race at Snetterton when Martin was very young, and suddenly everybody said, "Oh, he's quite quick."
Well, thus it proved. Yeah, you don't get to race in Formula One as long as he did, and in these absolutely stunning Group C car. Oh, look at that! That's the Almas. The Almas has broken. Is that the curse of the commentator? Well, I mean, it has started a race, which is good. It's only started one of the three it entered in period. It went to Le Mans, and now there's the replay of the Jag with its door flapping, but I think it's just slow motion cameras, nothing more than that. So the Almas went to Le Mans with Fabio Magnani, Roberto Ragazzi, and Gigi Taverna. But they
Marcus, look how close first and second are. Look how close first and second are. It was 2.6 seconds last lap, and it's less than that now. So
it's
certainly
half a second, isn't it?
Yeah, the old school Silk Cut Jaguar, the big V12 7 litre, is closing down on Martin Brundle in the 3 litre V6 car as they circulate now. But certainly much closer
substitute
than
for cubes
before.
and torque. Yeah, plenty of cubes, plenty of torque, and it's what you want, I guess. You know, you're coming off a lot of these twisty corners, etc., and you've got that instant grunt under your right foot, and Brundle continues, but the gap is coming down. There's a yellow caution, isn't there?
That's for the Almas,
and that's where the Almas is. almost. So,
but yes, we're beginning to see a race break out here between the two Jaguars at the front. Brundle perhaps has now put a bit more time between the two of them. Now it's still, as we see there, only 1.37 seconds. So it's come down from where it was. Now that's with a door flapping in the wind, so that the silk cut car continues to press on. One of the things is, Marcus, that the problem that they always had with the Jaguar V12 was it was very, very tall, and that it made the car very difficult to design a fast car around, because so much of the weight was high up in the car. And we've got a lot of tight, twisty corners here, which probably isn't doing that any favours. Whereas with the Castrol Jaguar there that we see, that's got a very different V6, small, agile.
Ooh.
The probe getting.
Did you see that? An enormous moment for the probe of Lars Erik Nielsen. Yes, exactly. You're saying you got those two little ears on the side of the engine bay in the Jaguar. It's so tightly packaged. This with the 6-cylinder turbo engine, developed from the engine that was in the 6R4, the MG Metro 6R4, that was developed by Williams Grand Prix team, and ran pretty successfully in rallying and rallycross in particular.
Yeah, I think the development was. I think they are distant cousins by the time the thing actually got into the Jaguar XJR10. I think that there's not much 6R4 left of it, but lovely to see that Kenwood 962 there, the car that would have been run in period by Kramer, and that looks fab, just about to be lapped. That car, the 962, is very much one of the later versions with the lighter tub and the different aerodynamic treatment on the back. Oh, and there's the ADA as well, with the door open in the pits and nobody running around. Drivers out.
No, that's Monet, Benjamin Monet, out of the race. One of the sponsors of that was Mysil, the foot powder, and our quality picture frames. Well remembered from Jerry Marnie's. He's just making a stop, isn't he? Is he making a stop? Looks like he wants to go again.
Could be just that. Could be just the mandatory stop. It's very close on the time.
It won't restart, but now it does. Now, this will give the opportunity for the team running Olivier Gallon to slam the door, or at least put some gaffer tape on it. I hope they've got some gaffer tape in the right colours. It'd be a shame to sully it with something different. But get them out quickly.
Yeah, but we have only had 15 minutes of this race so far. I worry slightly that the ADA might have been a tad early into the pits, but that's not for me to judge. But nonetheless, cars are still out there now. We know that Martin Brundle is actually scheduled to drive this with Zak Brown. Whether Zak will take a turn in the car, I don't know. Be interesting to see, and it might explain why. That was very close. The Mustang probe just didn't see Brundle coming down the inside of him, and that could have been very nasty, but wasn't. But if Zak Brown is going to get a drive in that car, my guess is that Martin would have been building a bit of a cushion so that he can hand it over, because with the best will in the world, Zak's not going to be as quick as Martin Brundle is.
No one else is, with the exception of Olivier Gallon, in this race. They both lapped in the 1:38s. 1:38.006 is the best so far to Brundle. And let's see this moment again. Ooh, that was not quite trading paint, but it came very close. And it was a classic case of not seeing a much quicker car come up, because the Mustang Probe's best lap is 10 seconds slower than the Jags, the lead Jags.
Yeah, but you know, we've said lots of times before that in true scale endurance racing, one of the things is that you have to be able to get through the traffic easily and properly and quickly. Now, I know this isn't endurance racing; it's a 45-minute race, but nonetheless, the same thing applies, I think. And that Brundle slices past the ADA there.
The ADA is actually last of the current runners, because it had lost a lot of time early on. So I think its pit stop just a result of problems. It was nothing more than that. It was a long way behind. It's three laps behind the leaders,
which sort of explains the pit stop, because I think
there's Gallant in, and they're trying to attend to the door. Yeah, give it a hefty shove. I think it just pinged up
the race of tape
quite properly. Yeah.
There's no driver change there.
No, Gallant is a soloist anyway.
Yeah. A lot of tape going on that car, and they're also looking at the driver's right rear wheel or tyre as well, which is unusual.
And of course, to get to that, you've got to remove what they affectionately called the dustbin lid in the day. Take the wheel spat off.
Now, whether they've been able to do all that in the time that the pit stop is allotted, I don't know. It seems quite a long time, but we're saying that it's been go back on. We're now counting down, I think. Yep, the crew chief there with the stopwatch. That's well-known sign for fire her up.
Yeah, it's called the whirly whirly.
And counting down, so he's had all the things that needed to be done, we hope have been done, so that he can go out in what is, to all intents and purposes, a fresh car.
The ADA's back. Yeah. Olivier Gallant's had his 3,000 mile service. He's picked up the tab, and off he's gone. This is Eric Desain with Financial Times Spice, probably eager to get a set of period racewear to go with it. Paul, it might fit him. And in comes our race leader. You set yourself up for it, and
I did, didn't I? Yeah, I deserve that.
Yeah, and there's Martin Brundle. He must be coming in pretty shortly.
Yeah, well, he's got another 8 minutes if he chose to, but
here
straight in, you're right,
here
Marcus.
I could hear the engine note was a little less urgent than it had been before. And
I'm impressed.
He's got through.
So this will be, I mean, all of these pit stops are preordained in terms of timing, so you can't have a quick pit stop. You can have a long pit stop, yes, but you can't have a quick one. And the car is there. Brundle is out, so that means that Zach Brown is in. So that kind of backs up what we were saying, that Martin was keen to hand over to Zach with a bit of time in his pocket, although by the time this is all done, actually, there's not going to be much in it, I don't think.
Well, he's currently, that car's currently a lap ahead of the Mustang because of that long stop for Gallant with the XJR 12. Zach Brown has a wonderful collection of cars, not quite the racing weight he was in his Formula Vauxhall Lotus days, but his car collection is second to very few, and this will be an interesting climax to this race. Still 22 minutes to go, 13 laps down for that Jaguar. It's completed the 13th, the Castrol XJR10 turbo car, on the inside of the pit wall. Gallon is back to second.
The Gallon car, although it had a lot of work done to it, it didn't exceed its allotted pit stop time. So, because they actually held it on the watch before they let it back into the race. So, the pit stop timing for these two is going to be, I would imagine, the same. So, it's all going to be down to the race to the flag.
Yeah, that's right. Now, a lot of the time in the kind of post-COVID era, they've had long pit stops to allow really weird things like sort of sanitizing the cockpit between drivers getting in and out, which is most odd, even in sort of short British historic races. But the engine is fired up. You can hear the low growl of the turbo V6, and away it goes.
Right, now where is the Silk Cut car? Because this will be effectively the race to the flag now between these two. Zak Brown looking left and right into his mirrors just to make sure nobody is behind him as he comes down pit lane, and he'll be pulling out onto the racetrack. We're looking for the Silk Cut car.
Oh, there's the other Jag going past.
Goes into the lead. So we now have the Silk Cut car into the lead.
That's answered your question, Paul. And Silk Cut.
We very much have a race on our hands. Yep, we very much have a race on our hands now. And
now Zak Brown new into the car is going to have to get going, isn't he? Because Gallon is well up to speed. He knows exactly what's what on the circuit. He knows the conditions, and he's been pounding round and round for 13 laps. Martin Brundle did 13, but Zak Brown is on his outlap on a bit of a voyage to discovery.
And it's going to be a very interesting 19.5 minutes between now and the checkered flag, because the Silk Cut car, I love the fact there's two Jaguars at the front of this, but the Silk Cut car is in the best seats in the house right now. But I think we all know Zak Brown, and we know just how competitive he is. We talked about Martin Brundle, but there is no comparison, I don't think, between the competitiveness in that car and any other car in the field.
Marcus, we have an interview.
So we're going to hand over now to Rui down in the pit lane, and I would hope he's with perhaps Martin Brundle.
Rui, start talking, please.
So we've got the Jag leading the way, Olivier Gallon, after that fairly long pit stop. A couple of things done to the car, including fixing the door down. In the background, you can see the white and green Castrol Jag. That's Zak Brown, who will have taken his Marketeers hat off and put his race driver chip in, and he'll be chasing along. Say a good single-seater racer back in his day. And
but the gap, I think, Marcus, I think the gap is getting bigger, not smaller. I was expecting those two to be nose to tail, but there's a fair old gap between first and second now.
Yeah, but I think Zach Brown is probably far enough clear of Tony Sinclair and the Spice SE90, which runs third, car number 85, the Obermeyer car, not to have to worry. So now in the pit lane we go down to Rui.
Okay, now we're back. We had a problem with our batteries from the microphone. I'm here with Martin Brundle. Martin, you just finished the first and the only stint we'll do in this race. Was it difficult? There's a big fight between the two cats.
Yeah, I thought it was lovely. I really enjoyed it. You know, that car when I raced it in 1990 was a very complex car, so I admire Zach and United Autosports for even trying to run this car as a historic 31 years later. It's a very complex car. So I'm pleased that we were able to, you know, lead the race. The car feels good. We've had some reliability issues, so we turned down the boost. I stayed off the curbs, and so we were driving very sensibly. But for some reason, they've given us an extra 20 seconds in the pit stop because I used to be a Formula One driver a quarter of a century ago, which seems ridiculous because now it's spoiled the race, really. But anyway, they are the rules because apparently I'm a former Formula One driver, which is true.
Is it quite different to drive this car back in the days that you won the 24 Hours of Le Mans and now?
No, I think it's the same, except I'm 30 years older, 10 kilos heavier at least, and nowhere near as fit. But no, they were really brutal, really physical, hot cars. You know, they run inside at 55 Celsius. They're very hot car. They're very manual gear shift, no power steering. Everything's heavy, ready for 24 hours. So it's a very physical car. Too physical for me now.
And the weekend, has it been good till now?
It's been lovely, you know, very relaxed. I spend time with my friend Zach and my friends at United Autosports, and that's what I wanted to do. You know, I'm 62 now, so I want to enjoy, you know, you don't know how much longer you can do this kind of thing, so just do it.
Okay, thank you, Martin. Welcome to Portugal. Martin Brundle just finished his stint, handed over the car to Zach Brown. Zach is now driving with a 20-second penalty here at the stop because Martin was a former Formula One driver back in 30 years ago, but it is what it is. They are trying, and for now we have the other Jag in front. It's the Silcat one. They are trying to win also, of course, until the end of the race. 15 minutes, something like that, till the end, till the checkered flag. We'll talk with the winners at the end.
Okay, Marcus.
Wonderful to hear from Martin Brundle. I was speaking to him recently at the Silverstone Classic event, and he really is enjoying himself. And that ethos of living for today is so important. If the last 18 months has taught us anything, it's that. But at the moment, Zach Brown, the car owner, Le Patron, is 13 seconds behind leader Olivier Galland. The third place car is the Spicer. Tony Sinclair had a bit of a battle a minute ago with the ADA, which gave him quite a hard time in a straight line, that's to say. But there is the number one car, which leads the way, Olivier Galland, and the 7-litre V12 engined Jaguar.
He's pulling away at 12.
This is this tussle again, and look, the ADA is going really well in terms of he's keeping up with Tony Sinclair in the, and I wonder whether Tony Sinclair's got a bit of a problem because, I mean, they are running a lot of laps apart. They're 3 laps apart, these cars, and the Spice, the White Spice, isn't going to hang on to the position on the road. It's going to hang on to the territorial advantage, of course, because he's so far ahead. But that slippery ADA is really giving a hard time. So Sinclair in 85, the ADA running at the back of the field. It's the last survivor in the race.
But he's enjoying it, and that's what it's all about. I mean, I think the gap
the
between
Olmas
first
has got going again, hasn't it? The Olmas has got going again. I'm not quite sure how, but it's whatever the problem was has gone away. But here we go with Monet, Benjamin Monet, in the ADA, giving the third place man some hassle.
He is indeed, and that's turning into a great fight. It's not a fight for a position, but as I say, if they can have a bit of fun in the process, then so be it. And
yeah, the car's made 2 stops, hasn't it? Yeah, it made 2 stops. Now we could, of course, have a driver change in that, in which case it may be Ralph Huber driving it now. It's shown as Monet, but
the United Autosports car is shown as with Martin Brundle in it. So
yeah, exactly.
Oh, and that was a bit close.
That was a bit of a squeeze, wasn't it?
Now, in modern day racing, that would be frowned upon. That it would be, you shouldn't try and unlap yourself. You shouldn't do anything. But this is great. This is just a battle for the sake of it, and they're both, I'm sure, having fun. That Tony Sinclair will be trying to just put a few lengths over that ADA, just so that he can not have to worry about it. But he'll be checking his mirrors. He'll be checking to make sure that that's not going to happen again, that the ADA is going to go down the inside. My money says it probably is. But
yeah, I would have thought it might be advisable to let him through. And but I guess if he's not being instructed by the... Yes, he's gone out wide. Now, here we go. There's the drag race. And have some fun, have a chase. There's Olivier Galland with that left-hand door now firmly anchored on the XJR 12 Jaguar.
Fernando is faster than you, is I think the watchword there. But nonetheless, yes, the 2 Jaguars still at the front of the field. The gap now 20 seconds between first and second, with the Tony Sinclair Spice.
That's the same gap as the kind of penalty meted out to Brundle and Brown, isn't it? So
it is. That's true. That's true. So had that not been the case, they would have been side by side. Now, does that say that the handicappers got it right or got it wrong? I don't know.
But there's still 9.5 minutes to go.
Yep, but Galland is pulling away rather than falling into the clutches of Zach Brown. Tony Sinclair is is 1 minute 14 seconds, 1 minute 15 seconds behind Zach, and then the probe is a lap down from there. So it's all to play for at the front of this. I'd love to see Zach Brown now beginning to get familiar with the car and start moving his way forward. It's interesting.
What is interesting is that Zach's sector times are very, very similar to those of leader Olivier Galland.
Yeah, so it's perhaps stabilised a bit now. I suppose one of the things is with this kind of racing is that, unlike modern sports car, single seater, whatever it is, racing, where drivers spend all their lives being drivers, and if they're not racing, they're training or they're in a simulator, these people have busy and complicated lives to live, and nobody more so probably than Zach Brown, who runs a number of different businesses and also a very up and coming Formula One team as well. So yeah, I think it's probably fair to say that he's got other things on his mind than getting fit to race at Estoril.
That was we saw the ADA coming around the outside of Toussaint's Spice there, and what is interesting to me is that the Olmas, which disappeared earlier on, is going again now. It's now has been lapping quicker than Tony Sinclair. It doesn't make a huge difference to the result of the race because the Olmas was a couple of laps down. But there's the battle again between Sinclair and that's the ADA, isn't it, in behind him again. So there's been a change in that order again. So they're not separating anytime soon.
No, that's going to go all the way.
Quarter.
Yes, I would think that's going to go all the way, and that certainly we're not going to see the ADA with Monet aboard slowing down or not giving up this fight simply because it's not for a place. That's if nothing else, that's for honour. And the Spice, as I said, the backbone of the junior part of Group C for many, many years, and raced also in America, very often with a big V8 in the back. But over here, they were originally with a DFV, then a DFL, which was the long stroke version of that engine. And of course, when they made Group C into a single formula rather than Group C1 and Group C2, quite a lot of Spices were built to do that. And look, there goes the ADAs. He's up close again. Oh no, not close enough. Do you think that's going to be across the start-finish line?
Well, could be. There's Desain. He's back in the pits with the Financial Times Spice, currently now down in 7th. Interestingly, just looking at the tussles, there's the Olmas in the background, and that is up now into 5th place, and is 13 seconds behind the Mustang Probe, with about 3 laps in this race, 3 maybe 4 laps in the race, but lapping a chunk quicker.
Yeah, so that's a hard luck story that car came to a halt because he's quick. Is he going to get involved in this tussle in front of him? Because that would be interesting.
That he is. Yeah, he is. And,
so
the Olmas, the red car at the back of that trio, is going to be with him in a couple of laps, and it may help his pace to draw him closer to that Mustang. In fact, the gap went down 4 seconds last time to the Mustang of Lars-Erik Nielsen, the Mustang Probe, which indicates that with the amount of time left at his disposal, we're going to get the Olmas up into 4th place, despite being stopped at the side of the track for quite a long time.
Yeah, well, that's the principles of sports car racing. But he's right with them now. They are absolutely a trio, and suddenly what we've got is that with the Monet Huber car, the ADA, he's going to have to start worrying about what's behind him rather than what's in front of him, and that's going to take his eye off the ball considerably. He's going for it just to try and avoid that. He's going down. He's going to get that place beautifully done.
And look how quick in a straight line the Olmas is. That's gone through. ADA's passed. The Olmas is passed. The Olmas going down the inside. There's not enough room there. But it's quick in a straight line. Apart from anything else, it's a pretty small frontal area, I've noticed. It's not a car I'm greatly familiar with. In fact, nor many people having had such a short contemporary racing career. So it finished the only Group C race it started, failed at Le Mans, failed to get to the start, failed at a later race, and just did the Silverstone, the Autosport 1000 Ks.
Right, so it's 5 seconds now between the Olmas and the Mustang Probe. So and that's immediately come down as they cross the timing beam to 4.0 seconds. So it's a second a lap. That this could be a very interesting finish for 4th place overall.
He's past the ADA now. And there's the Mustang Probe up ahead, the yellow, white, and blue car, not very far away at all. In fact, it's down to 1.5 seconds, clattering the ADA over the curbs.
Right, so this is for 4th place.
Your change.
And 2.5 minutes left to run. Can the Probe get very, very wide for the next 2.5 minutes? I doubt it.
No. Can't match
in
the
behind
straight line
nicely.
speed, I don't think. Well, there we go.
4th place.
Straight through.
4th place. That's beautifully done, and there was really nothing much that the Mustang could do with it. Both Eric Nielsen and Peter Iverson are helpless. Is that Giordano sponsorship? That was very much of the time, wasn't it? The Giordano sponsorship.
Well, here he comes then. It's been a super race by by that team, and you'll see how the ADA also gets past. I think past the Ford Mustang probe. Yeah, no contest.
And they've all left the spice in the dust.
That's right, but in fairness, I'm sure the Crown Racing team has put a board out to Tony Sinclair saying, look, you're over a minute behind Brown, you're in P3, you are a minute and a half plus ahead of your nearest competitor. You've only got a minute of the race to go. Hold station, get your trophy.
Yep, as they said in the 1970s pop song, "Billy, don't be a hero." That it's much better to finish and get the trophy, as you say, Marcus.
Yeah, exactly. We've seen cars go off very close to the end of races today, including that, certainly that Aston Martin this morning. But anyway, let's see them go on to their last lap. The Almas GLT 200, which is Weil and Rucho. There's Olivier Gallon on his final lap with the magnificent silk cut Jaguar XJR12 with that big 7-litre Jaguar propelling it. He's going to put another lap on the Mustang in a second. The Mustang's 2 laps behind as it stands.
Yeah, and that's going to change in the next couple of corners, isn't it? Yep, there it is.
Because the Mustang's clinging to the inside, making Olivier Gallon go the long way round, which he does successfully.
Yeah, so it's going to be a lovely moment to see the silk cut Jaguar take the checkered flag, isn't it? Takes us all back to 1988. Or takes Martin Brundle back to 1990, but he won't. He probably won't be thinking about that. But yeah, great drive by Olivier Gallon. That's one. But yeah, the ADA and the Almas, brilliant drives. Love those. Neither of them had the right to be doing what they were doing for the last 5 or so laps, and a great finish.
Yeah, it's good to see some of the underdogs showing well, because back in the day they were minnows in a sea of sharks, and through to take the checkered flag. A great win for Olivier Gallon with the Castrol Silk Cut Jaguar XJ12. Here is Zach Brown in the 61 car, the Castrol IMSA V6 turbo powered Jaguar.
And he's going to finish. Let's have a look and see where he does finish.
40-odd seconds.
He's actually going to finish. Yeah. So the 20 seconds didn't really make any difference.
No, neither here nor there, and safely through at the end of 26 laps. 41.8 seconds the gap between Gallon and Zach Brown at the end. We wait for the Spice in 3rd place, car number 85, the Obermeyer Spice of Tony Sinclair.
There's the pom-poms
again. Yeah.
and orange and white pom-poms too, not just any old pom-poms.
It's probably the colours of Galp.
Oh yes, but yeah, great job.
I think it's
great job.
It's fair to say that Galland's pretty happy with that, isn't he?
I think he should be. He had possibly a faster car, possibly with two faster drivers next to him. They were sitting on pole position on the grid, and he's won the race. And that 20-second penalty didn't actually make a difference. He would still have won the race without it.
Didn't detract from
and
it.
I think
the driver of the Olmas at the end actually did a 140.9 as opposed to Martin Brundle's 138.0 early on. So 2.9 seconds difference around this circuit. Very impressive, and it was an improved time for the C2 winning Olmas on the last couple of laps.
Yeah, and in a car that, let's face it, is not a Jaguar. You know, it's not going to be up there with all the stuff. So yeah, all credit to them. That's a great race and a great result. And you said, Marcus, that there's so much variation in this, that lots of different cars, lots of different drivers. Yeah, it wasn't the biggest grid, but we got a very fine race out of it in the end.
Very much so, and they're being greeted by his team. Is Olivier Galland, our race winner. Cars coming in.
It's not quite the same seeing the cars coming to the end of a race, Le Mans cars coming to the end of a race when they're not covered in flies and rubber and dirt and filth, as they would be on a long distance endurance race. But hey ho, we'll be happy for what we get.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say the Moto Historics team are pretty impressed with that. They look absolutely delighted. Here comes Zach Brown into United Autosports pit.
Eventually.
The Castrol Jag. And the 51 Kenwood Porsche is back too. Looks like everyone who started finished anyway. The only missing car was that Nissan that had done the 183 mile an hour in a straight line best speed through the trap in qualifying.
But that's that's a very, very fine race. I'm very pleased to see such a good result. Olivier Galland there walking back down pit lane, and I'm sure looking forward to the trophy and the champagne. He's even in the right overalls. The ADA is pushed back into its pit box as we see the next car is getting ready.
Paul? Do you like an AC Cobra Fest or Shelby Cobra Fest?
Yeah.
I think we're going to see 10 of them up at the front of the grid of the next race. So
yeah,
that's going to be spectacular.
Well, I thought it was interesting that with the next race, there are 3 Shelby Daytona Cobras. They only ever built 6, and none of them are these 3. But there are only 6 originals around, and they're all, I think, in guarded museums for the rest of their lives. But nonetheless,
yeah, I think there's one in Europe that doesn't get raced. So that's Jarrah Venables down there, isn't it? Talking to Olivier Galland, our race winner.
Yeah, it is. And I say, love the overalls. That's great, Olivier, that you've gone for the period with that as well, even to the
as it should be.
Secondary sponsors patches on the arms and everything that it should be. I'm sure that Martin Brundle will do a quick second look at that lot when he sees it, because he too has probably got that hanging up in his wardrobe somewhere at home. But that is the finish of the Group C race, and that's now duly done. We'll be waiting for the podium just very shortly.
Okay, so let's go down to Rui Belmont, who is in the pits.
Marcus.
And
Continue talking.
so here's, yeah, you can see Olivier Gallon in the middle, and there's Rui with his microphone akimbo.
Okay, Rui, start talking.
Okay, we are ready to talk with Olivier before the finish. I will try to call him. Olivier, please.
Yes.
A great win after a great fight with Martin Brandl and Zach. It was not easy for sure.
No, it wasn't easy, no. Martin is really, really quick. And I mean, considering the experience he has in these cars, I didn't want to go and fight with him because I knew he has a big advantage. He's probably a bit better than me at that. So yeah, I just tried to take it home, and it worked out. So yeah, very happy.
That 20-second gap that they had, the extra 20-second stop, it was not the difference, but did that help you somehow?
Definitely, and that's also why I didn't try to fight, because I knew he had a 20-second penalty. Otherwise, I would have probably tried to stay closer, but I thought, you know, we talked about it and we said better just stay behind him, and yeah, I appreciate the view.
And as far as I remember, last time you were here, you were with a different car, completely different car, a small car with your father, I guess.
Yes, but I'm racing that car in like 30 minutes or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's quite different. A big one, a big cat, and a small car.
Exactly. It should be fun.
Okay, thank you, Olivier.
Thank you.
Olivier Gallin is the winner of this race. He's racing also in other category with a smaller car, not the big cat like the Silcat that he just won. He took advantage out of the 20 seconds. He made a strategy completely different. Due to that, 20 seconds is also a very important gap, and he managed that in the perfect way and won here this first race. We'll see tomorrow who can manage to win this Group C category.
The Spice in third place, Rusha, Weil, Hubner, Nielsen, Dusain, Huber and Monet completed the runners. But a great Group C race, another tomorrow, and spectators can now settle back and await this 60s endurance race, which is going to come to the track to close today's programme. First, though, the podium under the flag of France. It's Olivier Gallon. The American flag for Zach Brown, entrant of that car, and on the right-hand side, Tony Sinclair for Crown Racing, Great Britain.
Congrats. And we are not going to have any champagne, for now, at least. Martin Brandl, Zach Brown, Olivier Gallin, and Tony Sinclair, everybody.
Marcus, please.
So we move on with the podium for the C2 category.
Please start talking.
Now we go back to the track, and we've got the Estoril Classics finale for today, the 60s endurance race. The cars are all formed up on the grid. It's a huge grid of cars. The top 10 are all Cobras, and we'll see the grid in just a moment. And you can see the 369 and 8 Cobras on the front. The 8, one of the Daytona Cobra continuation cars. There we go.
Which is the Olivier Gallon.
Back to the, they stretch right back to the Parabolica Ayrton Senna. Most of the cars are present and correct. And here we go then. All the way down the field, just one gap in the middle. Beck and Galland, the front runners, then Girardeau, Guenat, and France is next up all the way through. Richard Cook's among them, one of the British drivers. Carlos Barbeau is still there. Pierre-François Rousselot, third in the 1971 Formula 3 Championship of France, is there. Christian Dumoulin, we've seen him before. Tony Seiler among them too. And all the way down, we've got a big grid. That's the top 30 of them. Ted Tuppen there, one of the British drivers. And we go right back to James Turner. Rory Jack is there as well. Richard Thorne, he drives one of the Morgans in the race. And Amaral, the Portuguese racer, towards the back. And he should come through well. He'll have had problems in qualifying, but there we go then with the Cobras at the head of the pack. Pale blue car is the Girardeau Cottingham car on row 2. That looks suspiciously like the car that Button and Alex Buncombe raced at Goodwood 3 weeks ago.
It probably is.
Yes, it is, with the Colombian stripe over the top. Autosport's cover machine for the following week. And a lot of weaving around. There's behind the Cobras, which you say there are certainly 3 Daytona Coupes, if not 4. 5 maybe, the white one there too. You've got some Jaguar E-types. It's it's a bit like Noah's Ark. You've got the Cobras and you've got the E-types. Lotus 11 in the middle of that. That's the Michael Birch and Gareth Burnett car, I think it is. And they had Burnett had a good result at Spa, driving with Michael Birch, or driving Michael Birch's Elva BMW GT160. Richard Bradley drove with him, the modern prototype race and Formula Junior as well, Aston Martin pre-war man. And also Nicolas Manassian was in that car. So I don't know that you need to be pretty short to drive an Elva GT160. And Michael Birch, the owner, certainly isn't. He drives those big pre-war Talbots as well really nicely in his Rubens Barrichello crash helmet. And it's him who's in the Lotus 11 at the start of the race. So look for Michael Barry Birch, as we call him. Round the warm-up they go. The sun is beginning to sink in the sky. And this is going to make for a fascinating endurance race. Big GT cars. A couple of little sports racers in there as well. But it's Cobras, powered by the 4.7 litre 289 cubic inch Ford V8. There's an Elan doing pretty well up there. And there's the Lotus 11 with Michael Birch at the wheel. Some Shelby Mustangs in the middle. More Elans, more E-types.
MGB there.
I saw a TVR Grand Tourer in there, an MGB, yeah.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah.
There is one on the list. So yeah, a tremendous variety. It's a bit like watching Spa 6 Hours all over again, isn't it? That this huge grid of 59 cars that we have.
Yeah, this is the Estoril 2 hours though.
The Cobras are very, very strong up at the front, and I think we know that that's probably where the win is going to be. But nonetheless, every single one of these cars. Go on.
There will be 10 Cobras at the head of the pack when it finishes.
You think so?
I think we'll see. I don't think we'll see 10 Cobras at the front when this finishes last time. I think that.
Oh right. Okay. No.
Bit, and we'll see maybe some of the Jags and maybe some of the quicker Elans come through. Let's wait and see. It'll all unfold before our eyes, and we start this 2-hour 60s endurance race with the 2 distinct shapes of Cobra Coming down into turn one, the pale blue car down the inside, which is the Cottingham Gerardo car, is going to take the lead. Oh, there was almost a brush of paintwork there.
Yeah.
And yeah, that was all very hairy at the start of an enduro, but I think they've got round safely. The camera would have panned to something, had they not. Yep, we've got one or two out over the curves and sliding around. It's all on treaded tyres. There's a LAN up the inside, and well, that's the White Cobra, I think 56 car took a little bit of a tap in all of that.
Yeah, I think it did. But this is a very fraught first lap for a 2-hour enduro, and that move down into the first corner was decidedly hairy. But they're now coming down into the long left-hander and beginning to stretch out enough that there's a few good manners here and there. But I suppose inevitably, with 59 cars on the grid, that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, that's right. And was it 56 or was it 156? It's 156. That's Pierre-Francois Rousselot's team car.
It is.
Yeah. Raced in Formula France at the end of the 60s. And it's finished third in the French Formula 3 Championship in '71, behind luminaries Patrick Depailler and the Doc himself, the great man Jean-Pierre Jabouille, both in Alpines.
It's no disgrace to be third behind those two, is it?
No, exactly. And so if you think about it, Depailler went on to win the European Formula 2 Championship in '74, and that wonderful win that Jean-Pierre Jabouille scored, the French Grand Prix, the first Renault Grand Prix win. He deserves so much of that as sort of the engineer behind the whole project. So it's the Cottingham Cobra that leads the way. A winner in the Dallara in the Endurance Legends race early in the day. Chasers are Geno, Beck and Ebeling.
That was a little hairy from the Silver Cobra there. That the back wanted to overtake the front, but that finally caught it all up. These cars largely carrying auxiliary lighting because we'll be going into pretty well darkness by 8 o'clock tonight, and that's certainly going to be a consideration. Was that smoke out of the back of the third place car there? I don't know.
Yeah, it did look that way.
Might be a tyre rubbing.
It might be a tyre rubbing on the wheels. Heavily laden with fuel at this stage of the race.
Yeah. So my guess would be nothing more sinister than that, but. The Cobra Fest that you promised us, Marcus, is well in hand at the moment. Yes.
Yeah, there's the Ebeling car. Of course, it was the Ebelings that drove the Bizzarini to victory in the greatest trophy. And you're on maybe
so
the greatest showman.
They'll be keen to have another trophy in the cabinet to take home. Certainly, it's interesting. Some of these cars are continuations, some are originals. Just looking at that head-on shot, it is quite strange that several of them have got very slightly different bodywork on them, and I don't think that there is in any way sinister about that these cars, as race cars, get dented and rebuilt, and every time that they get rebuilt, it's slightly different. And I know, Marcus, that you've walked around the paddock like I have at places like the Goodwood Revival, and you'll see cars there which are ostensibly exactly the same. And I don't mean just GT cars, I mean everything from 1950s Formula 1 cars upwards. And they're meant to be exactly the same, but they're all a bit different. And that's simply because
the point is, they're handmade, aren't they? They weren't made by engineers with a CNC machine, turning out identical panels day in, day out. And these are artisan cars. I guess the Cobras are, the vast majority of them are remade. And a long time ago, I think it was Kirkham, wasn't it, that started remanufacturing Cobras in an old MiG factory in Poland, and they were very successful. And of course, some of the drivers have these cars, probably have the real one at home, and a modern rep which they race, and they race hard. They're all to an FIA specification, Appendix K specification. So provided they meet that criteria, then they're eligible for this sort of race. And it's very, very busy out there, isn't it? With you've got those two Daytona coupes, you've got a fastback hardtop behind, and those hardtop cars are all subtly different as well. Some have that sort of Le Mans style hardtop, slightly laid back windscreen. Some have a bit more of a bubble top on them, but this is absolutely fabulous. With the
it's glorious. Just look at that sight on screen right now. It's and the white Daytona Cobra there in the Écurie France livery. The little Lotus Elans, and similarly, Marcus, you talk about continuation cars, call them what you will. I think we'll stick with that. But those are down as 26R Elans. They didn't build many 26Rs.
They run to 26R. They race to 26R spec.
Yeah.
There's a battle there between 7 Delaplanque and 21, which is Carlos Barbo, the Portuguese paint manufacturer, Tintas Barbo, a long time Lola T70 racer. Got Jaguars.
We saw him earlier on
fixed
today.
head coupe there. Yep, fixed head coupe, and you've got a bubble top roadster as well running in behind that. With those Elans is Michael Birch in the 160, the little Lotus 11, and Lotus 11s went to Le Mans back of the 1950s and won classes. Always embarrassed.
But they were always.
They were always index cars, weren't they? Index of performance, index of thermal efficiency.
Yeah, which was always put together to favour the French cars.
Small cars, preferably French blue.
Yes. And as my dear friend Chuck Dressing always calls it, the index of runny cheese. It's and I think that yes, it's probably true, but the Cobras, they have to run with the hardtop, don't they? Because otherwise they're not GT cars, and that was the expectation at the time.
We talked about this, just the index of thermal efficiency. I mean, a car with thermal efficiency probably has to have a well-lagged hardtop and a solar panel on the boot lid these days. But they come down into turn one again. Cobras. There's that number 7 Alain Delaplanque. We saw the Lotus 11 go through. Ooh, one of the Jaces, a bit snaky under braking down there too.
And that's only going to get worse as the race goes on, because certainly several of these cars are going to find their performance at the end of that long straight getting much worse in something within the next hour and 40 minutes when they've got the last 10 minutes left to run. So yeah, the Cobra's very much at the front currently. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see with some of these cars, because a 2-hour race is enough that there is going to be some degradation in particularly the quickest and particularly the heaviest cars, and we know that a Cobra is fairly heavy on bits anyway, so it could be that we're going to see some changes. Whether we're going to see enough change not to have a Cobra at the front, I'll wait and see.
No, we'll have a Cobra at the front, I'm sure, but the top Jag is that of Mille in 10th place. Number 3 But interestingly, Rousselot in the Shelby Cobra 156, that's in a 2:02. He's lapped quicker than the 3 cars ahead of him. Quickest lap of the race so far is the Cottingham Cobra, the lead car, leads by 7.5 seconds, 1:59.8. So the only car under 2 minutes. We've got next 4 cars have been in the 2:01s. Behind them, though, it certainly is Rousselot. So he's moving up, despite the fact he's in his early 70s, hasn't lost his competitive fire.
Which is good to hear. Some side-by-side E-Type action there, which is always lovely to see. The E-Type, even in lightweight spec, was beginning to run out of steam by the time that certainly the Daytona Cobra came on the scene, and that oh, that's nice, that little Alpha. But I think perhaps sometimes we do tend to think of well, Cobras are faster than E-Types. Well, yeah, because they were effectively developed at a different time. And there's that big puff of, I think, probably tyre smoke out of the back of that Cobra there.
Came past the Healy with that lovely shell-shaped radiator grille.
And I'm not sure whether it's the camera shot, but it seems like it's getting a bit less light, shall we say, even now. With
longer shadows being cast, certainly, and you can see it looks a little bit, just a little bit kind of almost like a sort of an evening mist. Here comes Cottingham then, the race leader.
Yes, I think you're right, Marcus, that when well, just before this race started, it seemed to be some mist over the top of the mountains in the background. So, yeah, there's every possibility that we're going to see a bit of mist, and every probability that we're going to see a bit of dark.
Yes, Cottingham working quite hard at the wheel, but Jenson Button really enjoyed driving this car at Goodwood. He didn't enjoy driving it in the wet at Donington, and his first acquaintance with it absolutely terrified him. But that's because the lack of grip in the wet for something with so much grunt. But at the end of the day, Cottingham's well used to it. He's raced the car a few times now, and he's been racing pretty much every weekend in recent times. There's the MGA, look at that, racing with MGB, so MGA and MGB together. Cottingham leads the race. He raced quite a bit in an MGB. He had one of the original cars from the Ilford Films Enduro race at Brands Hatch. So cutting his way through the MGs, and he'll be very sympathetic to them, knowing exactly what they're up against, is young Cottingham, James Cottingham. He's got the auxiliary spotlights in reserve.
In our side of the Atlantic, the most famous of all the Cobras was run by the John Wilmot automobiles car, which was famously driven by Jack Sears, which was really very strange because Jack Sears was a Norfolk farmer known as Gentleman Jack simply because he was an utter and complete gentleman. He spoke like a gentleman, he dressed like a gentleman, he behaved like a gentleman. Put him in a car and he was a complete hoodlum. And there was this strange kind of mixture of all those different things. But those red Cobras, and there were 2 that had the white stripes up them, which was so much part of the John Wilmot racing team.
That's right. He won the Autosport 3 Hours in that very special coupe they built. It wasn't a Daytona coupe, it was the Wilmot coupe. and that car I think is in the States these days. But I knew Jack pretty well, certainly in his later years. An absolutely delightful gent, as you've said. And of course, the family made its money in the shoe business. But it was later that he became a farmer, and a terrific driver. Had an awful accident at Silverstone, didn't he? In a Lotus 30, similar to the one in which Phil Keane scored that fabulous win at Goodwood Revival last month. We haven't seen the Lotus 30 go as well since the period.
I was very surprised to see them. They said when they brought the second version of that car out, which was named the Lotus 40, it was the Lotus 30 with 10 more mistakes.
That was Richie Ginther's famous quote.
Yes, it was. And I was very surprised to see the Lotus 30 out there winning that race at Goodwood, because
we've had them on the podium before. We've had them on the podium before. That's the one that Retro Track and Air did for Matthew Watts. But they've been on the podium before with Simon Hadfield and Tiffany Dell in different cars over the years. But that's the first time one's won at a Goodwood historic event. There was one other time when a Lotus 30 won at Goodwood. That was in a club race, Autosport Championship round, when Simon de la Tour, who ended up running the Winfield race schools in France for the Knight brothers, he managed to win by a fraction of a second from Keith St John, driving an Elva BMW Mark 7S, and it was a short club race, and he won it by a few tenths of a second, the Elva with a misfire. So he was there first, past the flag.
I'll tell you something which will very much date me, is that I can remember being at Brands Hatch at a time when the crowd was very considerably closer to the racetrack than it is now, and that Jim Clark was driving a Lotus 30, and he came under the bridge from the long circuit, and the car just swapped ends and bounced down the barrier, making a huge mess of the car. Thankfully, no mess of Jim. But I was close enough, standing there with my father, and that Jim Clark got out of the car, the marshals ran over to get him out of the car, and he just turned to them and said, "What happened?" I thought, finally, if the greatest driver in the world doesn't know what happened, then that says something about the car.
I remember a similar situation with a lesser handler, but still a good driver, in a Formula 3000 race at Po, and the driver was struggling. I won't name him, but later in the paddock, I sort of said, "Oh, we look like you're having a real wrestling match with that car." He said, "What was it doing to me?" So I told him what I'd observed, and he said, "Oh, perhaps you'd like to tell the team manager. He doesn't believe me."
Yeah, same thing really. But the race goes on.
We did have we had a quick look at the TVR of Rocchietta 153 that was in the pits. The TVR Grand Tourer, powered by the BMC engine, the same as an MGB.
Yeah, and we've also got a TVR with the Griffith 200 out there as well, with Tony Seiler and Mark Seiler, who we've already seen, and they've got a Griffith, which the only TVR Griffith that I know of that's racing in this level is the Mike Whitaker car that we've seen several times over the last few years.
Yes,
which he drives with Mike Jordan.
Mike has a couple of those Griffiths, and he's also came out at Goodwood, as you'll remember, with that lurid pink Cobra Dragon Snake, ex-drag racer from Bruce Larson in the States, and but got those TVRs going really well, and it's down to Nigel Rubin who prepares them.
There's the
Marcos
Mathieu Personnaz and Jean Personnaz Marcos, the 1800 GT, and I think that had a MGB engine in it, didn't it, Marcos?
No, the 1800 Marcos had a Volvo engine.
Volvo,
the B18
yes.
Volvo engine.
As
there
I
were
asked the
1600
question,
full-powered ones. There were the Volvo ones, and then later there were others with bigger engines. And of course, the styling didn't really change all the way up to the big LM cars with the massive Chevrolet engines under the bonnet, which were like dragsters in a straight line.
Yeah.
Yes, the Adam.
We've had a spinner.
Is that 177? I think it was. Who went round?
Yeah, I think so. But he's gyrated without any problem. 170.
170 was it? Ted Tuppen.
Yeah.
Ted Tuppen has also got a Chevron B16.
And that was a spin with no problems. Just a loop round in 180 degrees.
just ran out of grip. Yeah. And round it went. There's the Shelby Mustang there. Same engine as in the Cobras. The GT350.
Yep. But bigger and heavier and a bit less agile than the Cobras. But nonetheless, a very, very attractive car. And
I could see you in one. I could see you in one, Paul. You know?
Could you really?
Shelby Mustang. Okay, I think perhaps an addition to your stable, or maybe a swap out. A Lotus Elite there as well. The little Lotus Type 14 Elite. The Elan's the Type 26s, but that's the Type 14 with the 1216cc Coventry Climax FWE engine, derived from the old fire pump unit. There's the lead car going around one of the Morgans, and good to see the Morgan down there.
I think one of the great things about these sorts of races, yes, you've got 59 cars. Yeah, sure, you've got lots of different classes. Nonetheless, not everybody is even going to win their class, but everybody is out to have a good time, and that there will be stories told over the next 2, 3, 4 weeks about the daring do that people have had out there this weekend, and that's what this is all about. As we see the number 7 car into the pits, and that's the 26R of Eugénie Deleplanque, and that's too early to be.
That was the Elan, Paul, that was battling with Carlos Barbeau to be first of those, and the Deleplanque car has dropped way down the order, and whether that's out of the race or not, I don't know, but I suspect it might be.
I think
you're
right.
The Morgan of Rogion there, Triumph engine, so similar to the car that won the class at Le Mans, the early 60s, with Christopher Lawrence and Richard Shepherd Barron, TOC 258.
Which had been refused an entry because it looked too old-fashioned at the very beginning, and they had to battle and say, no, this is a modern car, even back in 1962.
Yeah, had they painted it blue, it might have had a better chance, but anyway.
The index of runny cheese.
Yeah, exactly. There's the Cobras, so the little Lotus Elite going really nicely, isn't it? Fiberglass monocoque car, just a superb little thing. Great handling. That's the car of de Gaunt, one of the few pre-63 cars in the field, and they're wonderful. Of course, the styling done by the accountant Peter Kerwin Taylor,
which is a great story, isn't it?
Yeah, they've raced and rallied elites, haven't they? You wouldn't have thought it possible to rally a Lotus Elite, but there you go. Alfa Romeo flashed through the screen.
I'm a million miles away from being an engineer, but it shouldn't work to have a fiberglass monocoque. I mean, there's very, very little steel in there, is there?
Absolutely. I mean, it's a really great. I mean, they're awesome cars to drive. In the sort of damp at Spa, there's little that is more enjoyable. You can get them incredibly sideways. They don't spin easily, and they don't have lots of power, but they have phenomenal road holding.
And that's what they thrived on. But it's just another bit of Colin Chapman's genius, isn't it? That people talk about ground effects, people talk about gas turbine cars at Indy, people talk about the Lotus 49, but this is up there. It's the Lotus Elite,
very much so.
with a
Very much so.
fiberglass monocoque construction. It just shows how much of a design genius he was.
They were, and some of them, I think it was Bristol made the bodies, I think, towards in the later stages, and they were really rigid and tight as a drum, and they really worked well.
Yeah, and as I say, they shouldn't.
A 2 litre one went to Le Mans, didn't it? With a Climax FPF engine in it. And I think David Lazenby, the man who went on to design the Hawk Formula Ford cars, Formula Ford 2000s, etc. I think he was responsible for engineering that car on behalf of Lotus.
I thought you were going to say he was a driver, because that would be a new one on me.
There you go. David Lazenby. We've got an incident here, and it's the 156 Cobra, isn't it? That's off the track, and one of the Healey's was off as well there, I saw. And 156, that's the Rousselot car, isn't it? And
drivers out and walking away.
Yes.
But Pierre-Francois Rousselot and Carlos Tavares in that white Daytona coupe. Interestingly, that's the only car in a invitation class, so clearly it isn't to the same spec as the other cars, but we have a yellow flag out there for that. It looked that there had been 2 cars involved in that, but I'm not going to surmise at this point. Hopefully we might get something a bit better on a replay, but certainly that car is out of the race. It is a localized yellow currently. And
another one coming in, another Cobra. Yeah, Carlos Tavares, who has that car and was driving with Rousselot, of course, is the chief exec of Stellantis, which was the merger of PSA Group, the Peugeot Talbot Group, and Fiat Chrysler Automobiles. So he used to be with Renault, so he's been racing quite a lot in recent years. But that car well and truly out of the race, unfortunately.
Yeah, and that was almost a replay of the car of the accident where we lost the Aston Martin earlier on today. A long sweeping arc coming out of the final parabolic turn onto the start-finish line. But so drama in here with only the first quarter of the race run, and the old adage of to finish first you have to finish was never truer, I think.
Yeah, that yellow caution flag showing in part of the circuit, and there is the stricken Cobra Shelby Daytona.
Yeah, and there's nothing to be done with it except for the fact that it's not in the ideal place. That the 2.5 second Formula One pit stop doesn't work with Hallebrand wheels and knockoff spinners.
No, something else I could damage with a copper mallet, I think.
Yeah, there's something inherently satisfying about knocking off spinners with a copper mallet.
I remember seeing someone do that with a GT40 and walloped the spinner, and the ear of the spinner just came flying off. And that was it. Suddenly it had 2 ears on my spinner, so to speak.
Whenever I've done it in the past, I've always been terrified of doing that because you can't do it gently, can you? You have to do it like that. And these are not quick pit stops.
Hit it with a fair degree of heft. That's the way around it. And of course, some of these cars in the course of a 2-hour race, a wheel change, a tyre change, will be absolutely part of the strategy, because you need to have confidence in how the car's going to handle as the race goes on. It's the 49 car we're seeing. That's Dominic Guénard's car that is receiving the attention
and it's having 4 new tyres put on, which after half an hour's racing, there has to be another story to this.
It may indicate that they are like as flat as threepenny bits at the bottom, having had a spin somewhere. But it may be something different to that. We can only tell you what we see. Lead car,
I think that's a good call.
Is Blue Cobra still? Yellow flag still just in one zone. Oh yes, there'll be plenty of work for panel beaters by the end of the afternoon.
That's the Carlos Cruz Miguel Amaral Jaguar E-Type, but he's nudged into somebody somewhere to
Miguel Paix Amaral, who's also raced in more modern sports cars. Carlos Cruz, regular Elan man prior to the Jaguar.
That pale blue Cobra does look magnificent, doesn't it? I thought that at Goodwood, and I think it's
the Colombian stripe does it for me. Should be driven by Roberto Guerrero.
Why does it have a Colombian stripe?
It has it had some kind of early history in Colombia.
Right.
So that's when they got it. They did that. No. I think a racing history.
Yeah. We'll leave that one there and move on. That we've now had the first half hour of this race, and without doubt, the darker parts of the circuit are beginning to get dark. We see the leader there, headlights ablaze, but that's rather more just to let the slower cars in front of him, and all of the cars in front of him are slower cars, to let them know that he's coming through. But the race settling down nicely into a good running order, and that Cottingham car doing extremely well so far. And as you say, they've had the whiff of success earlier on today, so they'll be keen to reinforce that. The order as we have it currently sees Cobras in the top 8 places. The first Jaguar E-Type is the car which is in 9th place, and that we'll keep an eye on that one as well. But Cobra's all the way through, besides that, through to 12th place. So 11 of the 12 fastest cars are Cobras of one colour, one sort or another.
One denomination or another.
But that's going to be. We're going to keep an eye on that. On that order, but the Cottingham car really looks to be putting a marker down. 20 seconds all but in the lead, and that the other cars continue. They're pretty evenly spread, 20 seconds apart. First to second, second to third, third to fourth, and fourth to fifth. So there's no real battles going on right at the front of the field, and that we then have the Cola car number 16, which is a traditional Cobra, shall we call it, in 6th place, but he sits a minute further down from that. So there's a fair bit of distance between the front cars. There's some places where there's very little distance at all, further down the field. But this is early days for this race, and we see the 51 car there, well and truly beached now in the gravel. The driver, I won't say running away, but Maxime Guenat and Guillaume Mahe, whichever one of those it was, but that car has come to a stop. We've got a yellow out at that chicane part of the circuit before they go on to the Parabolica, and that car is going to have to be moved. So whether they can do that under a local, no, I just had the answer, full course yellow. So we have a full course yellow going out now, so they can move that car. So no overtaking, hold station, drive sensibly. Full course yellow is something we don't see terribly much in Europe. It's something which they've run in the US for many, many years, and makes perfect sense. It allows everybody to close up and drive sensibly while something is sorted out. But yeah, the full course yellow for that beached Cobra, and so because we saw the driver walking away from it, I think that is going to stay beached, and consequently it's going to take a while to get that car out. The James Cottingham holding station extremely well, bringing everybody back to a reasonable order. The 27 PE registration car is now back in. There's 51-year-old driver's back in it. Yeah, he's back in it. He beached it and ran away, but now he's got back in it. So perhaps they're going to try and get that back out of the gravel and back to the pits.
That's a different Cobra to the one we saw go off earlier on, but that's 51. That's one of the Guenats. And looking at that, the pale blue Cobra leads 27 PE. The lucky number on the registration plate, 27. That's a famous number in racing, isn't it? It's a number that Villeneuve raced with, among others. Alan Jones raced with it, I think, for a while as well. And yeah, it's always been a special number in racing. So 27 PE it is that leads the way. Now, I wonder whether the regulations allow, and I don't know, for pit stops to be made under a full course yellow, or whether the pit window is suspended at that point. Different rules for different races.
I think we'll know fairly quickly, because if everybody does dive into the pits, then we know it's allowed. Oh, and the 43 TVR is also being pulled out of the gravel, it looks like. That doesn't have any damage that I can see on this side or the back, but that's the Christophe Baudon Grand Tourer, which is
1964 car with a B registration.
Yep. There's the leader doing all the right things under the full course yellow. So we've
probably grateful for a break.
Yes, what we've seen is the white Cobra, that Daytona Cobra, went off in fairly strong style. Let's say we think part of a contretemps with another car, and then we've now just seen the other Cobra go off. No visual other car, so we really don't know, but that's what's caused this full course yellow. A warm driver in the number 100 E-Type Jaguar, who's just taking the taking the opportunity to do that, and that's Sébastien Berchon. I just saw a car go into the pits, Marcus, so the full course yellow is finished.
The Golf Team
so
Milan is going in.
Yeah, that would explain it, because we now have the end of full course yellow and people are taking their stops. So I think you were right that you're not allowed to take it unless the track is live.
Yeah, they're arriving kind of not exactly en masse, but in reasonable number now.
And this, of course, is the trouble, isn't it? That you do get this bunching after any sort of either pace car, safety car, or full course yellow, simply because that's what it does. And it's not unheard of for it to cause another full course yellow 5 minutes later, because all the cars are close together. The other TVR.
It's a charismatic race, this, isn't it? I mean, just the setting is great. The cars are great. This sort of autumn sunshine is really welcome, and it looks like everyone's having having fun doing it. If they're keeping running, the teams are happy, and we're back racing. But look at that! God, 2, nearly 3 wide. The Cobra's there. And it's a switchback track, isn't it? It's one that there is no real rest apart from on that start straight, where you can go down and look at your gauges and just generally make sure everything's going nicely. You want to make sure your water temperature, oil temperature, etc. are sensible. It's not super hot at the end of the year, so there shouldn't be any massive problems with those, unless there is a fundamental fault within the car.
Which I think just supports your thoughts that when there is a full course yellow, everybody goes, "Oh, that's better. I can breathe for a minute," because most of these are big, mighty cars to throw around. And yes, if you're in something like a Lotus, which is probably less hard on the arms and legs than a Cobra, then it maybe isn't quite the same thing. But the Cobras and the E-types, for that matter, are mighty beasts.
What is quite interesting is you think that a Cobra, is going to be a really noisy kind of thing to drive. You're sitting kind of not quite astride the transmission tunnel with a throbbing 4.7 litre V8 engine in front of you. 63 is in trouble and pulling off. But if you're in a Lotus Elan, 26R spec Elan, they are incredibly noisy inside. Lots and lots of induction roar and all kinds of mechanical noises. And it kind of reverberates round inside the fiberglass. You're sitting to one side, we've got left and right hand drive Elans in this race, of a cross-shaped, a cruciform backbone chassis. But they are very noisy and pretty physical.
That car that we saw pulling off there, the E-type of Stéphane Wimez and Jacques-Alexandre Fontaine, driver out of that and walking away without a backward look. So I think that's probably terminal in that particular case, and that's brought out a yellow flag for that area. I assume, yes, that we're seeing that out on the back end of the circuit, and that will need to be put into a proper place of safety.
Yes, hopefully that won't take too long. We're getting down towards an hour and 15 minutes to go, so pretty much 45 minutes into this 2-hour race.
That's interesting, just seeing that the Cobra didn't whiz past the TVR there on those twisty corners. It was
they're on the bridge,
rather different.
Yeah, there on the bridge is the sign that really, the master clock that shows the competitors how long they have to go. So while the majority will have a little stopwatch or a digital readout somewhere in the car to give them an idea of when their strategy is supposed to play out, that sign on the bridge, the illuminated clock, is what they'll also be looking for to judge, particularly in the later stages, whether they push on a little bit or back off to save themselves a lap. Shelby Mustang, and bonnet goes down.
Yep, he's back in the fray. Yep, off he goes with the ubiquitous Shelby stripes. I don't think you're allowed to have a Shelby Mustang without having white bodywork with 2 blue stripes. I think it's the law.
There was a blue one racing at Castle Combe. There's a blue one at Castle Combe. In fact, the two Shelbys in the GT and Sports Car Cup race ran nose to tail in the latter stages of a very, very wet race. A week or so ago. In fact, it was a week exactly from today.
Yeah, and that was very wet, wasn't it? I wasn't there, but it looked to be horrendously damp.
Yeah, the good thing was it wasn't wet in the commentary box. Then you know you're in trouble.
It never is. That's why I love doing it. We're now seeing a fair amount of lappery going on, and that this is always an interesting time in itself, because it's not just about the big cars are faster than the small cars. It doesn't work like that. Some of the big cars have got lots of grunt, but maybe don't handle as well, or maybe they have a driver in who isn't as experienced as the James Cottinghams of this world, and that therefore you get this cut and thrust all the way down through the field, and with the light reducing as well, that this can be a very very difficult time. And look at that traffic jam. That's ridiculous.
That's right. And looking down the order, the lead Jaguar is car number 3. It's in 7th place. It's Armand Mille and Guillaume Marais, one of the Marais family who've been racing for many, many years in historic cars. Yvon Marais, a great competitor in Lola T70s particularly. 8 is a great-looking Daytona Cobra there as well. That is that's the Gallon team car, isn't it? That Dad and Lad Gallon are driving. And we saw Olivier Gallon go so well earlier on. Is that car coming into the pits now? I think it may well be the 8 car.
To hand over to Olivier, who's probably got his breath back by now. I was amazed to see him get out of that 1990 XJR 12, because the question I asked myself the moment I saw him was, which is older, the driver or the car? Because I don't think that he looked any older than having been born in 1990.
He didn't look as though he'd broken sweat either. It was quite remarkable. Fresh as a daisy out of the car, and gave a super interview to Rui down there in the pit lane.
Yep, and that's. I think I hate him already. He's young, good-looking, fit, drives fast cars. That just isn't fair, is it?
What's not to like?
So definitely lights on for some of these cars, and that's the 4th place, number 3. The mix is beginning to sort of shake out a bit now, and we're beginning to see some different cars and different drivers as well, which is interesting. James Cottingham has led this from the first corner, but we now have the number 369 car is in 2nd place, which is the Ursbeck Patrick Simon Cobra, and then in 3rd place we have the number 72. Guess what? It's a Cobra of Richard Cook and Harvey Stanley. And then in 4th place we have the number 3 Jaguar type, of Armand Mille and Guillaume Mahe. Now, none of those first cars have stopped, so we have an E-Type now in fourth place on merit, and that behind him we have the number 12 Cobra of Charles de Villancourt, and that's with a traditional one, and then Christian Barbeau in the number 21 car comes in behind that with the Lotus Elan. So we're beginning to see a bit of a shake-up already, Marcus, that an E-Type and a Lotus Elan in the top 6, and that we go E-Type Cobra, Lotus 15, E-Type Cobra. So this fear that we had that this was going to be dominated by Cobras of one shape or another isn't actually sort of shaping up terribly much.
No, it's quite interesting actually the way it's working. Of course, a few of the cars up in the front group have made pit stops, and we will see. There's a few cars in the pits at the moment, but the Cottingham car leads on 24 laps with 69 minutes to go.
Yeah, we've got Carlos Vergele in his Cobra is in the pits. We have, and he's dropping down the order because of that. We have Cobra of Demolay, which is in 18th place currently. That's number 28 car, but there's really not much at the front of the field that says that that's going to change very much. That, you know, yes, we're seeing some stops further down the field certainly, but it's interesting just to see that the E-Type and the Elan are in the top 6. Sort of, I think it's fair to say, partially at least on merit. And that's
very
great,
much so.
Great to see.
Yeah. And we know that Carlos Barbeau's a quick driver. He always was in his Lola days, and he certainly doesn't hang around in his Elan. And so I thought, well, interesting, the little Lotus, the Birch Lotus, that's just Lotus 15, not an 11, as I thought it was earlier in the race. That is running really well too. Michael Birch due to put the Leprechaun, then as he's known, Gareth Burnett. Oh, there's a Jaguar getting all snaky. Just got out of the way of the lead Cobra, rather literally, just jumped sideways and put the car up the curbs. But it's really for the leader to find a way past, not for the lap driver to attempt to evaporate. But that was quite interesting. A flash of the lights then. You saw this light up the back of the Jag there as the next car comes clawing in. Lead is out to something like 35 seconds. And Max Gerardo's quick, but he's not as quick generally as James Cottingham, not as experienced on a racetrack in absolute fairness. And so that'll be interesting to see. The Richard Cook Cobra is currently third. Armand Mille and the Jag is fourth. And then it's Cobra, Jaguar, Cobra, Lotus 15, Jaguar and Lotus Elan up the order. Now I'm thinking that Carlos Barbeau must have stopped. He has. So he's dropped a little bit further back.
It's interesting what you say, Marcus, about blue flags and what they mean, because obviously in Formula 1, 2 and 3 for that matter, that on a Grand Prix weekend, if somebody is shown the blue flag, they are expected to dive out of the way. Simple as that. That they must not impede, and they must, as you say, evaporate. And in virtually all other forms of racing, it is the job of the faster car to find a way back. The blue flag simply says there is somebody faster behind you and they are going to be coming past, but it doesn't say that you have to dive out of the way and make yourself invisible. And I think personally I would very much see that as being the way it should be, that it is the faster car's job to do the right thing. And that's interesting to see that that was the result of that meeting there, shall we say.
Yeah, absolutely. The 28 Cobra now is in. So the lead car continues.
Well up. So yeah, that the Demolay and Monet Cobra was fairly well up early on, but clearly he's doing his stop now. We're getting up towards halfway through this race, and my guess would be that James Cottingham is going to stay in that car as long as he can, being the faster driver, to secure that. Oh dear, that was a bit hairy, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was a little dramatic, perhaps over dramatic.
That was almost like a drifting display rather more than anything else. Chucked it in sideways.
Chuck it at the apex and then floor the throttle to get you out of trouble.
Yes, I think it was exactly that. So the Monet car goes back into the fold. Oh, now that's a traffic jam. That's a lovely traffic jam to see. A bit busy old pit lane as well, obviously, but yeah, the little Elan 26R holding on to those bigger engine cars, but no substitute for cubic inches. Yellow flag. So let's just wait and see what that is for. It's for that, which is a Cobra.
That's the Marcos, I think.
Yeah, it's the stripes that fooled me. It's the market. I'm not sure whether it was my imagination, but it didn't look as if it was going in an entirely straight line. It looked as if it was crabbing a bit, but that might just be my imagination.
So it looks like the Marcos Volvo in trouble, and that's at turn 2, isn't it? So yellow flag zone there at the moment. Volvos don't break down, do they?
That's what they say. It's not like Rolls Royces that just cease to proceed.
We'll soon see. If the side lights go out, then it's stopped for good.
Yes, but these four are having good fun, and the Lotus is certainly not overawed by the big bangers in front of it, and in fact is going to take the place from the E-Type. Well, that's 3 E-Types, but you know what I mean. The backmost E-Type, with the little 1600 engine. Doesn't want to turn the lights on because it'll slow the car down. But yep, he's certainly got past one of those E-Types. Still got the yellow down at turn 2. Which is not going to get in anybody's way very much, unless they have to pull a full course yellow again, simply because they need to get vehicles and people on or close to the track, which is always what decides it. So as we continue apace, and at the high halfway mark or close to it, we still have James Cottingham in the lead, yet to stop, and that the number 72 car is now up into second place. Richard Cook at the wheel, going to be handing over to Harvey Stanley. Neither of those have stopped. The number 100 car is in third place, Sebastian Berchon, and that is a Jaguar E-Type. And then the Lotus 15, which is in fourth place. Now, clearly some of those are then going to be overtaken because after that, we have the cars that have already stopped. So we're going to see certainly cars in second, third and fourth will drop a bit further down the order, but nonetheless this is an impressive showing from some of those. I'd just love to see a timing screen with a Lotus 15 from 1958 in fourth place amongst this
full course yellow. The barrier somewhere near the pit wall, the 89 Lindgren car, and I wonder how much fluid has come out of that. We'll see it again, I think. Yes. Doof. Ooh, that was a mighty blow, wasn't it? And the front absorbed a lot of that impact. Indeed, the bonnet didn't come off. But there is unfortunately a reason for this. And it's down a long way down the straight, isn't it? That it's ended up. It's ended up pretty much most of the way to turn one.
That's a strange one, because whatever accident that was has happened in a straight line. Whether it's a catch between two cars where one's tagged the other, which would seem to be the most likely way, but yeah, it's a strange one. Leaders in the pits.
So the lead car is in, and it's interesting because the Richard Cook car, who's supposed to be taken over by Harvey Stanley, who is a technician for the DK engineering team, and often shares cars with James Cottingham. In fact, has had a couple of good wins at Goodwood with James in recent times. Harvey Stanley.
I'm intrigued by this, Marcus. I really can't work it out. He's clearly gone nose into the barrier. You can trace the markings of where he's been, but why he's gone nose into the barrier, I have no idea. But certainly that's their full course yellow being taken advantage of to move some of the other cars around the circuit, but high drama into this second hour of this 2-hour race. And full course yellow and a sign there that says pit open, so we've answered our question there.
Glad that the driver is out of the car and making his own way over the barrier.
Yeah, because that was a big hit, and a high speed hit as well. But that is the end of that car's race. Full course yellow continues and is going to continue for some time. It's always strange in these races to see people stopping at a fuel pump for fuel. I don't know whether people get a sandwich and a Mars bar at the same time, but nonetheless, we saw that there.
That's what put the Hart family out, the Hart Pastorelli GT40 out of Spa last weekend, when Olivier Hart, who's very, very quick young guy, drove down to the fuel station to refuel the GT40, hooked reverse just to manoeuvre the car, and couldn't get it out. Just jammed in reverse, and that was that. 72,
that
the
really is
Richard
bad
Cook
luck.
Car. Yeah, it is, and it's luck of the draw a little bit. A bit of a lottery sometimes at long races like that, where you have several fuel stops. But yeah, so the 72 Cook Cobra, which we've taken over by Harvey Stanley, nicknamed Harv the Suave, and he'll be into to that one, chasing after the car, which was leading the race, started by his boss.
Well, I suppose it's better than doing it the other way around and then walking back to the pits and saying, "Sorry, you haven't got a drive, boss." But
there is that. Yes.
Yeah. I think I'd always prefer it that way around.
Yeah. So it's Cottingham handing to Max Girardo and Richard Cook to Harvey Stanley. two and odd minutes apart, but that's a slightly false view of the whole thing, because of course the Cottingham car was in the pits slightly before, and by the time it all kind of unfolds and unravels after this full course caution, I think we'll see a proper order beginning to emerge. Blanchemin in 119 is third, Verquin is in 61 is fourth, and Michael Birch now in the pits with the Lotus 15, which will be taken over by Gareth Burnett.
And as you say, Gareth Burnett, who's possibly more well known for driving cars which are considerably taller than that Lotus. That he's an expert of large old racing cars, and that a Lotus 15 is it's fairly old, but it's not large by any means. And
brought up
I think
around
you're right,
the Talbots. Brought up around Talbot 105s. I think the family had one, and he's raced them for John Ruston's team for years. Also races with Michael Birch in his. But for a while raced in classic Formula 3, and also did a little bit of Group N production saloon racing for a season or so, a long time back. Gareth Burnett, the Irishman.
Yep, and as you say, I think it's going to take a little while now for us to see the true picture for this lot that we're going to have to run for a little while before we get to that. But once we've got to the end of that, we'll be at the race to the flag.
Yes, that's right, and we have 53 minutes by the looks of things still to run. Back in the highlights,
looking at the first hour. The first hour of the race, where Cottingham did some great stuff. That nasty shunt to the Daytona Cobra coming out of the Parabolica, which very obviously is a much more difficult corner than it looks, because we've seen more than one shunt up there during the course of today.
It's a little, I think, like the final corner on the Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit, isn't it? Whereby it's quite easy to hang a wheel over the curb on the exit, which can fire a car across in the barrier. But that was really quite a languid kind of looking spin for the Cobra, in that it was all locked up, and it went into the barrier sideways by the pit entrance earlier in the race. But these cars, these trucks now, the safety trucks, just parked in a position to winch the damaged Jaguar onto the flatbed. I think the smaller truck is just protecting the workers.
And we did actually see a little bit more of that accident in that highlights package, and the car seemed just to turn sharp right under braking. That it wasn't anything that I could see more than that. That it was very much just a jumping on the brakes and the car turned sharp right. Now, whether that's a mechanical failure,
very early in the braking area, wasn't it? But there you go.
Yeah. I mean, it could be something entirely different. But we'll see. We're at 51 minutes left to run of this race. And another stopper, which is the number 87 Morgan, which is out there with Roger Whiteside and Richard Thorne. Richard Thorne, very much a Morgan man, and Roger Whiteside
as is Roger Whiteside, Roger Whiteside's had numerous Morgans, and has graduated to chevrons as a B8, and he is the head of the Greggs organisation, famed for its vegan sausage rolls these days. and describes himself modestly as a grocer.
Yeah, that's. I love people who do that, who are hugely successful, and that they talk about themselves in very self-deprecating ways, and I think that's great. So all credit to him for that. Taking a little while to get the E-Type dealt with on the pit straight, but it can't be very much longer before we see an end to that, and then we can get racing again. Clearly, it's going to be a few minutes before we can really see the pattern of this race emerging after the full course yellow. But James Cottingham has done all that he should do, wanted to do, needed to do to make sure that he got to the front, stayed at the front, and built a lead. Although these full course yellows will have eroded that quite considerably, and that there's no point in having a 2-minute lead if you're then going to be faced with full course yellows where the field bunches up to a greater or lesser extent.
Yeah, there's only one place you want to have a 2-minute lead, and that's with about a minute and a half to go. That makes things look a bit more healthy, doesn't it? But doesn't stop you sort of kind of worrying and hearing everything in the car as you go around, and
and particularly under a yellow, of course. That's when you do hear all the bits. That when you're driving quickly, you've got other things on your mind. But driving around like this.
But you'll also pick up. You'll pick up sort of things like the marbles firing up into the wheel arch from rubber that's been dropped on just slightly offline if you've overtaken a car or whatever, and it's a hugely it's hugely stressful. I think for some people who are out there. I mean, for the majority of us, of course, it's never going to be a problem.
That E-Type looks a mess. It's not going to polish out, is it?
No.
That's a head-on into the wall job.
Serious industrial strength teacup required.
But
so that's the Guillaume Mahé Cobra. It was on our screens then, and we continue under full course yellow. There'll probably be a quick sort out down where the Jaguar was, just a last check of the track to make sure there's nothing left on the tarmac that could be picked up by a tyre, or flicked up indeed by one of the cars that passed. But I would think with a fair wind, 47 minutes still to run in this 60s endurance race at the Estoril Classics, Peter Auto's seasonal finale, that we will be back in operation in the next 3 or 4 minutes.
Everybody now has stopped at least once, and so although we live in a bit of a strange world because of this full course yellow, nonetheless the Cottingham car still continues to lead and has around about a minute, but that's perhaps a bit of a false figure. The E-Type, sorry, that's just changed on the screen right now. The Lotus 15 is now in third place. That's good. Lap down, but is in third place, and in fourth place in the pits is the number 119 E-Type, which as I say has just stopped. That's Jean-Luc Blanchemin, which has gone into the pits, as has the number 26 E-Type. So we have a bit of a sort out happening really as we speak, with the 15 and 72 at the front. The Lotus 15 at number 160 is in third place. In fourth place we have the 369 Cobra, and in fifth place we have the number 12 Cobra. but that would tend to indicate where we are now, with the Cottingham car still out at the front.
Yeah, it's certainly got considerably darker in the last few minutes. Just like a veil's been drawn over the circuit, and the sun will be diminishing over the horizon out to the west. More worried about glare from headlights than they are or were heading into the sunshine early on. But we're back to green, and that is the lead car over the line for the 32nd time in this 2-hour race. Still 44 3/4 minutes to go, but the number 15, which should now have Max Girardo at the wheel, is still making very good ground.
Yeah, doing some great stuff there. And as you say, Marcus, it's getting decidedly murky, isn't it? And it's gone from being dusk to being dark.
Yeah, that's right. And well, it's they'll know that they are heading towards the closing stages. It's interesting, isn't it? As the cameras switch round, you'll see slightly different light effects, but it is certainly down at turn 1. It looks almost dark, but we shall see as we progress. It's the lead is actually down to just under 40 seconds, and that's as a result of the top 2 cars coming through at the end of the lap after the full course caution. So the real gap is about 40 seconds between the Cottingham and Girardo Cobra and the Cook and Stanley Cobra, number 72. Third currently is the Lotus of Burnett, who's just done the best sector 2, the middle sector of this course time, of anybody. A minute flat. He's lapped 1.2 seconds quicker than the race leader in that point. We saw a very quick time go in for the third sector, and that is because Olivier Galland is now in the number 8 Cobra, started by his father. That is down in 12th place, but he's lapping quicker than anybody bar the leader. So we shall see that number 8 car come flying back up the order, and that looks really impressive. Xavier Galland started the race, and Olivier Galland now at the wheel, and we'll see sort of 1:59 last time, previous time round, 1:59.9, as opposed to the best lap of the race earlier on for the race leader when Cottingham was at the wheel. So he's the quickest car on track right now, Olivier Galland, who we saw win in the Group C Jaguar early on. How high will he go in the remaining 41 minutes? Well, I think at this rate of progress, subject to not having any further interruptions, then there's every reason to expect that he will make his way up well into the top 6. Patrick Simon's up there as well in the 369. He's a quick driver, ex-Formula Opel Lotus racer of note. And we are riding with the leader, the Cottingham and Girardo car. Still showing us on our screens, which is interesting. So maybe he's going it alone, and Max Girardo not going to drive it like we thought he would. But yeah, watch Olivier Galland, number 8. He's absolutely flying. He's his quickest car on the course at the moment, and he is up into 11th place. Into 11th place and making ground all the while. So watch for that number 8, the Battleship Grey Daytona Cobra. Gap between the leaders is 37.5 seconds. So what cars trickling into the pits from time to time. Some may be scheduled, some for mechanical woes.
Yeah, we've seen some damage here and there through accidents, but touch wood, we haven't seen much in the way of mechanical problems, have we?
No, it's been pretty good. There's some fairly impressive overtaking going on down there, and certainly with this type of track with many twists and turns on it. There's never a dull moment if you're charging through, or indeed minding your own business in a car. Probably more difficult to be in a car that's in the middle of the field, where not only are you overtaking, but are also being overtaken. You're trying to run your own race, and it's got to keep your wits about you. Someone's just had a big spin by the sounds of things, or certainly
yes,
there was a big lock-up somewhere.
There was, and I'm just waiting to see who or what it was, but maybe it was just a lock-up. And
I looked at the Shelby there, and there was a lovely orange glow from the front brakes as he came into one of the hairpins, and I thought, so the Shelby Mustang, and thought, yep, that's really working hard.
Yeah, I bet they are. I bet those brakes are really working hard, as we said, and at this stage in the race, with 38 minutes left to run, it's probably fair to say that some of these bigger cars are beginning to worry about the brakes and worry about how they're going to manage it.
And those that haven't changed tyres, of which there were some, also you see the glow from the E-Type Jags front discs easily visible through the wheels.
And presumably, and I know this is something you do a lot of, Marcus, but you're not allowed to put in a central wheel nut, for example, that you can do with an air gun if the car didn't have that in period. So if the car had
that's right. There's an E-Type off there by the looks of things. E-Type off, I think.
Yeah.
In the distance.
And I think distance being the operative term there, that's a long way
it's a Shelby. Actually, I think it's a Shelby. But when the lights went out, I could see the white and blue markings on the back. One of the Shelby Cobras, I think that is, that's parked up. It's quite a long way off into the gravel. It may need to be retrieved.
Yeah, which would...
Is it going to throw one last spanner in the works here?
We've got a whole toolbox of spanners so far. But yeah, Olivier
has been banging in faster sectors for that car. Harvey Stanley banged in a faster sector 3 for his car that runs second, and he's down from, it was 40 seconds, it's now 34. So he's making some good ground. Is Harvey Stanley in the 72?
Yeah, he's no bad peddler, is he?
No, he's a very rapid peddler, and of course it helps when you're a technician for teams like DK to have someone who thoroughly understands a customer's car, can take it out and diagnose things, because a lot of those the specialist Ferrari work they do are not cars with plug-in diagnostics, far from it.
No.
You need someone who knows his stuff. That's the safety car board going out again, full course caution number 3, and this could be interesting depending on the relative positions of the cars, of the lead cars on track. It's taking time out of the race for the likes of young Galland, who's charging through. They're on lap 35 with that car. Leaders have completed 36, so they're working 37.
Okay, so effectively a lap and a half down.
Yeah, I don't know that there's much real opportunity to pick up the leader easily in this situation. You're not obliged to pick up the leader as a safety car, but it certainly helps.
Yeah, it does. And it's the difference between full course yellow and a safety car, isn't it? That there are various obligations under a safety car that don't apply. But yeah, we have the big gantry there showing just under 35 minutes left to run, and that the Olivier Galland car is going to be one to watch, I think, in this last half hour of the race.
Yeah, the closing skirmishes, as they say. just had a nice contact from a famous name from the past, Davy Taylor, the long-time Chevron cars fabricator who built B8s and things in the period, and of course is the custodian and saviour of the ex-Mick Hill VW Beetle Chevrolet, which many race fans all over Europe will remember seeing photographs of in its day.
Oh, yes.
By the likes of Mick Hill, Doug Niven, Jeff Wilson, and others over the years. And good on you, Davy Taylor. Enjoy. There's the Lotus 15 on the screen. Very distinctive low-line car with a 2-litre Climax FPF engine. It's an ex-factory car, this. And as they come past, the gap between the leaders is 30.3 seconds, so it has worked perhaps in the chaser's favour. But it is luck of the draw, and it might equally unwind the other way next lap through.
Yeah, and there is something about racing cars in the dark with the headlights on, isn't there? There's something that just looks right.
Yes, absolutely right. Particularly this type of car. I think it's really great to see the GT cars. We've got some pit stop issues. 220, 67 and 100. 100 is running 5th. That's Bertrand's Jaguar E. So that might be an issue.
So 220, 27 and 100. So we've come to the end of the full course yellow, and cars are now back running and racing. Yeah, we are going to be looking for Olivier Galland. I agree with you that he's not going to be up there on the podium, but it's going to be very good fun watching him do whatever he does in the next half an hour.
Yeah, he's into the top 10. That was interesting because the Lotus 15 is now clung to the back bumper, should it have one, of the lead Cobra. I think there's a couple of overriders, but not overriding much. Gareth Burnett working really, really hard. He is a lap adrift, but he's desperately trying to unlap himself, and he may well indeed do that. Gareth Burnett in Michael Birch's X-Works Lotus 15.
So there we see Max Girardo still in the lead.
Burnett just put in the best sector 2 of anybody. something like a second and a half or so in that sector alone inside the time of the lead car. And the gap from first to second is down to under 10 seconds. So this is an interesting development. We've got half an hour to go. The gap between the leaders is under 10 seconds, which is pretty phenomenal. Is that indicative of a problem, or just kind of where they lay in comparison to safety cars at the time of the incident retrieval? It is still 15 from 72.
I think it doesn't really matter where what's caused it. The truth is, it's 10 seconds between the two of them. It's just gone up to 10.8. But certainly, there's not a lot. You said earlier on, Marcus, that Max Girardo is not as experienced as his co-driver, but nonetheless, he's been around a bit. He knows what he's doing.
Has unlapped himself. Bennett's unlapped himself in the Lotus 15. Has just done the best sector 2 of anybody. Again, a 1:00.364 in the middle. That's virtually 2 seconds quicker than the race leader in all that. Now, he probably doesn't have the time to catch overall, but that was the best lap for that car, 2:03.314, and it's pretty impressive. It doesn't have Cobra pace in it in this sort of race, but nor does it have 4.7 litres of Ford V8 under the bonnet.
No, and it's giving away 5 years of development.
And our Alcamel timing is updating itself all the time with every sector. So that's why we keep seeing a slightly fluctuating gap first to second. But a brilliant drive from Gareth Bennett, who, with Richard Bradley and Nick Manassian in Michael Birch's beautiful little Elva BMW GT160, finished, top of my head, 8th in last weekend's Spa 6 Hours. It was a week ago today. Finished at 10 o'clock at night, having run from 4 till 10. And now back on the lead lap.
And just looking at that gap between first and second, it's kind of static at 9.3, 9.4 seconds. It's not changing very much, but nonetheless, it's not a lot. It really isn't a lot, and we're seeing some impressive times though. 9.3 still. Yep, that kind of gap is now fairly static. Just gone up by half a second. So, yeah, as you say, Marcus, I think part of that is just where it is on the circuit that the sectors are taking the lead from. There's a one-eyed MG going down onto the start-finish straight. I would think you'd probably want all the candle power you could have round this twisted little circuit, rather than driving on one headlight. But needs must, definitely. I suppose. Needs must. He hasn't got any other driving lights, so it's a simple single one headlight job, which must be difficult. The cars continue apace, and it will be now about, if it's a clean run to the flag, then this should be okay. But the darker it gets, and the more difficult it gets, the more unlikely that gets.
It's absolutely fascinating. This whole thing is just another wonderful endurance race. It's a really great circuit, and one that we don't see often enough. But it's now shown as Girardo finally in the Cobra that leads by 9 seconds from Harvey Stanley's at 15 Girardo from 72 Harvey Stanley. In third place is 160. which is the Burnett Lotus 15, using the Elva BMW GT's number. 31 is Henry Moser in Cobra. Then it is number 100, which is Sébastien Berchant, who's in a Jaguar E-Type. And then it's Charles de Villecourt with his Shelby Cobra. He was out in that Lister Jag earlier today, as I recall. And then it's 68, which is Schertl and Christian Schertl in the car started by Dirk Ebeling of Bizzarini fame. In 8th place is the 8 car, which is Olivier Galland with the Shelby Cobra started by his father. In 9th place is 70, which is Erwin France in the Shelby Cobra started by his father Pierre Alain, who in the very early days of the Spa 6 Hours was a victor in an Attila Chevrolet Mark 7, or probably the Attila Chevrolet Mark 7. Brave boy. And
I have to say those
they're enjoying it.
Those Attilas, whilst they're not the quickest car in their field, they do look fantastic, don't they?
Yeah, they're thundering things, that's for sure. At the back end of the top 10, 26. Leading his class is the car of Suri, which is car 26, which is unsurprisingly a Lotus Elan. All Elans should be number 26, shouldn't they? But that would confuse the timekeepers. That's Patrick Suri in the Lotus Type 26. And second in that class is the car of Gutzwiller, which is car 79, which is Stefan Gutzwiller and Victor Gutzwiller in a Elan 26 R-Spec car. Then it's Christophe Van Riet from GP Motor in Belgium in the car started by Damien Kohler. That's a Shelby Cobra. Then it's Guillaume Mahe, and then it's the third of the Elans, which is 21, which is Carlos Barbo and Matos. So it's 8.5 seconds, 1 to 2, just under 20 minutes still to go. The Moser Cobra is now up into 3rd place, having nipped past Burnett's Lotus by the looks of things. So number 31 comes up a place.
Yeah, we didn't see that one coming, but yes, he has. But, Gareth Burnett moves down to 4th.
Yeah, Galland is 2.5 seconds behind Schertl in 68 and closing it sort of 3.5-4 seconds a lap. So Galland's going to go up into 7th next time round. Then he's got to then close down de Villecourt with his Shelby number 12, and I think he'll do that relatively simply as well, because de Villecourt is lapping at the same time as Schertl.
Right, so yeah, we haven't finished yet, and the gap between 1st and 2nd is now down to 7.3 seconds, which is the lowest that we've seen it. So it certainly isn't over yet. That the gap between the leader and 2nd place man, Girardeau and Stanley, is say 7.3 seconds currently.
Yeah, and it's a team effort, this, and I wonder whether there's team orders. You can't beat the boss. Who knows? I wouldn't think so, because we stand there biting his nails on the look at the brakes glowing on the white Cobra there, and the Jag that it's dicing with. That's absolutely brilliant.
As I say, night racing is something. Oh, look at that! That's it's something different, isn't it? It's something that
fantastic.
Gives you a whole new aspect to racing cars.
under seconds now, first to second. That's the 10 Cobra that we were watching with those brakes aglow. Ralph Huber and Benjamin Monet. I saw Monet, didn't we, in one of the earlier races?
We did. But the I don't think it's all over at the front of this race yet. I think we've seen another second come off the gap between first and second. It's now 6.2 seconds, and
could see a Le Mans type finish yet, couldn't we?
We could.
See one of those Le Mans stage finishes that could go either way.
could go horribly wrong. I've seen history. The film. I've seen the film. But, yeah, we're very much on the countdown now, watching these two cars battle it out.
Gallon is up to 7th in the car number 8, the Shelby Daytona Coupe, and is closing on Villecourt. Gap between them now is just 2 seconds, and he's lapping 3.5 seconds quicker. So next time through, Olivier Gallon, already a winner in the Silk Cut Jaguar today in Group C, is going to move up to 6th at this rate, and that's kind of where we thought he might get to. At that point,
it's quite interesting.
Struggle.
Yeah, I think that's where he'll run out of opportunities. It's interesting that this Estoril circuit doesn't have huge amounts of lit roadway. That it's these days, go to Le Mans, and so much of that circuit has got street lighting, effectively. Very posh street lighting, but street lighting nonetheless. And for me, that takes something away from it. Whereas just watching these two cars going around now, it's clearly there across the start-finish line. Yes, it's there. It has to be. But out in the country, it's pretty dark.
Yeah, it's part of the charm of Estoril, I think. And next year marks the 50th anniversary of the circuit being completed back in 1972. It's 4.7 seconds between the leaders, and they are going to get closer together. I mean, this is interesting. Another 7/10 clawed back in Sector 1 by Harvey Stanley. Half the swerve closing in on Max Girardo.
And there's probably 8 or 9 laps left to run.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's probably 8 or... So, we're seeing...
Yeah, quickest cars still lapping just around the 2-minute mark. Gallon certainly has got the hammer down. He is up into 6th place in the Shelby Cobra. He's actually 4th of the Cobras. And the Lotus 15, the Lotus 15 1958 as it's called, is still going well in 4th. Here's a replay. What are we going to see? Was that the lead Cobra we saw being borne down upon? Who knows? The gap is 4.5 seconds. There's a 10th come back here, 10th back there. It's clear that Girardo is responding out front because the times are very, very similar. But 4.4 seconds. Stanley is pushing it.
Yeah, they're both beginning to see that they are 16 minutes from the end of this race, and one of them's going to win it, and it's really just a question of which one now. But I think the second place car is inherently faster, but whether he can do anything about it remains to be seen. But we see on the ticker at the bottom there, it's 3.67 seconds now, which is neither here nor there, is it?
No, all it takes is an obstinate back marker or a little sort of slide just up onto a curb or whatever, and that lead could be halved or doubled in an instant. Could be nose to tail very shortly. It's gone out to 4 again at this point, but that's it's 4.0 between them. Let's see. It's difficult to pick up which car is the leader on in this now darkness in Portugal. 3.6 seconds and still 14 and 3/4 minutes to go.
So it's it's still very much all to play for. 3.6 seconds is what it was at the beginning of this lap, so hasn't really clawed back anything yet. But I think that this is the part of the circuit, the last part of the circuit.
Look at that! Look at that! A 39.1 sector for Gerardo, a 37.9 for Stanley. It's 2.4 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. It's boiling down. That's the lead car. That's 15, the lead car that we can see on our screen. We can just pick up the brake lights there, and the chaser cannot be too far away.
Oh, and trying to push through the 72 car there.
And is that them pretty much within sight of each other?
They must be. They must be. Harvey Stanley must be able to...
46 laps in.
So we're just straining to see our lead car, that pale blue Cobra, which is that one.
There's 15.
So that's...
There it is.
So that's our leader. And
is that chasing the Lotus 15? I think it is, which had managed to unlap itself probably 7 or 8 laps ago now, with Gareth Burnett up. Yep, it is the Lotus 15. Kind of doing the Pathfinder bit through the gloom.
And that the car that we can see in the background is the second place car. So 3 seconds down the road.
First time in a sector that Stanley lost a little bit of ground, but that's exactly as I was saying. It's one of those things. You come up upon a car that you can't get past where you wanted to. That must be the two of them there. There's a quick Shelby as well behind it. Gallon is running in 6th place. He's only 16 seconds behind Berchamp in the E-Type, and he's closing all the while. He's closing at about 3 or 4 seconds a lap, so he will, I think, at this point at this rate of gain, get 5th place before the end of the race. Olivier Gallon, real star during the day. 2.1 seconds, 0.4 improvement, 0.2 improvement, then lost 0.6 in the middle sector. And there we go, we've got the leader, and is that the chaser?
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, I think that was the chaser.
23.945 personal best. It's the second now between them. It's the second as we work lap 48, and a personal best sector 1 for car 72. There's a Cyclops Elan just ahead of the leader there. 15.
And, holding him up. Look at this, the nose to tail.
That's Harvey Stanley on his tail, isn't it? And he goes down the outside. Yep. Now tucks back the other way.
They are side by side into turn 1. The little Elan.
170 Elan it was, and they are absolutely nose to tail, the race leaders. 0.3 of a second, that's all there is in it. And Gerardo knows he's in a motor race.
11 minutes to go, ladies and gentlemen, and the leaders after 2 hours of racing are 0.3 of a second apart. They are nose to tail as they go into this with probably 5 laps left to run. It could go either way at this point.
There's the Lotus, which means the Cobras come next. There they are. And round the outside, that's a change of lead, I think. That must be Stanley coming through. There's the one-eyed Elan further back. And it is a change of lead at the end of lap 48. Car 72 goes to the head of the pack.
Wow. So he's just got to hang on to this now for the remaining 10 minutes of this race. Now, he's been fastest so far, but how much of that was Max Girardo just counting on his lead and hoping he wasn't going to get caught? Is he now going to light the blue touch paper and do something about it to claw that lead back?
Well, the person who is clawing a deficit back is Gallon, who is now just 9.7 seconds behind the 100 E-Type of Berchon, and is still closing in at a rate of knots.
Certainly Gallon is one of the stars of the day. But this battle at the front with the two Cobras has been a high spot of the whole day as we come to the end of this first part of the Estoril Classics 2021. That I think the right expression is plucky little Lotus is continuing to scythe through the field. Older, smaller, less horsepower than most of the cars around it, and yet continuing on its way.
Another 4 seconds gained by Gallon. He in the number 8 car is 6th, but it's going to be 5th inside a couple of laps at this rate, and we've probably got 4.5 more laps in the race.
It's nice to be able to recognise the one-eyed Elan if nothing else. The battle is still joined.
Yeah, that's the 15. Now the he's been the prey. Now he's the hunter. Can he be the hunter and the gatherer? Who knows? It's well, it's a response because it was over a second. It's now back to 0.9. There is still life in this race yet.
Indeed, there is, and I get the feeling that Girardo perhaps was a little bit surprised to be caught that quickly. And whether that's something that he can do something about now, we'll have to wait and see.
Another change down the order is a change in the lead of GT2 because Matos in the Barbo Elan 21 has got past Suri and is up into 11th place. 11th place has just put in, unbelievably, the first sector of the race. Matos in the 21 Elan, now running 11th overall.
Talking of Elans, the 79 Gutzwiller car is tumbling down the order, so I imagine it's either in the pit or stopped out on the circuit. Let's hope it's in the pit. But that car, which was up in the early teens, is now tumbling down the order. It's currently 20th. So heartbreaking to get this far into a 2-hour race and then to have a problem. But we still have 6.5 minutes left to run, and that our leaders still remain in the position with Harvey Stanley holding on to his lead. The gap now between the two is 0.3 of a second, which is neither hither nor yon. There's smoke coming out of one of the Cobra Daytonas there.
And this is staggering because Gerardo's responding and Stanley is sort of trying to keep it cool. Gerardo's taken 3/10 out of him, nearly 4, and nearly 3/10 in the next sector. It was a big change at that point, but it looks like Stanley has held on with a good sector 1 on the 51st lap. Looks like he's extended it again. Maybe he was just stuck behind some traffic. It's difficult to tell. You can see the pale blue Cobra in that group there, and I think he may be stuck behind maybe the car that Stanley had to get past before. Yeah, there's a sector 1 this time round has seen a bit of a change. It's now it's only 2 seconds. But that's all it takes. It takes a car that's in the way on one of the apexes. There's 72. That's the race leader. He's got past. He's made the cushion there because he's got Bennett's Lotus 15 between himself and Gerardo, and that's actually a very good move because the Lotus is quick enough to be that buffer that is required in the last 4.5 minutes of the race. Here comes the Cobra. The Lotus, remember, is running 4th overall. Gareth Burnett in the number 160 Lotus 15 with a 2-litre Climax
which
engine.
is ridiculous. It's absolutely madness, but nonetheless it's true.
But they've changed places there. The second Cobra has come past the Lotus, and so they've lapped the Lotus again. And as they go on to this might be the penultimate lap, but it might just be the anti-penultimate because of the times they're lapping in. Gallant is 5th.
The gap was
Gallant is 5th.
Good boy, and the gap is now back where it was of 0.6 seconds. So we saw it go up because of back markers, but now the cars are once again nose to tail. This is not over, even though we only have 3.5 minutes of this race left to run. The pale blue car in second place currently isn't close enough, but that could all change so easily.
He's taken some time out of the leader in sector 1. It's down to what, 6 or 7 lengths, I should think.
Yep, it's
coming through towards the end of sector 2.
It's closer again. I get the feeling that Harvey Stanley might just be pacing this for the last 2.5 minutes of this.
Gone out, Paul, in the second sector. It's out to over a second again. 7/10 gained back in that one.
My guess is that he's controlling this from the front, but as you said already, Marcus, it only takes one back marker to second guess it and go the wrong way, and that could all change.
Or a fumbled gear change, or just a little hit something slippery on the track.
We are going to get 2 more laps.
7-8. We are. That's probably a lap more than Harvey Stanley would like.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. But we are going to get 2 more laps, and to be honest, I don't care about what Harvey Stanley likes. I'm loving it, and that this is a real fight down to the checkered flag after 2 hours of racing.
Yeah, it's clear, Paul, that you're not trying to win a motor race, are you? It's you're just enjoying the view, like we all are. It's absolutely sensational. And there was a car in the way there of Gerardo. I think it was the rejuvenated Marcos.
It was the rejuvenated Marcos. So we have those 2 cars. Yeah, there's a bit more of a gap. If anything's going to happen, it's going to be on that last lap, which is going to be stolen by about 4 seconds. They're going to cross the line with about 4 or 5 seconds left to run of this motor race. So the gap now has gone out, as you can see, to 1.4 seconds, which is too much to pick up through just the ebb and flow of the race. It's going to have to be something unusual that's going to make that different. But nonetheless, 1.4 seconds, just that one back marker could make all the difference. It's 40 seconds left to run now as the cars are heading for home. They're heading towards the end of this lap, but they will, I think, almost certainly get one more lap, because nobody is going to ease off and make sure that they don't have to do the last one. Cars coming into sight of the pit straight. It's going to be 10 seconds left to run.
There is one more lap and they're on it, and the gap between the leaders, Harvey Stanley and Max Girardo, is 1.64 seconds after nearly 2 hours of frantic racing, split by 3 full course cautions. And at one point Harvey Stanley was something like 40 seconds adrift. Oh, there's a big slide, and that's the lead car, a big lockup. But he's kept it on the island. Ooh, that was a heart-in-mouth stuff for Harvey Stanley.
I think the second place car also had something, so whether there's something on track, some oil or water or something, may well be the case, because they were both a bit squirrely as they came through that right-hander. But final lap it is. What a race. We said at the beginning of this that a Cobra was going to win it, but we didn't think that it was going to be this close, and we didn't think that it was going to be this exciting right down to the very end of the race. There's our leader. He's out into the pitch darkness now. On this is his last racing tour. He'll be looking as hard in his rearview mirror as he is through the windscreen. Car comes down through the left-hander. He'll be counting it down as much as anybody else to get to this win, a team win, and he's going to come up to cross the start-finish line. There's the checkered flag. Harvey Stanley wins the Estoril Classics 2021 Sixties Endurance race.
What a wonderful race.
What a race it has been.
Yeah, the car started by Richard Cook, its owner, and Harvey Stanley took it over and has done the business. And these two teammate Cobras have come through, the two DK Engineering drivers, Harvey Stanley and James Cottingham, who started the car that Max Girardo finished, the number 15. They finished 1.689 seconds apart. In third place is going to be Henri Moser with his Cobra, number 31 by the looks of things. He will finish on the same lap as the leaders, so that's the 31 car, started by Charles Firmenich, finished by Henri Moser. That is on its last lap in the final sector of the lap, and it's due very, very shortly. In fourth place, a lap down, already finished of course, is the Lotus 15, number 160 of Michael Birch and Gareth Burnett. Firmenich and Moser do finish third. The class-winning SP3 Lotus of Burnett and Birch is through in fourth place, car 160. Fifth is number 8, which is a brilliant drive from Olivier Galland, who brought the Shelby Cobra, started by Father Xavier through right from down the order, right up to fifth place. And in sixth, the GT4 winning car number 100, which is Sebastian Berchon in his Jaguar E-Type. And he's come through about 6 seconds clear of the 68 E-Type, which was Dirk Ebeling and Christian Schödel. That car was 7th overall. 8th was the Shelby Cobra of the Francis, Pierre-Alain and Irwin. And that's number 70. In 9th place, number 12, Charles de Villancourt in his Shelby Cobra. And in 10th is 51, which is the car of Guillaume Marais, started by Maxime Guénat. Then we get to the GT2 top 3 in 11th, 12th and 13th places. It's victory in that section for the 21 car, which is Carlos Barbeau and Matos. They have finished ahead by I think 16 seconds of the 79, which was the Gutzwillers, Stefan and Victor. And in 3rd place in that class was the number 26 Elan of Patrick Souris, which led for quite a lot of the way. So what a cracking race we have had, a real humdinger and a sting in the tail at the end of it. Down in 36th place, GT3 has been won by the 66 car, which is the car of Thierry Rojon and Stéphane Moreau. It's a Morgan +4. They did a great job, and they have won that one from the 39 in 2nd place in that class, which is Stéphane Guillot CNS in his Austin Healey 100M Le Mans, one of the earliest cars in the race. So a cracking race that was. The Cottingham team set fast. So there is James Cottingham, and well,
he must be a happy man.
He will be. But what a result for them. And that's probably Richard Cook in the background there as well. One of the Cobras has stopped on the entrance to the pit lane. The number 16 car.
Yeah, I don't know whether that's run out of fuel. It looks like something's fallen off because
that's Kohler and Van Riet.
They were a quick car, but he's crouched down at the back of that car.
I think he's trying to find the warning triangle in the boot, but it's not there.
Yeah. Trouble is the comment. Yep, and that shows how dark it is, doesn't it?
Yep. What do they say? The motor's like a ghostly galleon tossed upon stormy seas, but it's rather benign this evening. And,
don't go all poetic on me. Don't go all poetic.
Only poem I could remember that was worthwhile. Anyway, there we go. Cook and Stanley win the race in 72 from 15, Cottingham and Girardeau. Firmenich and Moser in 31 third, all in Cobras. 4th, Birch and Burnett in the Lotus 15. 5th, the Gallons in the Shelby Cobra. 6th, Berchamp. Then it was 68, which was the car of Schödel. Finished it, wasn't it? 68, Ebeling and Schödel. 9th were the Frances, and 8th of the Frances. Then it was 9th, Villancourt, and then the car 51 of Marais, finished and started by Maxime Guénat. Matos, Gutzwiller and Souris teams, Barbeau, Matos, Gutzwiller and Souris in the Alans were next through. And vast majority of the cars, 41 cars were classified as finishers, which is a very good effort in a field of this size.
Indeed, and we feared a Cobra walkover, and whilst we've seen plenty of Cobras in the right places, nonetheless this wasn't a procession by a very long way, and to see those cars nip and tuck throughout the race was wonderful. Still in his silk cut jacket overalls, I love these bits after a race where everybody gets together and compares notes and talks about their race. A great sight.
In the Josco Motorsport pit, and Olivier Gallant, who took that car over when it was somewhere down just in the upper half of the field, but not challenging, and brought it back. Fabulous fifth overall, 24 seconds behind the Lotus 15. And
another few laps. I need to have that Lotus. But,
it's always the way, isn't it? It's always the way in long distance racing. Another few laps, or another 400 metres, it might have broken. But there you go. What a great race that was, and really a delight to see happy smiling faces at the end of it, and so many cars back in good nick after a very challenging couple of hours of racing. There was very rarely a lap where there was no car to pass for the leaders. Once they'd got into the back markers, it was well strung out, but a very competitive upper half of the field, and some very competitive battles within the classes from the earlier cars, which obviously had no chance of winning overall.
But a lot of fun has been had by all of them.
What happens after 369? Presumably it's time for the goose to drink wine. It's there. There won't be any shortage of wine drunk this evening, I'm sure.
No.
Great. Here's that's the second place Cobra. We're looking at the pale blue one, the 15, and the 72. Where's that? That must be far away. And there's some pats on the shoulder for Max Gerardo. Can be disappointed he couldn't quite hold on, but it was a sensational performance, and both James Cottingham and Max Gerardo, both purveyors of fine motor cars, drove their hearts out, but at the end of the day it wasn't quite to be. But they've had a superb day. There's the 72 coming back also into the adjacent pit, and that's Richard Cook and Harvey Stanley. And
happy boys.
Yeah, there's half the Suave. He's jumped out. Normally shares with there's Richard.
Your second one was all right.
Yeah,
Good job.
DK engineering badges on their
I had to relearn the circuit, so like, okay,
overalls.
Then there's a light. Now you can brake.
Yeah, you were quite slow, to be fair.
Yeah,
so, yeah. Good job.
A bit of good banter, which is always part of it.
And down with them is Rui Belmont. So with a fair wind, we will get to speak to the race winners very shortly. But happy scenes down in the pits here at the Circuito Estoril this evening.
Rui, check your sound, please.
And Rui is down there. I can hear chatter in the background. So Rui, hopefully you're going to speak to Richard and to Harvey.
We have an interview with Rui.
Yep, Rui, off you go.
Yes, I have Richard and Harvey here with me. They were the winners of this race, 2-hour race, guys, and at the end 1.5 seconds.
Yeah.
That's really a race.
Yeah, super close. These guys are our teammates, so I saw on the board that we were catching them, but I wasn't sure whether we would. And our lights weren't great, so it was super dark, so I sort of had to kind of relearn the circuit, because you need to spot your braking points when you can't see. There were sparks coming from the brakes, but I caught Max, and then it was just tricky through traffic, just trying to... The back markers, it's dark, they can't see you, they're not sure who they're racing, so super tricky to know when to pick your moment. But I got ahead of Max and he stayed with me until the end. But I was nervous on the last lap, any mistake with a back marker, and suddenly you know he's back in front again. But yeah, great fun.
Did you add some kind of strategy before the race?
Yes, but we're not going to tell you what it is. Yeah, we always run the same one. We were good. I mean, when we came out the pit stop, I think you were like 40 seconds in second place, so a long way to go. But he did a mega stint, was really, really good. Team have done a great job. same team run the cars that came P1 and P2 today. So it's a really good job. Everyone's really happy for the team.
At the end, a lot of fun racing daylight and nighttime also.
I had daylight. He had nighttime. So yeah, very happy with that.
You are the nighttime driver and he's the daylight.
Exactly.
driver.
Yeah.
Congratulations, guys, for this win. Fantastic.
Thank you. Thanks.
Great win for this team at the end of the race. 2-hour race, 120 minutes, and at the end, 1.5 seconds. That's racing, pure racing here. We'll see tomorrow all the other races. Now it's time to have some rest, to have some fun also, to celebrate this fantastic win for this team. We'll see you guys tomorrow here from pit lane. I believe that you have also something to close all this broadcast throughout the day. We still have the podium for this final race of the day or the night, as you wish.
Okay, Marcus Alkin, please.
Well, fantastic. What a climax to today's racing at the Estoril Classics with Peter Auto and Race Ready. We've had a wonderful day. That Cobra battle all the way to the end of the 2 hours was just brilliant. And the great news is we'll be back again in the morning to do it all again with a lot of grids, some different grids. There's a big Iberian endurance race as well, historic endurance, and many more good things to see. We've got both CER races, the great historic enduro races of the sports cars of the 60s and 70s. They'll be out there to entertain us. More Group C, more Formula One, and much more besides. Some touring cars coming out too. It has been an absolutely exceptional day. Great to hear from Rui down there in the pit lane. He's been keeping us up to date with what's been happening there, and great also working with Paul Tarsi as well, who will be back in the morning. Big thank you to all the marshals who did such a sterling job in that last race, particularly difficult conditions, but at Estoril, a stunning day's racing, and we'll be back for the final part of the Estoril Classics tomorrow. From the start of this race, it was nose to tail, wheel arch to wheel arch, and it started out in beautiful bright sunlight with the number 15 Cobra ahead, the pale blue car of James Cottingham, fresh from his win in last weekend's Spa 6 Hours, driving a GT40 with Ollie Bryant. But as the race wore on, there were one or two little dramas along the way. And endurance racing isn't over until the checkered flag falls. It was getting dark towards the end. Through the dusk came Cottingham. He was going to put Max Girardo into that car. They share the Delara Sports Proto course. That was the end of the 156 Cobra. Another one had its problems there and smoked the barriers. We had more drama still to come, and some full course cautions for a while. The land just spins there, but the driving standards in the race absolutely superb, and that explains why so many of the cars got to the end of the race. But it all finished in darkness, and here on the podium we're going to greet our winners. There are Girardo and Cottingham just turning up. We've got the Moser and Firmenich, and our winners in the black and red race suits. On the left of our screens, Harvey Stanley. On the right, the bearded figure of Richard Cook. Very well done. Cook and Stanley, Cottingham and Girardo, and Moser and Firmenich. Three Shelby Cobra teams at the top of the pack, chased by not a Jaguar as we thought, but by the Lotus 15 of Michael Birch and Gareth Burnett, and the Jaguar E-types of Berchon and Schödel and Eberling. So a great race. Two British teams, first and second. Swiss team in third place. There's the flag ceremony.
It's going to be
endurance race would be complete without a champagne ceremony. Here we go. I think Harvey Stanley's better in a race car than he is with a champagne cork, but I guess there'll be more champagne corks to pop for him. He's having a really great season, doing so well with the DK engineering team, and a swig toast their successes. Brilliant stuff. And away they go off the podium. You hear this applause and whistles and shouts in the background. Someone's trying hard on the revs down below as the trophies are brought out for the next of our categories. Just going back into the highlights here. One or two dramas along the way, but he wasn't very happy. He's triggered a full course yellow. Three Jag did a bit of track limit work there, cutting the hairpin. It really was an exceptional day, and here we've got our next podium. There we're going to have a caption to see who's who in that group. There'll be another podium coming up. There'll be several podiums here. This is the Elan team's one. Bobo and Matos are victors in the middle there. And the Gutzwillers in second. Stefan and Victor Gutzwiller and Patrick Suri in P3. And they finished 11th, 12th and 13th overall. And the first two just one lap behind the overall winning Shelby Cobra. Shelby Cobras, shall we say. First three cars went 54 laps in the 2 hours. And the next 9 did 53. So super competitive. Carlos Barbo having some fun. They thought they got away without getting wet and sticky, but no, Carlos had the last say there. the Tintas Barbo team. And taking away the trophies after a very, very memorable final race of the first proper day of the Estoril Classics. We had quite a lot of qualifying on Friday, a little bit more qualifying during the afternoon break today, and there's lots more great racing to come tomorrow. Another podium still. Tomorrow morning we've got the greatest coming out again. There's a Heritage Touring Cup Group C, the CER races, Classic Endurance Racing 2 for an hour, Classic Grand Prix cars, 2 litre Cup with Porsche 911s, the Endurance group come out next, Classic Endurance Racing 1, the earlier cars from that group, and then another endurance race, the Iberian Historic Endurance, the race ready Iberian Historic Endurance race to complete the program. That's going to start at about 5:45 tomorrow afternoon. It's been an absolutely brilliant day, and we certainly hope that tomorrow, good weather and great racing to see us through.
Marcus, close the stream.
Okay,
Say
that's
goodbye.
cool. Goodbye, everybody, from us. We'll be back in the morning with the next of our races, the Greatest Cup, and I think we'll be back somewhere around 9:30. Good night.